Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. July 21st, 1991. Early morning. London, South Kensington. Garden Street, number 101. A three-story private villa stood quietly behind white wooden fences. Tall iron gates and an elegant spire hinted at a family background far from ordinary. South Kensington was one of London's most prestigious districts. Those who lived here were, at the very least, upper-middle-class elites. Lawyers, dentists, anesthesiologists, financiers. Among all the houses on Garden Street, number 101 stood out the most. It was nearly twice the size of its neighbors and came with a spacious backyard. At this moment, the owner of the villa, Erwin, sat in the living room, silently staring at a fat, round Scottish owl perched in front of him. A minute later, the owl finally released the letter clutched in its claws. It flapped its wings, circled once, and flew off. Before leaving, it thoughtfully dropped a pile of droppings on Erwin's floor, clearly annoyed that it had not been offered food. Erwin ignored it. He picked up the letter and read the address softly. Number 101, Garden Street, in your stately living room, to Mr. Erwin Gaunt. His fingers trembled slightly. An owl-delivered letter, a pale yellow envelope, and an emblem featuring a lion, a snake, a badger, and a raven. It could not be more obvious. Erwin exhaled slowly, his emotions complicated. He had always thought he was simply reborn in London in 1980. He never expected this to be the Harry Potter world. Hogwarts. Hermione. Luna. Fleur. The names drifted through his mind. But those were not the key issue. Magic was. In his previous life, Erwin had been painfully ordinary. A 996 office worker who died from overwork. When he opened his eyes again, he was an orphan in London in 1980. A classic protagonist setup. At first, he thought he would awaken a system or gain some outrageous golden finger. 11 years passed. Nothing happened. No system. No cheat. No miracle. The only benefit of rebirth was a greatly enhanced memory and slightly heightened perception. Nothing flashy. Nothing supernatural. Still, Erwin made good use of it. With basic financial knowledge from his past life, he founded a small investment company through the orphanage's support. By the time he was 9, he had already achieved financial independence. After donating to the orphanage every year, he still had hundreds of thousands of pounds left. 2 years ago, he bought this villa and moved out. His plan had been simple: live peacefully, wait for the financial bubble, make a fortune, buy some coins, retire early. That was all. And then this letter arrived. Erwin now felt both excitement and anxiety. He was not a hardcore Harry Potter fan in his previous life, but he had watched all the movies. Even if many details were blurry, he remembered the main trajectory clearly. This was not a peaceful world. 1991 meant one thing. He would enroll the same year as Harry Potter. From first to fourth year, as long as he lived quietly and avoided the Chosen One trio and a certain old headmaster's plans, life could be comfortable. Most of Harry's early dangers were self-inflicted, with Dumbledore quietly pulling the strings behind the scenes. But fifth year? Umbridge. From that point onward, Hogwarts became a battlefield. By sixth and seventh year, the school was no longer safe. To be precise, the entire wizarding world was no longer safe. And yet, magic. Who could truly resist it? Back when he watched the movies, Erwin had been fascinated by that world. Now that he stood on its doorstep, given a chance to explore magic with his own hands, it would be a lie to say he was not tempted. Worst case scenario? Take the OWLS, leave school early, and disappear somewhere quiet. With that thought, Erwin opened the envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Order of Merlin. First Class. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Due to your family circumstances, a professor will visit your home on July 31st to answer any questions you may have. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. As Erwin finished reading, a mechanical sound echoed in his mind.
Ding.
Detected contact with the extraordinary system of this world. Initiating world scan.
Ding.
Scan complete. Customizing system compatible with world laws.
Ding.
System initialization complete. Magic card drawing system is now online. This system possesses no subjective consciousness. No punishment mechanisms detected. Please use with confidence. Erwin's lips twitched. So that was it. No wonder the system had been silent for 11 years. He had never truly touched the supernatural side of this world. This was perfect. With a system in hand, as long as he did not act recklessly, Hogwarts should be safe enough. Right? System, Erwin said calmly, already experienced from countless web novels. Introduce yourself. And since you're 11 years late, hand over my compensation and newbie gift pack.
Ding.
System detected prolonged dormancy. Accumulated energy split 50% with host. Host receives 5,000 gold coins. Beginner gift pack available. Open now? Open.
Ding.
Beginner gift opened. Congratulations, host. Bloodline source tracing activated. 5-spirit bloodline awakened. A scorching sensation surged through Erwin's body, like a volcano erupting. Then it quickly subsided. He closed his eyes and felt it carefully. The faint energy he once sensed now flowed like a clear stream through his body.
Smooth.
Obedient.
Alive.
Erwin smiled. Any bloodline from a supernatural world was valuable. Otherwise, protagonists would not obsess over them. With this, he could master basic self-defense far faster than before. System, he asked, glancing at the numbers. What are gold coins used for? The system had skimmed half its energy, but considering the rewards, Owen decided to let it slide.
For now.
Replying to the host, gold coins are the only currency used by the system. Considering that most transmigrators begin as orphans with limited resources, the recharge function has been deliberately removed. All gold coins must be obtained through the system itself. Then I really should thank you. Alvin's mouth twitched. He was completely speechless. Having a system while already being rich should have meant double happiness. Yet somehow, this system had perfectly eliminated the joy of spending money. So the pleasure of whaling is gone. No matter how helpless he felt, Alvin could only accept reality. After carefully studying the system, he quickly understood its core function. Card drawing. Gold coins were used to draw cards. One draw cost 100 gold coins. Cards were divided into 4 tiers: white, blue, purple, and gold. White cards contained basic wizard spells, common magical materials, or gold galleons. Blue cards included practical combat or defensive spells, entry-level combat magic, enhancement charms, and beginner-grade abilities. Purple cards were rare and difficult spells, or deep subject comprehension. Examples included a clemency, Patronus charm, high-speed movement techniques, or advanced understanding of fields like potions and transfiguration. Gold cards were character cards. Each character card allowed Alvin to select one aspect of that character: knowledge, spell mastery, or even innate talent. Gold coins were earned through milestones and achievements. After enrolling at Hogwarts, the daily task system would unlock. Completing simple daily objectives would grant 100 gold coins. There was also a free daily draw. However, the free draw could not produce gold cards. Purple was the maximum. System. Do I have a personal panel? Generating personal panel for host. Please wait. Host. Alvin Gaunt.
Age, 11.
Birthday, October 31st. Identity asterisk of Alvin Investment Company, graduate of Garden Elementary School, incoming Hogwarts freshman. Bloodline, which spirit awakened, strength increases with progress. Magic scale, 3. Magic items, none. Charms talent, 5. Outstanding. Transfiguration talent, 3. Average. Divination talent, 0. Troll tier. Dark magic talent, 8. Born for Azkaban. Gold coins, 5,000. Alvin? Staring at the terrifying 8-point dark magic talent, Alvin seriously questioned whether he should even go to Hogwarts. If the Sorting Hat screamed Azkaban on the spot, wouldn't he become the first student in history to skip school entirely and go straight to prison? The host does not need to worry, the system replied. Talent quantification is exclusive to the system. No one else can perceive exact values. That's good. Alvin finally breathed out. At least he wouldn't be dragged to Azkaban before attending his first class. Looking at the 5,000 gold coins, Alvin rubbed his hands together. After rebirth, he hadn't even touched mobile games, let alone gacha systems. I haven't drawn cards in years. Let's see what my accumulated European luck can do. The moment Alvin opened the draw interface, a notification popped up. The Milky Way surges. The world answers. To celebrate successful system binding, a limited legendary character pool is now open. Light and Dark Kings. White Devil. Albus Dumbledore. Dark Lord. First generation Gellert Grindelwald. Obtaining either character grants an additional legendary gold card. This effect applies once in this pool only. Afterward, the pity system guarantees a random gold card every 50 draws. This system even has sets. Alvin glanced at his balance. Exactly 5,000 gold coins. Enough for one guaranteed pity. No way this wasn't calculated. He went to the bathroom, washed his face, scrubbed his hands, and stood solemnly before the mirror.
System.
Draw all 5,000 gold coins. A pentagram magic circle bloomed on the interface. 10 streaks of light burst forth. 5 white. 3 blue, 2 purple. Congratulations to the host, 100 gold galleons white. Congratulations to the host, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans gift pack white. Congratulations to the host, spell acquired, Lumos flash. Congratulations to the host, spell acquired, a clemency purple. Congratulations to the host, rare potion obtained, potion of inspiration purple. Alvin nodded. Solid results. 100 gold galleons alone covered a full year of expenses. After acquiring spells, casting methods, and key details flowed naturally into his mind. Give him a wand, and he could cast them immediately. A clemency was especially important. Even with the system, mind arts were essential. Dumbledore and Snape were both dangerous readers of subtle thoughts. Better safe than exposed. As for the potion of inspiration, a legendary potion created by ancient potion masters. For 1 hour, mental activity surges dramatically. Thinking speed, inspiration, and calculation ability are greatly enhanced. Whether for magical research or emergency combat, it was invaluable. Alvin stored it away. System inventory swallowed the items instantly.
System.
Continue drawing. The draws continued. Every 10 pulls yielded 1 or 2 purple cards. Plenty of spells, materials, and galleons. Yet Alvin's expression worsened by the minute. 40 draws. Not a single gold. Was this card pool fake? Was he still an African chieftain, even after rebirth? Just as despair dulled his eyes, the final 10 pull exploded.
Flash.
2 gold. 2 purple. 3 blue. 3 white. Golden light flooded the screen, drowning out all other colors. Alvin froze. Then, holy sh. Double gold. So, I really am European after all. British account confirmed. Alvin couldn't believe it. His first 40 draws were the basic guarantee. He didn't expect a double yolk egg in the last 10 consecutive draws, including the reward buff from the novice card pool. Alvin drew 3 gold cards in a pool. Excitedly staring at the 2 gold cards on the screen, watching them slowly dissipate the light, revealing their true colors. Name: Albus Dumbledore. Quality: gold. Talent: Transfiguration. 8. Legend of History. Dark Magic. 8. Natural Azkaban. Defense against Dark Magic. 8. Justice Companion. Spells. Most black magic. Defense against the dark arts. Polymorph. Name. Phoenix, pet card. Quality, gold. Gender, female. Talent, nirvana. Abilities, healing, tears. Defense, swallowing spells. Messaging, apparate. Name, Gettler Grindelwald. Quality, gold. Talent, black magic. 8 prophecy AF asterisk CK Gus. Only the 2 strongest talents are shown. Spells. Most black magic. Defense against the dark arts. Ancient black magic. Looking at the 3 cards in front of him, Alvin was sluggish. As expected of the 2 demon kings, especially Dumbledore, not only are white magic and transfiguration and 8th level talent, black magic is also comparable to Grindelwald. There is also the Phoenix, who got the symbol of the boss before he entered school, the Phoenix as a pet. Even in Hogwarts in the future, you can use the Phoenix to apparate and leave at any time. However, Alvin immediately got into a tangle, and each gold card could only choose 1 talent or spell to strengthen. Dumbledore doesn't have to think about it. It must be defense against the dark arts. Alvin's dark magic defense talent is 4, which belongs to the small genius range and needs to be strengthened. However, this card of Grindelwald is difficult to choose. Alvin wants to choose defense against the dark arts and raise his defense against the dark arts to level 6. In this case, it is already second only to a few Demon King level characters. According to Alvin's own calculations, even Snape, Sirius Black, and James Potter, the most outstanding people in their generation, are level 5. But looking at his level 8 black magic talent, as long as he integrates Grindelwald's talent, he can reach level 9, the highest level in the system evaluation. It doesn't matter. The defense against black magic will be improved later. Let's see what it feels like to have a full-level black magic talent first. System. Integrates Dumbledore's dark magic defense talent and Grindelwald's dark magic talent. Ding! It has been fused for the host. Alvin? Is this the end? I feel that my body has not changed. But also, this is just a talent, and it may be reflected in the process of learning in the future. Extract the Phoenix. Suddenly, a flame appeared in front of Alvin's eyes, and then slowly expanded into a ring of fire. A bird full of gorgeous and noble breath all over his body flew out of the halo. It stopped on Alvin's shoulder. He put his golden beak close to his face. Alvin stroked the Phoenix's feathers and was very fond of the Phoenix. 1 person and 1 bird interacted for a while. Alvin said, "Dumbledore's bird is called Fox, and I have to give you a name, and you will be called Fury from now on." "Hey."
Oh.
Alvin said hello. Is that what the Phoenix is called? Why is it still weird? After playing with Fury for a while, Alvin immediately checked his other receipts. Jean Gallion asterisk 500, a number of various spells. 6 purple cards were issued. Transfiguration asterisk 1, potions asterisk 1, all incantations asterisk 2, a clemency asterisk 2. Combining various spells, Alvin closed his eyes and silently received the information in his mind. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes. Yes, a clemency is no less than the level of 10 years of learning, and other magic spells have also been introduced. After entering Hogwarts, you don't have to worry about your secrets being exposed. The old bee and the old bat should not be able to do their best to one student's cast legitimacy. Host, Alvin Gaunt. Age, 11 years old. Birthday, October 31st. Identity, the behind-the-scenes boss of Alvin Investment Company, a fresh graduate of Garden Elementary School, and a prospective freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline, which spirit, awakening, increase with strength until fully awakened. Magic scale, 7. Magic items, none. Charms talent, 5, outstanding. Defense against the dark arts, 5, outstanding. Divination talent, 0, troll. Black magic, 9. The Demon King comes to Earth.
Gold, 0.
A wave of card draws increased Alvin's strength a lot, and the magic power in his body doubled. According to the system introduction, ordinary young wizards are basically around 1 when they enter the school, and will reach 5 when they become adults. Now Alvin is comparable to ordinary adult wizards. Of course, this is referring to the total amount of magic power in his body, not the achievement in magic. Without enough knowledge, you can easily be defeated if you have a magic power. In the days after that, Alvin began his magical journey. Because there is no wand and no wandless spellcasting skills are drawn, Alvin can only browse the knowledge of potions and transfiguration that he has drawn. The systematic knowledge drawn through the system. Not all knowledge of transfiguration and potions is only given to the second-year level of Hogwarts. However, each time a repeated card is drawn, Alvin's understanding and mastery of spells and various knowledge will continue to improve. Of course, Alvin can master this part more firmly and use it more skillfully through his own study. His upper limit is not locked by the system. In this way, the day slowly came to July 31st. 9 a.m. Ding dong. Ding dong. When the doorbell rang, Alvin knew that this was the Hogwarts professor, but he didn't know which one was coming. Curious, Alvin opened the door. As the door opened, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. He had greasy black shoulder-length hair, thin cheeks, a gaunt face, a huge hooked nose, and thin lips. Wearing a wide robe, it swelled with the breeze. Live like an old bat. Alvin knew that this was Snape, but he had to pretend he didn't know. "Excuse me?" Snape gave a meticulous gentleman's salute, and a slightly hoarse voice sounded in Alvin's ear. "Good morning, Mr. Gaunt." In person, Severus Snape, Professor of Potions at Hogwarts, head of Slytherin House. Today's visit is mainly to guide you into the world you originally belonged to. Shun will be your guide and take you to buy some necessary supplies for school. Alvin's face showed just the right amount of surprise, and he randomly drew his handle to the door. Mouth said, "Come in, Professor Snape. I couldn't believe the letter I received from the owl before. There is magic in this world, but your presence makes me hopeful about it. Let's go inside and talk." Asterisk. When they came to the living room, the two sat opposite each other. Alvin looked at Snape across from him with a little emotion in his heart. Snape is a character he liked very much when he watched movies in his previous life, although Alvin didn't like this character well in the previous movies. But as he gradually learned about Snape's life, he gradually understood why Snape treated Harry like this. After all, the father's debt is repaid. This is a character with a tragic life because of himself. He killed the only love in this life. Since then, he has lived in remorse and self-blame, and the final death may still be a relief for him. Snape, who was sitting next to Alvin, didn't notice Alvin's thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Gaunt, your surname is well known in the wizarding world. Your ancestor, Salazar Slytherin, is one of the founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the founder of Slytherin Academy. Due to some reasons, your family has declined in recent years, but the glory of pure blood still flows through your body. I believe that at Hogwarts, you can also make this surname great again." Immediately afterwards, Snape began to explain some common sense in the magic world. Alvin suddenly realized that he had no impression of his surname. But after Snape finished speaking, he remembered that Voldemort's mother was from the Gaunt family, and the resurrection stone in the Horcrux was the ancestral treasure of the Gaunt family. Now he is still in the old house of the Gaunt family, lying quietly. As time passed, Snape also slowly stopped explaining. This is the general information. For more information, you can also find out after going to Hogwarts. I don't know if Mr. Gaunt has any questions. No, Professor, I'm looking forward to my future life, and I can't wait to go to Diagon Alley. Alvin is not lying. His curiosity about the wizarding world has already reached its peak. Then ask Mr. Gaunt to stand by my side and grab my wrist. Snape was also resolute, and when Alvin grabbed his wrist and stood firm, he used to apparate. Immediately, the figures of the two disappeared along with a whirlpool that appeared when the toilet was flushing. Diagon Alley. Alvin looked at the scene in front of him curiously. This was a long cobblestone street full of pedestrians wearing wizard robes, coming and going very lively. Let's go to Gringotts first and get some galleons. Although the Gaunt family has fallen, as the Holy 28 family, there is still some heritage over the years. With that, Snape walked towards Gringotts. Entering the hall, Snape walked to an empty counter and said to a goblin sitting inside, "We're going to the Gaunt family's vault. This is the heir to the Gaunt family." The goblin inside glanced at Alvin, let him squeeze out a drop of blood, put it in a magic container, and fiddled with it for a while. After confirming for a while, he took them to the vault. The Gaunt family's warehouse is at number 710, the deepest part of the ground. Alvin also experienced the feeling of making a small minecart, but the fire dragon didn't see it. Maybe it was sleeping. Opening the door of the vault 710, the two and the goblins walked in. The entire vault is very large, but because the Gaunt family has fallen, there are not many gene galleons, and they are only stacked 2 meters high. About 50 to 100 galleons, that's enough for the next year. Snape's voice came from behind him. Although Alvin drew a lot of gold galleons, it was inconvenient to use them now, so he left after packing 2 in a bag. After leaving Gringotts, the two came to the door of a small shop. The gold sign on the door had peeled off. As a wizard, wands are part of their lives, and Snape naturally brought Alvin to pick out the wand first. Walking into the store, Alvin found that it was much larger than it looked from the outside, and it should have been cast a traceless stretch spell. The shelves in the store are full of slender boxes. "Good morning, Mr. Snape. It's been a long time since I saw you, let me think. Birch, the dragon's nerve, 13 1/2 long, right?" A soft voice came from Alvin's right, and an old man with bright eyes appeared beside them. "Yes, you remember correctly. This is Mr. Gaunt. I brought him today to choose a wand that suits him." Snape replied emotionlessly, as if he didn't seem to be having more discussions with Ollivander. "It's the wand that chooses the wizard." Ollivander didn't care about Snape's indifference, but he was very serious about what he said later. But after rebutting, he began to look at Alvin. "Mr. Gaunt, I see, boy. What is your dominant hand?" With a wave of Ollivander's wand, a tape measure flew to his side and floated. "Right hand," Alvin replied. Then the tape measure worked on him. Retracting the tape measure, Ollivander took Alvin to the shelf area. But before he could pick out a wand, the wand box on the shelf trembled.
Wow.
Almost 1/10 of the wand box was flushed open instantly, and countless wands rushed to Alvin's side, floating and spinning. "Oh my Merlin!" Ollivander showed a surprised expression and released his inner shock. "It's a miracle, let me see. These flying wands are all made of phoenix feathers." "Son, your fit with this type of wand has refreshed my understanding. You must know that Dumbledore's wand was sold by my grandfather back then, and the scene at that time was far less shocking than it is now." Alvin knew that this must be because of Furway. Thinking of Furway, if he made a wand from Furway's feathers, would it fit him better? Then, Alvin's thoughts moved, and a fire instantly appeared in the air. Under the surprised eyes of Snape and Ollivander, Phoenix Fury flew gorgeously onto Fred's shoulder. "This is my buddy, Fury, and she showed up at my house 2 days after I received my Hogwarts notice, and we became buddies." Looking at the phoenix in front of them, the other two said that they had seen each other for a long time today. They did not expect that other than the Dumbledore family, there would be people who would be recognized by the phoenix. Alvin took the opportunity to ask, "I think it may be because of Furway's reasons, so I am more suitable for a wand made of phoenix tail feathers. I wonder if Master Ollivander can use Furway's tail feather to customize a wand for me." Ollivander's eyes lit up when he heard Alvin's words. "You must know that in recent years, Dumbledore's phoenix, Fox's temper has become more and more serious. He hasn't provided him with new tail feathers for a long time. He has not much stock in his hand, and he doesn't know when it will be out of stock. Now that there are more phoenixes, how can he be unhappy?" Immediately, Ollivander took Alvin to the studio behind, and the old and the young began to discuss. P.S. The new book, the first 4 chapters. If you have any suggestions, you can leave a message in the comment area to discuss *. Diagon Alley. In front of Ollivander's wand shop, Ollivander sent Alvin and Snape away with a wry smile. Snape looked strangely at the smiling Alvin. "You're bound to be a great businessman in the wizarding world." Alvin heard the slight irony in Snape's words, but he didn't care too much. Just now, he sold one of Fury's tail feathers. One tail feather can make many wands for 100 galleons. and get the permission to customize the wand for free. Afterwards, Snape took Alvin to complete the purchase of all the items needed for the first grade. At Alvin's request, Snape sent him to the Leaky Cauldron, where Alvin planned to stay for 3 days while his wand was finished. Because there is no magic wand, the boss Old Tom here needs to help open the passage. Simply, Alvin didn't go back, and went back to his home after he got the wand. Snape talked to Old Tom and left Alvin here. Alvin went into his house and simply cleaned up the slightly messy house. He sat on a chair by the bed. Alvin finally had time to check his own system. The moment he entered Diagon Alley, its system reminded him of beeps from time to time. Since Snape was beside him, it was difficult for him to check it. Congratulations, host. Activate the achievement system. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, exploring the Diagon Alley in the magic world, and getting a gold coin reward of 200. A few more achievements followed: Gringotts, Ollivander's wand shop, and a few other places Snape took him to. However, these small addresses don't reward much, with 50 gold coins per store. It seems that I will have to visit each store in the future. When I have enough strength, I can also get a wave of rewards when I turn to the alley. Looking at the gold coins on the system panel, Alvin decided to save enough money to go for a dashing wave. After all, the Africans who smuggled to Europe for a short time were still Africans. Only the bottom line can give him a sense of security. Once sent into the soul or something, how can such a person exist? Impossible. Well, absolutely impossible. 3 days later, with the help of Old Tom, Alvin successfully entered Diagon Alley. During the 3 days he lived here, Alvin had gotten to know Old Tom very well by virtue of his good looks and his talkative temperament. In the past 3 days, Alvin also saw Harry Potter. At that time, the whole bar was a sensation, and everyone looked at Harry Potter with excitement, like a groupie. Alvin also glanced from a distance and saw the rather thin Harry standing beside Hagrid. But he didn't join up. After all, the formula Harry equals trouble would hold true for the next 7 years. Alvin didn't want to have too many foundations with him. After all, his surname is already very sensitive, and the old bee may have been eyeing him. Coming to Diagon Alley, Alvin couldn't wait to come to Ollivander's wand shop and push the door in. "Mr. Gaunt, here you are." Ollivander greeted Alvin a little tiredly. It seems that he has been working overtime to make wands for the past 3 days. "Come here, Mr. Gaunt. These wands are my work in the past 3 days. They are all phoenix tail feather wand hearts, but the length and the trees used are different. You can try them." Ollivander Sui was slightly tired, but excited, beckoning Alvin to try the wand. "How about this one? Maple, 9 inches. Ollivander handed Alvin a wand, and as soon as he got it in his hand and waved it, a red laser shot out and hit the wall, creating a large hole. No, this wand is a good fit, but it's too sensitive." Pushing the glasses, Ollivander took the wand from Alvin's hand, turned around and took another, and handed it to him. "Try this, mahogany, 13 inches, a good companion for transfiguration." Alvin felt that he had no say, and could only take it.
Waved.
There was no red light coming out this time, but with Alvin's wave, all the wand boxes around him flew up. "Wonderful, wonderful. Both wands are perfect for you, but there's always a slight disagreement." After thinking for a while, Ollivander took out a red wand, and it emitted a burst of heat. "Sycamore wood, 10.5 inches. Alvin took the wand like a puppet, but before he could wave it, he instantly felt the magic all over him become hot. Involuntarily concentrating the magic power on the wand, Alvin raised the wand high, and a phoenix drilled out from the top of his wand, making a loud cry, "Fly towards the door." But at this moment, the door of the wand shop was suddenly opened, and a beautiful and lovely Asian girl walked in. Seeing the phoenix flying towards her, the girl who hadn't figured out what was going on was immediately frightened and stood motionless. "Don't want." Seeing this, Alvin roared and waved his wand to the right. Fortunately, the magic phoenix seemed to sense something, obeyed his command, flew sideways in front of the girl, bypassed the girl, and hit the wall next to it. Superior. Boom. The dust was flying and the phoenix disappeared. Alvin didn't care about anything else and rushed to the girl in 3 or 2 steps, holding her shoulders. "I'm sorry, are you okay? Are you hurt?" As he spoke, Alvin also looked at the girl in front of him and had to sigh. This girl is really beautiful, with a small goose egg face and 3-dimensional facial features of European and American people. A pair of elf-like eyes were full of fear and confusion, making her look a little naive. Cho came to Diagon Alley today and was going to go to Ollivander's magic shop to buy a set of wand care kits. Because both parents have jobs, she came here alone. But she never expected that as soon as she walked into Ollivander's wand shop, a flaming phoenix flew towards her. Not expecting this situation, she was completely stunned. She just watched the phoenix, brushed past her, and hit the wall next to it. Then, a boy rushed up, looked at her nervously, and asked about her condition, which made her gradually come back to her senses. "He's really good looking." This was Chio's first thought. Alvin himself is a handsome boy, and with the awakening of his bloodline, some changes have taken place. The whole person has reached the level of handsomeness, which is only slightly inferior to the level of the legendary reader.
I'm fine.
Chio came back to his senses and looked at Alvin's hands supporting his shoulders. 2 blushes appeared on his white face, making him even more lovely. Ollivander looked at the scene in front of him. The handsome boy nervously looked at the shy and timid beautiful girl. "Inexplicable feeling. My stomach is a little bloated. Obviously, I haven't eaten lunch yet." "You'll be fine." Seeing that the girl in front of him was just startled, Alvin couldn't help but sigh in relief. Asked immediately, "I don't know what your name is yet." "Qiu Zhang. My name is Qiu Zhang. I'm a second-year student at Hogwarts." "I haven't seen you at Hogwarts again. Are you a freshman this year?" "Hello. My name is Alvin Gaunt, this year's freshman." Seeing the Asian in front of him, Alvin had already guessed it, but he was still shocked. Damn European aesthetics. The autumn in the movie was selected by the British audition. I didn't expect to pull my hips so much. It's simply a buyer's show and a seller's show. The Qiu Zhang in front of him is indeed an existence that can fascinate Mr. Savior, an absolute Hogwarts T0 level existence. "I'm really sorry, Miss Zhang. I just got my wand and I didn't control my magic power." Alvin apologized one after another. Although the wand didn't belong to him yet, Alvin had already decided on the mimetic phoenix just now, just this one. "It's okay. Very beautiful phoenix. Don't call me Miss Zhang, just call me Qiu," the girl said crisply. "Ollivander." The 2 young people didn't talk about martial arts, and they started to flirt in front of the old man like me. Cough, cough. Alvin noticed Ollivander's eyes next to him and coughed lightly. "Mr. Ollivander, I think this wand suits me very well, and I don't think I need to try the others." "Of course, Mr. Gaunt. The phoenix just now is the best proof. This wand will be your best partner." Ollivander agreed, and then waved the messy shelves back into order. Then he asked Qiu again. "Miss Zhang, may I ask what happened to the wand this time?" "No, Mr. Ollivander, my wand is in good condition. I just want to buy a set of care kits and take care of it more often." Qiu Zhang responded with a smile. Then Alvin and Qiu, who bought a set of nursing tools, walked out the door. Standing at the door, looking at Qiu in a white dress, standing beside her, Alvin invited. "To express my apologies, I invite you to the Florence cold drink shop." Looking at the autumn in front of him, Alvin decided to take up the pit early. "As for Mr. Savior, let's go to his Weasley." "It's all right, Alvin, don't do that, but the cold drinks there are really good." Qiu did not refuse Alvin's invitation. Then the 2 came to the Florence cold drink shop and enjoyed a cold drink. During this period, Alvin made Qiu laugh like a flower with the jokes of his previous life, and the relationship between the 2 has also improved a lot. When they parted, Qiu also invited her to a box on the Hogwarts train and introduced him to her good friend. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it is August 31st. Alvin packed his bags and looked at a small box in front of him. Satisfied, nodded. The traceless stretching charm is really easy to use. It's not suitable for me to go to school with a big bag or a small bag. In the daily free draw for the past few days, Alvin was lucky enough to draw the unmarked stretch charm, purple, and successfully remodeled a suitcase. Although it is only entry level, There is enough space inside to hold his luggage. Calling for a taxi, Alvin came to King's Cross. When he walked slowly into platform 9 3/4, he saw someone pretending to inadvertently bump into the pillar and went straight in. Alvin also painted scoops according to the gourd. Entering the pillar, the vision suddenly opened up. Next to an old-fashioned steam train, parents and children in 2s and 3s were chatting enthusiastically. The scene was very lively. Alvin walked briskly into the carriage, found a random carriage to sit down, waited for the train to start, and then prepared to look for Chio. Soon, the train set off, and Alvin also searched the carriages one by one. He was lucky, and he found Chio after 2 more carriages. "Chio, long time no see." Standing at the door, Alvin greeted Chio, who was sitting inside. A freckled girl sat opposite her. "Alvin, here you are." Chio is also very happy. Although the two haven't seen each other for nearly a month, they often communicate through letters, so they don't seem unfamiliar. At that time, when Chio saw Furway sending the letter, he was also very surprised, and the letter kept asking about the topic of Phoenix. Alvin suddenly sat next to Chio Zhang and nodded to the girl opposite. "Chio, why don't you introduce me?" "Yes, Alvin, this is Marietta Ackermore, a good friend of mine." "Marietta, this is Alvin Gaunt." Chio introduced the two to each other. "Gaunt, is it the Gaunt of the Holy 28 family? My mother said that this family has disappeared from the British wizarding world, leaving only the line of stars and stripes." "Yes, it's that Gaunt. I didn't know these things until Professor Snape came to the door. You must know that I was raised in an orphanage in the Muggle world." Alvin looked as usual, as if he was not the one who grew up in the orphanage. Marietta immediately apologized. As for Chio, she really felt sorry for Alvin. She didn't expect this very cheerful little boy to be so pitiful since he was a child. In desperation, Chio stretched out a small hand as white as jade and held Alvin's hand, as if this would convey his courage and encouragement to him. Alvin's heart warmed, seeing the girl in front of him, although shy, still held his hand tightly. Although Alvin felt that it was good to grow up in an orphanage, after all, he didn't want to call others parents, but Chio's concern and worry still made him very useful. He held Chio's hand with his back hand, feeling very soft. The relationship between the two also heated up quickly in this wonderful atmosphere. I really don't know how to write emotional dramas, so let's just settle on one first. Not wanting to see Chio worrying about him, Alvin quickly changed the subject and chatted with Chio about her favorite Quidditch. As expected of a future Ravenclaw seeker, when it comes to Quidditch, Chio seems to have opened the conversation box and can't stop listening. But Alvin didn't care either. When he was watching a movie in his previous life, he thought it would be cool to ride and sprint in the sky, so why should he try it in this life? What's more, in the daily card draw a while ago, he also drew the blue flying experience. He felt that he could play the game after getting familiar with it. After a while, a smiling salesman pushed open the private room door and asked, "Do you have any food you need, my dears?" Alvin was also curious about the snacks in the magical world, so he ordered a portion of each snack directly, and the smiling salesman couldn't close his mouth. Quickly put food on the table. Looking at the table full of snacks, Alvin greeted Chio and Marietta. "I bought more, let's eat together." After a period of time, the three of them were familiar with each other, and Marietta was not polite to Alvin. The three of them ate and chatted again. Asterisk. While the three of them were talking, time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, the sky darkened, and the speed of the train gradually decreased, ready to arrive at the station. The three quickly took off their Muggle jackets and put on Hogwarts robes. Looking at the light rain falling outside the window and feeling the wet and cold weather outside, Alvin couldn't help shivering. Thinking of something, Alvin opened his suitcase, took out a scarf from it, and helped Chio wrap it around his neck. "Put this on, it's raining and cold outside." Chio blushed slightly, but did not reject his kindness. The train arrived at the station, and Alvin and Autumn walked out with the crowd. First-year freshmen, come here." A loud voice came from not far away. A man who was more than 3 meters tall and could run horses on his shoulders stood there, constantly beckoning new students to gather around him. Cho, I'll go first. Nodding to Cho, Alvin was going to line up at Hagrid's side. Come on, Alvin, I look forward to your assignment to Ravenclaw. Cho looked at Alvin tenderly and said with anticipation. Looking at Cho's expectant eyes, Alvin felt a little bitter in his heart. Just for his surname Gaunt, he is basically an iron werewolf. Bah, iron Slytherin. But just for the sake of Cho, he had to try it out to see if he could convince the Sorting Hat. In addition, he himself didn't like Slytherin very much. Entering Slytherin as his half-blood wizard, there will definitely be troublesome people looking for him. Soon, all the new students gathered around Go and counted the number of people. Hagrid took an oil lamp and led a bunch of little wizards to the distance, walking and shouting back, "Watch out for your feet. Be careful. This part of the road is hard." A group of little wizards followed Hagrid with difficulty. Hagrid was far away, and the old oil lamp was very dim. Alvin pulled out his wand. Fluorescent flashes. Immediately, his wand gave off a cloud of white light. The little wizard behind also breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, Ron, look at him. He's amazing. Hearing the voice, Alvin couldn't help but turn his head. Unexpectedly, behind him were Ron and Harry. Seeing Alvin turn around, Harry felt a little embarrassed, and the behind-the-scenes discussions were always a little embarrassing, even if he was bragging just now. Hi, my name is Harry Potter, and next to me is Ron Weasley. Alvin nodded at him and introduced himself. Hi, my name is Alvin Gaunt. Harry saw that Alvin didn't show any excitement because he heard his name, and instantly guessed that Alvin was probably from the ordinary world. Hello, are you from a normal family? I mean a muggle family. You are amazing. I still can't get a spell, but I met a girl in the car. Her name is Hermione Granger. She is also muggle, but she can help me fix it with the spell glasses. Harry was very happy. Although people in the wizarding world treated him very well, everyone regarded him as a savior, but he himself had no idea what he did or how to do it. So when you go to school, you need to see a child of the same muggle family as yourself, and don't make a fuss just because you hear your own name. Makes him very happy. It's nothing, I just learned it myself after I got the book, and I was lucky enough to learn one or two things. Alvin did not deliberately alienate Harry. He would not refuse normal communication. As for whether the old bee would arrange some pits for him to jump in, it depends on who is higher. Harry smiled embarrassingly. Since he got the textbook, he has also read it, but after chanting the spell stupidly, there is no response at all. He didn't try again. Which house do you want to be assigned to? Ron said. Gryffindor is the best house. I hope I won't be assigned to Slytherin. Ron nodded in agreement. For the Weasleys, only Gryffindor was the best house. If Slytherin is assigned, it is estimated that he will become a shame in the family. Alvin smiled and didn't make any comments. Thinking of the fresh and beautiful girl with her soft and boneless hands, he said involuntarily, I'd rather go to Ravenclaw. Well, it's very moist.
What?
Harry said. He didn't hear. Nothing. I think Ravenclaw is a good fit for me. I prefer it there. Oh, fine. Harry was a little disappointed to find that his new friend didn't really want to go to Gryffindor, but he didn't interfere too much with other people's thoughts. Under the leadership of Hagrid, the little wizards got on the boat in groups of 4. The boat gradually approached the cliff. Under the command of Hagrid, the little wizards lowered their heads and passed through the bridge. Alvin couldn't help but want to laugh. It was obvious that Hagrid was twice as tall as the little wizard when he lowered his head, but a bunch of people still lowered their heads. Finally, the boat slowly approached the pier, and Hagrid led them through the tunnel, across the grass, and came to the main entrance of this magnificent castle. After a sound of an organ, the gate of the castle slowly opened. A witch with a serious expression and an old-fashioned face walked out wearing an emerald green wizard hat. The serious expression made the little wizards who were still chattering just now dare not take a breath. Professor McGonagall, the first-year students are here. Hagrid pointed to the back. Thank you for your hard work, Hagrid. Just leave it to me. Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly, and with a wave of his wand, the little wizard behind him was refreshed because of the rain and the messy robe. Immediately, the little wizard's impression of Professor McGonagall changed. Professor McGonagall took the lead and led a group of freshmen into the hall. Simple and elegant is the countless burning torches hanging on the wall. There are countless stars twinkling in the dome. The first one was a long table placed horizontally, with a gray-haired old man in the middle, talking to Snape on his left. The 4 long tables below are arranged vertically, and countless candles float on the long table. The table is full of golden goblets and plates, and the old students sit next to them. There is a high platform in the center, and the hats that must be worn out are placed there quietly. Professor McGonagall did not lead them directly through the hall, but turned right, to the side, and asked the little wizards to line up. Some of the other students in the auditorium were talking to each other, and there were also many wizards looking this way. Welcome to Hogwarts. Next, we need to determine which house you belong to before you can officially enter. Next, I'll call your names, and then please get on the high platform in the middle, put on the sorting hat, and he will decide where you belong. Alvin lined up with the little wizards, looking at the scene in front of him, like a dream. Excited. Hogwarts, here I come. Asterisk. On the high platform. The sorting hat suddenly split open and became his mouth, singing the shitty sorting hat song. As the sorting hat's voice fell, the auditorium burst into applause. The sorting hat bowed to the 4 houses one by one and finally remained motionless. At this time, Professor McGonagall took out a piece of parchment and said loudly, "Next, the classmates I'm chanting names. Please go to the high platform, put on the sorting hat, sit on the stool, and wait for the sorting." I'm sorry, Hannah Abbott. Professor McGonagall was very puzzled and said these words unconsciously. The Iron Hannah Abbott hurried over, put on the hat, and the hat immediately shouted, "Hufflepuff." The Hufflepuffs cheered loudly, applauding their first new schoolgirl. Next, one has a name pronounced. Whenever the sorting hat shouted the name of the house would applaud. Gryffindor was the loudest, and the 2 redheads were still booing when Slytherin was announced. Finally, Alvin Gaunt. When Professor McGonagall called out the name loudly, the professor on the high platform immediately cast a gaze. The people of Slytherin Academy were also very sensitive to this name, and they craned their necks, wanting to see what this legendary last orphan of the Gaunt family looked like. In the queue of freshmen, a cute loli with fluffy brown hair and a messy head also cast a startled look. Alvin didn't seem to notice this, and he came to the sorting hat in front of everyone's eyes. He glanced at the sorting hat in disgust, as if he had made a great determination to put it on his head. The boy of damn it, I am the hat of the founder of Hogwarts, and countless excellent wizards have chosen the appropriate academy under my assignment. The sorting hat's voice echoed in Alvin's mind. Oh, that great sorting hat, didn't so many good wizards think of cleaning you up? Who said no? 200 years ago, a Gryffindor kid threw me into the Black Lake. I cleaned it up. Alvin couldn't help but complain. Washed once 200 years ago, you are really clean. Slytherin's blood. What else to say?
Stop.
I'm going to Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. Hearing the sorting hat, Alvin kept repeating Ravenclaw in his head.
Why?
Although you also have a thirst for knowledge, your ambitions for magic and your bloodline prove that you are a natural Slytherin. Bloodline is not the standard for sorting, right? My own desire and my quality are the most important, aren't they? You said that I have the qualities of Ravenclaw. Then let me go to Ravenclaw. Uncompromising, Alvin kept sending the sorting hat his desire to go to Ravenclaw. Okay, boy, as long as you promise me, come and do a cleaning for me when you have time, I will promise you. No problem, Alvin agreed immediately. If Rowena found out, he would definitely laugh at this fellow Salazar. Ravenclaw. The sorting hat read it out loud. Not only the little wizards were stunned, but even the professors on the teacher's chair were stunned. Just now, the sorting hat Slytherin had already shouted half, but it stopped abruptly, and after a silence, it became Ravenclaw. Especially Snape, the coldness on his face seemed to act as a refrigerant. For nearly 1,000 years at Hogwarts, there has never been a little wizard who forcibly reversed the sorting hat's will and reselected the house. As a result, now, there is a little wizard in front of him who strongly rejected Slytherin and chose Ravenclaw. Isn't that hitting him in the face? Dumbledore's eyes buried under his glasses flashed a golden light of interest. He didn't expect that the little guy from the Gaunt family didn't go to Slytherin, which was a big surprise to him. The students at the long Slytherin table also understood this truth. After a short period of shock, they looked at Alvin in the middle with hatred, and they wanted to take out their wands and give him a bite. Alvin didn't care about this, and happily placed the Sorting Hat on the stool. Suddenly, he took out his wand and pointed it at the Sorting Hat. Clear water is like a spring. Immediately, a stream of white water spurted out from the tip of his staff and shot on top of the Sorting Hat.
Oh. Ah.
Shit, comfortable. Boy, you are really good. You are much better than that kid 200 years ago. More. I want more. Alvin has a black line on his head. Where did this broken hat learn from, and why is his words so strange? Ignoring the shouting of the Sorting Hat, Alvin turned and walked towards the Ravenclaw table. And the little wizards gradually came to their senses, and the fierce applause came from the long table of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, especially a pair of red-haired twins, shouting excitedly at Alvin. Nice job, Alvin. You should be in Gryffindor. So cool. Then, he was suppressed by another older red hair. Walking to Chio's side and looking at Chio's surprised eyes, Alvin sat down and hugged Chio tightly. Whispered to her, I am coming. Welcome to Ravenclaw. Chio was very excited, seeing that the boy in front of him had become the first person in Hogwarts history to openly change the will of the Sorting Hat because of himself. Very moved, Alvin looked at the girl whose eyes were full of admiration and surprise and gently held Chio's hand, and the two had an intimate conversation. The uproar caused by Alvin was suspended, and the sorting ceremony continued. When Hermione came on stage, she glanced at Alvin, but was still assigned to Gryffindor. Then it was Harry's turn, which caused another sensation. When Harry was assigned to Gryffindor, Gryffindor burst into cheers. The twins shouted, We have Harry! We have Harry! But it didn't affect Chio and Alvin. They were fighting with each other. In this regard, Ravenclaw's senior sisters are very worried, and finally such a handsome junior came, and Chio-Jia took the lead. Soon, the sorting ceremony was over. Dumbledore stood up, and the noise in the audience gradually subsided. Looking at the little wizard sitting under the stage, a look of relief flashed in his eyes. These students, this school, are the proof of his life. Looking around, Dumbledore spoke. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Hogwarts, and before the banquet, I want to say a few words, and that is, idiot.
Cry.
Residue. Screw. Thank you, everyone. After he finished speaking, he sat down, a mad old man who looked nothing like the greatest white wizard of the 20th century. Under everyone's stunned eyes, the plate in front of the students was suddenly filled with food. The banquet has officially begun. Looking at the food on the table, Alvin moved his index finger, although he ate a lot of snacks on the train. But Alvin is in the growth phase and hungry fast. In addition, the elf at Hogwarts really has a hand, a common delicacy in England, which is full of color and flavor. Grilled steak, pork chops, lamb ribs, mashed potatoes, French fries, hot dogs, Yorkshire pudding, pea seedlings, bolognese French onion soup. Alvin took a piece of steak directly, filled a bowl of meat sauce, and began to eat large pieces. Chio smiled brightly when he saw Alvin eating xingxiang. When she was not hungry, she simply helped Alvin pick up food. Slowly, Chioji realized the joy of feeding. Suddenly, Alvin, who was enjoying Autumn's food, noticed a very resentful gaze. Looking up, it turned out to be a senior not far away, looking at them with envy. Seeing that Alvin found him, he was not embarrassed and looked at Alvin with admiration. Hello, my name is Roger Davis. I'm a 4th grader. You're amazing. When you first entered the academy, you caught the most beautiful girl in Ravenclaw. Can you teach me? Chio's face blushed when he heard this, but he didn't refute it. Alvin replied jokingly, If you can be as handsome as me, you can do it. Maybe you need to use a wand to conjure a phoenix. Chio blushed even more when he heard Alvin's joke, reached out, and pinched Alvin's waist. But, remembering the scene that day, he couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the flirting between the two, Roger Davis couldn't help but feel his hair blocked. He didn't want to teach me how to chase girls. Why did he start killing dogs again? As everyone was full, the leftovers on the table disappeared. Okay, before everyone goes to bed, let's sing the school anthem together. Dumbledore waved his wand lightly, and golden characters appeared in the hall, forming the lyrics of the school anthem. Then he used his wand as a baton. Prepare, sing. Following Dumbledore's command, all the teachers and students began to sing their own songs, and everyone sang according to their own melody. Next to the long table in Gryffindor House, the twin brothers sang heavily to the tune of the funeral march. Watching Alvin's eyebrows jump. After singing again, Dumbledore wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, said some precautions, seduced the savior, and let the prefects return to the dormitory with the students of their respective colleges. Ravenclaw's male prefect is Dietrich Wiggins, a 6th grader. He led everyone out of the dining room, climbed the marble stairs, took a shortcut, and soon came to the tower. Then I saw the door of the lounge. An eagle-shaped bronze door knocker was quietly placed on the door. Prefect Dietrich stepped forward and touched the eagle lightly. Suddenly, the eagle wanted to come alive. Ask questions. To describe an ugly girl beautiful, what kind of language is the most suitable? Dietrich did not answer in a hurry, but looked at the freshman behind him with interest. You can try to answer. We Ravenclaw are unique and have no fixed password. As long as you have wisdom, we Ravenclaw welcome anyone to visit. But if you can't answer his question, even if you're a Ravenclaw student, you'll need to wait for the others to open the door. But if you answer that question, whoever can get a separate dorm. Several first-year kittens discussed, but no one stepped forward to answer. Alvin is very interested in the independent dormitory. He has so many secrets. It is better to have a space of his own, so that no one will discover his secrets. Stepping up, Alvin whispered, "Lie." The words correct fell, and the door slowly opened. The other little eagles looked at him enviously. They also wanted a separate dormitory. Dietrich smiled and led them to the dormitory and finally arranged for Alvin to go to a smaller dormitory. Entering the bedroom, Alvin looked around. He was quite satisfied with the environment here. There was a double bed in the middle of the room. On the right is a large desk. On the left is the closet and a door, behind which is a dressing room. According to the prefect, Alvin put the piece of paper with his name in the drawer in front of the bed. It didn't take long for his luggage to appear in his house. Alvin couldn't help but be amazed. This should be because an elf in the house sensed his message and phantomed the luggage over. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in my mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully entered the school and the daily task section is activated. Completing the daily task can get 100 gold coins. There is no penalty for failure. After Alvin heard it, he turned on the system and carefully checked the new function. This is the only function he can get gold coins repeatedly now. Daily tasks, as the name suggests, refresh 3 tasks every day and complete any 2 to get full rewards. Like today's task. Use flying spell 0/10. Read standard spells beginner page 0/30. Play with Furway for 0/10 minutes. Seeing this, Alvin smiled lightly. This daily task seems to be quite simple now, and it will not let him and Voldemort fight. After packing up his luggage, Alvin snapped his fingers and suddenly, the phoenix Furway appeared in the air. Then he flew to Alvin's side and lightly pecked Alvin's hand with his beak, expressing his dissatisfaction that he had not been summoned for a day. Okay, my fault. I'm not afraid that you will scare my roommate. Originally, Alvin didn't plan to summon Fury to Hogwarts in the near future. After all, it's easy to startle a roommate with a bird at the start. He originally planned to call Furway after getting to know his roommate for a while. As a result, he was lucky enough to be assigned a single dormitory, and he no longer had this scruple. After playing with Furway for a while, after practicing the Phalai mantra 10 times, I successfully completed today's task. Alvin opened his personal panel. Host: Alvin Gaunt. Age: 11 years old. Birthday: October 31st. Status: freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline: Witch Spirit, Awakening, increase with strength until fully awakened. Magic scale, 8.5. Although there is no card drawn, it will increase naturally. The protagonist has ancient blood, and the growth rate is relatively fast. Magic items. Guardian Necklace. Can resist aura level attacks 3 times. Professor level twice. Quasi-legendary level once. Cooldown 24 hours. Fulling Elixir *1. Inspiration Elixir *3. Instant Blue Potion *3. Charms Talent 5. Outstanding. Defense against the Dark Arts 5. Outstanding. Spells. Flying Spell. Armor and Body Protection No Shadow. Slightly. Black Magic 9. The Demon King comes to Earth. Gold 1,300. Looking at his own panel, Alvin's magic power has surpassed that of many adult wizards, and he has mastered a lot of magic spells. Next, he only needs to save enough to guarantee and draw out some more character cards to improve his talents. His future is limitless. After appreciating the strength that he had worked so hard system to get, Alvin took a shower, then lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow is a brand new start. Day 2, early morning. Alvin woke up early in the morning. Because the spicy chicken system does not have a map function. In order not to be late for class in the future, I can only take advantage of the absence of class in the morning to get acquainted with Hogwarts. Throughout Hogwarts, there are countless stairs, passages, and many stairs, all of which can move, and often there are little wizards who get lost in the back and forth of the stairs and lose their way. After a morning, Alvin finally figured out the stairs to the charms class and the auditorium in the afternoon. When he came to the auditorium for breakfast, there were already many people inside. Alvin found an empty seat at random and sat down, enjoying breakfast. Beef patties, carrot, and vegetable soup, not hearty, but enough to fill the stomachs of little wizards. If I remember correctly, the Hogwarts kitchen, next to the Hufflepuff lounge, went there to find the elves some other day and teach them some huxiao breakfast. After so many years, Alvin still misses huxiao breakfast, fried dough sticks, soy milk, salted tofu brain. With the ability of house elves, I believe they will learn it soon. Seriously, Alvin felt that coming to Hogwarts was simply a blessing. As a young wizard who had just entered the school, there were not many classes every day, and he didn't even have a class schedule on Thursday. There are house elves who clean up the house every day, which is more comfortable than home. While Alvin was thinking about it, he suddenly felt a tap on the shoulder, and when he looked up, it was Chio and Marietta who was standing beside her. "Why didn't you wait for me? You are still unfamiliar with this place when you first entered school, and it's easy to get lost." Chio's slightly resentful tone came, and Alvin smiled, motioning Chio and Marietta to do it. "I got up early, and I had nothing to do anyway, so I went out and walked around to familiarize myself with the stairs." "What's your class today?" Chio heard it and said nothing, nodding to show that he understood. Then she took out her wand and lightly tapped, and a breakfast appeared on her table. "Professor Flitwick's spell class, and I have to go to the astronomy class on the top floor at night." Alvin answered. Professor Flitwick is a master of spells, and he's very nice to his students. Autumn spreads Professor Flitwick's message to Alvin. Marietta added, "It is said that Professor Flitwick has goblin blood, and he was the champion of the fighting competition that year." Speaking of this kind of gossip, Marietta seemed a lot excited, constantly sharing gossip from nowhere. Alvin is also very interested in this. In his previous life, he had not seen the original book, and he had seen the movie many years ago. Just remember some main lines and know what the annual copy is. He still didn't expect that Professor Flitwick was so strong. He doesn't have that many roles in the movie. After breakfast was over, Alvin invited Chio to go out for a walk. They walked across the grass at the door, walked along the tree-lined path, and the two slowly came to the Black Lake. Alvin turned his head slightly and looked at the girl beside him. The breeze by the lake blew the girl's blue silk. A beautiful profile face appeared in front of his eyes. With her upturned nose and rosy lips, Alvin looked at him in a trance. Chio noticed his gaze and was shy. Alvin gently took Chio's hand, walked to a bench, and the two went up to it. Looking at the calm Black Lake and the forbidden forest in the distance, enjoying the fragrance of the girls around me brought by the breeze, is very comfortable. Chio also liked this quiet feeling very much, and gradually, she leaned on Alvin's shoulder. Alvin felt the touch on his shoulders, and with a slight touch, he gently hugged the girl. As for going further, it is not punishable. After a while, Chio had to go to class, so the two returned to the castle. Chio went to class, and Alvin had nothing to do, so he simply went back to the dormitory to catch up. In the afternoon, Alvin came to the Charms classroom. This Charms class was with Hufflepuff, so he didn't see the trio of the two academies. Someone was already seated in the front row, and Alvin went to the back. Sat next to a boy. "Good afternoon, Anthony." The boy next to him, Anthony Goldstein, is a pureblood wizard whose parents work in the Department of Magical Transportation. The two had a good chat on the way to the lounge yesterday. "Good afternoon, Alvin." After the two said hello, the bell for class rang. Professor Flitwick walked in briskly. Due to being too short, the professor could only stand on a stack of books in order to have a normal class. Pulling out a roster, Professor Flitwick began the roll call. It gave Alvin the illusion that he was back in college, and the teacher checked attendance. The roll call was completed successfully, and no little wizard was late. Professor Flitwick put away the roster. Gentlemen and ladies, conjuration is the most basic part of modern magic. Wizards use spells to achieve their goals. Although the school has a defense against the dark arts class and a transgender class, but essentially, they are also part of the spell. Of course, the main content of our spells class is some practical spells in life. For example, floating spells. After that, Professor Flitwick waved his hand, and the desk in front of him floated up, dancing gracefully with the shaking of his wand. Another example, the vanishing curse. Professor Flitwick pointed with his wand, and the dancing lectern disappeared again. The little wizards in the audience were very excited. "Can't wait to start learning." Seeing his demonstration successfully aroused the interest of the little wizards, Flitwick nodded in satisfaction. With a little tap, the disappearing desk appeared in front of them, and it had returned to its quiet appearance. "Next, we're going to start our first class, the Flash Charm." The mantra of the Flash Charm is fluorescent flashes. When casting a spell, hold the wand a little tighter and then move forward. Professor Flitwick kept explaining the rhythm of chanting spells and the changes in gestures when casting spells. Then, let the little wizards start to contact. All the little wizards can't wait to start practicing. For a while, the sound of chanting spells in the classroom continued. However, many people's wands didn't respond, and some people with fast progress had a halo between their wands, but they disappeared quickly. Alvin also took out his wand and said softly, "Fluorescent flashes." In an instant, a white light appeared on the tip of his wand, which was very bright. With the movement of his mind, the light group changed, constantly changing its own color. "Excellent, Mr. Gaunt." Professor Flitwick walked over quickly, with a very excited tone. "Mr. Gaunt, I didn't expect you to succeed once, and also mastered the variant release of the Flash Charm." After speaking, Professor Flitwick wiped the corners of his eyes, and there seemed to be some crystals there. "You have given a lecture. I just read the textbook in advance and tried it a few times." Alvin was very speechless. A flashing spell made a professor burst into tears with excitement. He was very suspicious of what kind of students Flitwick taught in the past. Asterisk. With the reminder of the school bell. The first enchantment lesson was over, too, with Professor Flitwick giving Ravenclaw 10 points because of Alvin's excellent performance. The little wizards went out one after another, but Alvin didn't leave. He still had some questions that he needed to ask Professor Flitwick. Seeing that everyone has left, and Alvin has not left, Professor Flitwick asked with a little doubt. "Mr. Gaunt, do you have anything else to do?" "Yes, Professor. I still have some questions about spells that I would like to ask you." "Then let's talk in my office." "Come with me, Mr. Gaunt." Then, Alvin followed Professor Flitwick to his office. The office space is large, with bookshelves lining the walls and books on the shelves. According to Alvin's observation, the vast majority of these books are books on spells, and many books have not even been published. Professor Flitwick took his seat and motioned for Alvin to sit down too. Alvin was not polite and sat opposite Professor Flitwick. "Want something to drink, Mr. Gaunt?" A cup of black tea, without sugar. Thank you. Alvin loves tea very much, but he doesn't understand the dark food of black tea with sugar. Do Brits add sugar to everything they eat? Black tea is indeed a good choice, Mr. Gaunt. With a wave of Professor Flitwick's wand, a set of exquisite tea sets appeared on the table. Then the tea set floats up and divides the tea. Wonderful levitation spell application, Professor. Thank you, then, Mr. Gaunt. What questions do you want to ask? Professor Flitwick took a sip, then asked Alvin. Professor, in fact, I should have some talent in magic spells. Before I went to school, I had already learned most of the magic spells above the standard spells, elementary level. But when I tried silent casting and wandless casting, I ran into some difficulties. In fact, this is indeed the case. Through the system's daily card draw and his usual hard work, he has learned a lot of spells. But when he tried silent and wandless casting, he made no progress. Silent casting is fine and can be successful once in a while, but wandless casting has never been successful. Oh, Mr. Gaunt, you let me know from your performance in class just now that you are a genius. If you don't mind, can you show your current abilities? Professor Flitwick expressed interest. Alvin didn't speak after hearing this, and showed Professor Flitwick the same hand he had in class just now, floated the teapot, and filled Professor Flitwick with tea, casting the vanishing charm to make the teapot disappear. Finally, cast an anti-curse to restore everything. Snapped, snapped, snapped. The applause recalled that Professor Flitwick was very happy. Very wonderful, Mr. Gaunt. If it was in class, I should have given you 20 points, no, 50 points. We haven't had a genius like you in Ravenclaw for a long time. After speaking, Flitwick pushed up his glasses and wiped his tears with a handkerchief, watching Alvin's eyebrows jump. After a while, Professor Flitwick's mood gradually calmed down, and he began to think about Alvin's problem. A few minutes passed, and he looked up at Alvin. Mr. Gaunt, why do you think a wizard needs a spell and a wand to cast spells? Alvin was stunned when he heard the question.
Started thinking about this.
After thinking about it again and again, he still gave his own answer. Professor, I think that a wizard can concentrate when he recites a spell, and through the wand and fixed gestures, the magic in the body can be activated. It can be used for spells. Alvin expressed his opinion, looking forward to looking at Professor Flitwick, waiting for his evaluation. Well said, Mr. Gaunt. Your understanding of spells is close to the level of the OWLS exam. Professor Flitwick first expressed his admiration and then spoke again. However, you have overlooked a point that ordinary wizards don't care about, and that is will. Professor Flitwick pointed to his head with his hand.
Will.
Yes, when a wizard casts a spell, it's not just concentration, it's a process of instilling one's will into the spell. Why are we wizards? We think we can do this, and we can make it happen through the spell. After taking a sip of tea, he continued. And when you want to cast spells silently, you need a stronger will to let the spell release successfully. Because you didn't recite the spell, you need to instill enough will in your own way to release it. This way you can cast spells silently. Of course, there is still some gap between the power of the spell used in this way and the release of the spell. After listening to Professor Flitwick's words, Alvin frowned and fell into contemplation. Professor Flitwick was not in a hurry and enjoyed his afternoon tea leisurely. A few minutes later, Alvin took out his wand and pointed at a quill on the table, which suddenly floated up. But when Alvin relaxed a little, the quill fell slowly again. Congratulations, Mr. Alvin. It seems that you have found a way that suits you. I have to say, your talent is really amazing. Professor Flitwick was very happy. It was a pleasure for such a savvy little wizard to be in his own academy. Slytherin has won the Academy Cup for 6 years in a row. Although Ravenclaw pays more attention to the improvement of their own knowledge, I don't care much about trivial matters. But Flitwick is the dean after all, and he still hopes that his college can win a college cup. In Alvin's body, he saw this possibility. He is also very happy to provide some help to the talented little wizard. Thank you, Professor. Thanks to your guidance, I was able to get started so quickly. Alvin expressed his gratitude to Professor Flitwick. Professor, what if you cast spells without a staff? Do you need a stronger will? Alvin continued to ask. Yes, Mr. Gaunt. But you still need to have some deeper knowledge of magic. In 3rd grade, I suggest you take Ancient Rune, which will help you a lot.
But these are for you now.
It's still too early. Flitwick patiently explained to Alvin. And what madness implies. Ancient Rune? I see. Thank you for your help today. Alvin understood Flitwick's suggestion, and today's goal is basically achieved. So he stood up and walked out of the office. After leaving Professor Flitwick's office, Alvin walked towards the library, thinking about the content of the conversation while walking. Helped him a lot and showed him the way forward. Magic is never a spell that can be summed up by chanting a spell and waving a wand. Magic is mysterious, and many wizards know it, but don't know why. Can use magic spells, but do not understand their nature. Of course, the purpose of Hogwarts has never been to train some elite wizards, but to the entire British wizarding world, so generally speaking, professors will not talk about these esoteric things. Only when the little wizard asked did the professors reveal more profound things. Others, as scumbags, just need to know how to use them. And now Alvin decided to study the essence of magic and explore more esoteric secrets, so he decided to start studying ancient magic. Coming to the library, Alvin met the librarian, Mrs. Pins, who was a very serious witch. Books are her life. Her eagle-like eyes glanced back and forth among the crowd in the library from time to time. As long as anyone dares to flip through books rudely or make a loud noise, she will immediately receive her cold gaze. Alvin walked in and found a copy of Introduction to Ancient Runes, Sylves, Victor in the general area. This is a textbook for 3rd grade and will continue to be used in 5th grade. For the current Alvin, it is enough. Then he found a place to watch quietly. It was not until dinner that he reluctantly put the book on the shelf and walked out of the library. It looks like it's time to buy a copy. Otherwise, every time you come to the library to read a book, it will affect the efficiency too much. But you can't use Furroway. It's too eye-catching. Go to the owl post office to borrow an owl. But you can't stop now. It seems that there will be a night tour at night. Alvin muttered as he walked. I plan to come back to the library to read a book at night. As for the school rules? Sorry, as a fraternity heir, Alvin's purpose is that as long as no one sees me breaking school rules, it's the perfect night out. Coming to the auditorium, Alvin found that Chio was already here and took a place for him. Alvin sat down and soon, the plate in front of him was full of food, 3 or 4 times that of Chio next to him, piled up as high as a hill. With a puff, Chio laughed. Alvin, why are you so hungry? You know, reading is very exhausting. I just came out of the library. Alvin filled his mouth with food and answered Chio vaguely. As expected of Ravenclaw's little genius, you got Ravenclaw's first bonus point of the school year. Chiozue laughed, but he still carefully brought a glass of juice for Alvin to prevent him from choking. Alvin rolled his eyes. He didn't care about Chio's teasing. Enjoyed dinner diligently. After coming out of the auditorium, there was no class in the autumn evening, so he and a few female classmates returned to the lounge to play wizard chess. The hard-working Alvin has to go to the astronomical observatory to take astronomy courses. Astronomy classes in the wizarding world are no different from astronomy classes in the Muggle world. They all use telescopes to observe the sky and learn the trajectories of different stars, which is not magic at all. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Alvin, who was dizzy looking at the stars, returned to his bedroom, threw himself directly on the bed, and rested. No, I can't be so decadent. I still have to go to the library. Alvin sat up suddenly, shook his head, and forced himself to cheer up. Learn to cast spells without sticks as soon as possible, and get an extra card one day earlier. Most wizards are lambs to be slaughtered without their wands. Whether it is sliced, rinsed, or skewered and grilled can only depend on the taste of the enemy. Alvin didn't want to leave himself such a big weakness for the enemy to attack, so he had to master the wandless spellcasting as soon as possible. In the middle of the night, Alvin decided to leave now, and it is estimated that there will be no one in the lounge. After tidying up, Alvin cast an illusion spell on himself, walked out of the dormitory, and came to the lounge. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief, when he realized that there was no one in the lounge. After all, there are still many little eagles who like to read books and see them late. Go out of the lounge door and into the hallway. Alvin walked gently towards the library. He didn't want to touch Filch and his cat. One person and one cat are like ghosts in this castle, wandering around at night, looking for students who violate school rules. I went to the library and picked up the book I read in the afternoon. After hesitating for a while, Alvin decided to go to the forbidden book area to browse. After all, the forbidden book area is relatively far inside, so if someone comes to inspect it, it can be hidden immediately. Coming to the corner of the forbidden book area, Alvin took out his wand, released the lighting spell, and then set the wand aside and read with relish. This book is indeed very suitable for him now. Ancient runes are all magical words, and the analysis of each word can be written into a book as an explanation. This book is a brief introduction to the application and analysis of several basic runes. And Alvin needs this kind of book on the nature of magic to improve his background. At the same time, Fool George, run fast. I'll laugh at you for a semester if Filch catches you because of you. Stupid Fred, I was setting a big shit trap just now. Let's go. Let's run towards the library. A pair of red-haired twins were running down the hallway, dodging Filch's pursuit. But there was not a trace of worry on their faces. They were all smirks after the prank was successful. Running and joking, gradually approached the library. At the same time, Alvin's ears moved, and he recovered from his immersive reading. Anyone here? Alvin tilted his head in thought, his hands constantly moving. After extinguishing the light on his wand, he cast a disillusionment spell on himself, put the book back in place, and walked out of the library. Then, he saw the Weasley twins, who were running and playing, running towards them like two arrows. There was also a roar from a Hogwarts administrator from behind. I know you're right ahead. Don't let me catch you. I'm going to put you in confinement. A semester of confinement. Alvin. At this time, Alvin's head hurt a little, but he didn't expect that someone would bring the devil into the village. Bah. He brought Filch to the library. He did all kinds of calculations and never imagined that his perfect night tour plan would be disrupted by these two scumbags. But he didn't mean to help either. The twins are already in the 3rd grade this year, and they have already gained experience with Filch, so they don't need anyone's help at all. Anyway, I can't read the book anymore. Why don't I watch the play here? Asterisk. Sure enough, the Weasley twins were so tall that they secretly spilled some food to mislead Mrs. Norris and lead Filch away. Alvin looked at the twins and found it interesting. When watching a movie in a previous life, the Weasley twins were very eye-catching. As the mischief king of Hogwarts, each film has its own ridiculous operation. Sadly, Fred died in the end. There is only one twin left, and from now on, they are alone. Alvin also regretted this in his previous life, but it didn't stop him from now preparing to play tricks on them. Who let the twins disrupt his night tour plans? Watching the twins walking ahead, oblivious to the impending danger, Alvin gave him a wicked smile. With a finger of the wand, on the side of the corridor, a pair of armored helmets suddenly fell to the ground, making a loud noise. Boom! In this empty corridor, there was even an echo. The twins who just passed by were startled. Quickly looked back to see what happened. But what puzzled them was that only one helmet fell on the ground, and there was no other person. In the distance, Mrs. Norris's voice and Filch's footsteps were heard again. The twins were so frightened that they panicked and didn't bother to check what happened, so they hurriedly followed the stairs next to them and climbed to the 4th floor. Alvin held back his laughter and restrained his footsteps, followed by the twins. Haha. Students of the night tour, I have to tell Filch. Suddenly, Alvin heard a voice from the corner of the stairs on the 4th floor. It turned out that Peeves had found the twins. Peeves roamed the castle as usual, looking for opportunities to mischief and cause chaos. When he came to the 4th floor, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps and then floated in the direction of the sound. It was at this moment that the twins who were fleeing in embarrassment appeared in front of his eyes, which made him very happy. Although he and the Weasleys stink, both like mischief. But that doesn't mean he won't trick them. There can only be one Mischief King at Hogwarts, and that is his Lord Peeves. He, the Weasley's kid, got caught by the Great Peeves? As long as you say, the Great Lord Peeves is the most mischievous person at Hogwarts, I'll consider letting you go. How about that? Peeves opened his mouth wide and let out a weird smile. Appears very proud. The twins looked at each other, and Fred looked at Peeves with a smile on his face. The Great Lord Peeves. The most mischievous person at Hogwarts. George followed. Then the twins looked at each other again, and all of a sudden they laughed and said in unison, "Of course it's us." After saying that, the twins ran to the right, leaving Peeves in a huff and jumping in place.
Puffed.
Alvin couldn't help it anymore and laughed out loud. The twins are so funny, and this situation can even tease Peeves.
Who?
Peeves was startled when he heard the laughter, but he immediately realized that there were little ghosts hiding around. Then looked around. Alvin also wanted to see what other fun the twins could create, and he didn't want to be haunted by Peeves. Seeing the chalk falling on the ground, it should have been used by Peeves to prepare to throw students away. With a finger on the wand, he whispered, "Wadi Vassi." The chalk that fell to the ground, like cannonballs, smashed at Peeves, one by one. Peeves was terrified. These chalk tips did not go through his body, but hurt him, and Peeves ran to the left corridor with a whimper. Alvin deliberately controlled the direction of the chalk, forcing Peeves to the opposite corridor from the Weasleys. But the corridor on the 4th floor, on the right, how is it so familiar? Suddenly, Alvin's face changed slightly. Dumbledore emphasized the direction that students were prohibited from going to at the opening ceremony, which was there. Isn't this where the copy of the first year is? If the twins broke into the abandoned classroom there, they would meet Livy, the three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor. When you don't know the weakness of the three-headed dog in the first level, it is still very dangerous. Didn't you see that a certain potions professor was bitten on his leg? Thinking of this, Alvin didn't stop, cast a light spell on his legs, and walked towards the corridor on the right. Sure enough, after walking for a while, I saw the twins, who were studying how to open the door of the abandoned classroom. Fred used an unlocking spell. The door opened in response, and the two rushed in excitedly. Elfin patted his forehead. Dumbledore's defense was too poor, and he didn't even set a counterspell for the unlocking spell. Are you afraid that Harry won't get in? He hurriedly followed the twins in, and then he saw a huge three-headed dog lying on a trapdoor, its three heads drooping quietly, as if sleeping. A stench hit his nostrils, and Alvin quickly held his breath. Good guy, these three-headed dogs also have their own biochemical attacks? The twins didn't respond so quickly. When asked about the stench, I don't know if it was George or Fred, and they blurted out, "It smells so bad." It was especially clear in this quiet environment. In an instant, the three heads of the three-headed dog opened their eyes at the same time. Two heads stared at the twins standing in front of him, and the other head looked at Alvin standing not far away. Apparently, the disillusionment charm doesn't mask the smell. It's just a spell that blends the caster with the surrounding environment. Suddenly, the head in the middle of the three-headed dog roared and pounced on the twins who were standing dumbfounded. The reaction of the two was not slow, and they pulled out their wands instantly, and the two obstacles were released. It's a pity that the two were just in the 3rd grade after all, and their magic power was not strong. The three-headed dog stumbled a little, and then continued to attack like a normal dog. This time Alvin didn't bother to hide anymore, and showed up directly. Quickly knock back. This spell, Alvin did his best. A red light shot out from the top of the wand and slammed into the three-headed dog. Boom! Like being hit by a truck, the three-headed dog flew out immediately and slammed into the classroom wall. There was a loud bang, and the twins were obviously startled, but they didn't expect there was a third person here. And Alvin didn't have time to explain to them. The three-headed dog's magic resistance is very high, and a knockback spell can't cause effective damage. Hurry up and put on some music to put the three-headed dog to sleep. Otherwise the movement will be too loud, and it will easily attract professors and even old bees. Alvin's mind wandered, shouting at the twins, "Sing! Sing the one you sang at the sorting ceremony." Although the twins were puzzled, they also knew that Alvin had made them do it with a purpose. Without any hesitation, the two sang Funeral March version Hogwarts school song. At this time, Alvin's scalp was numb. It's all this time. Do they still have time to make up for it? Fortunately, the three-headed dog didn't pick it up. After hearing the music, it stopped attacking, walked slowly to the trapdoor, and fell down. Seeing this, Alvin motioned Gemini with him to slowly exit the door with his eyes, then closed the door gently and locked the door with a spell. He exhaled softly. Turning around, Alvin was startled, only to see Gemini looking at him curiously. The twins exchanged glances and quickly put their arms on Alvin's shoulders. "Dear Master Gaunt, thank you. I'm Fred, and this is my brother George," said one of them. "Stupid Fred, I'm the older brother," another hurriedly retorted. Alvin twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard what they called him. What the hell is it called, Master Gaunt? Seeing the two making fun of themselves, Alvin did not show weakness. "Master Weasley, I was specially sent by the headmaster, Mr. Dumbledore, to protect you. You can call me a guardian." Looking at Alvin's seriousness, Fred and George seemed really taken aback. "Did the principal really send you here? Did he find us on our night tour?" Fred couldn't help asking. George is also a little nervous. For the principal, the twins still have some fears in the lawlessness. "Of course not, I also came out for a night tour." Alvin rolled his eyes angrily and explained to them. "It turns out that the sound just now was made by you." After the twins heard it, they said in unison, "I just read the book in the library for a while, and you brought Filch here." Alvin didn't refute. "Then why didn't we see you just now? What is the spell?" George didn't care about this, but was very curious about the magic that Alvin suddenly appeared just now. If they also learned, they can be completely afraid of Filch and his cat. This is the Phantom Body spell. If you want to learn it, go to the Forbidden Area to find it. I learned it by coincidence. Alvin didn't hide it. He still had a good impression of these two living treasures. If possible, he would like to get the Marauder's map from the twins to study. George and Fred looked at each other and saw the eagerness in the other's eyes. As for the Forbidden Area, not a problem at all for Gemini. Alvin stretched and followed the twins for such a lap. It was not too early. He was going to go back to rest. "Okay, I'm going back to rest. If the two Weasley masters have nothing to do, I'll go first." Alvin continued to be eccentric. George and Fred were not annoyed. Instead, they showed a big smile. "This friend can get along, and he is really good. You should really come to Gryffindor, Master Gaunt." George gave a thumbs up. Such Alvin was very much to their appetite. Alvin is much more interesting than his brother Ron. Alvin waved at them without saying anything, turned and left. And where the twins went, Alvin didn't know. But he was certain that it was definitely not the way to the Gryffindor Lounge. When I came to the door of the Ravenclaw Lounge, I gently touched the Bronze Eagle door knocker, and then the Bronze Eagle door knocker recovered. Regardless of whether the little wizard in front of him violated the school rules, he faithfully performed his duties. 2 pairs of father and son went to buy hats. Why I only bought 3? Because there are 3 generations of grandparents, grandfather, father, and son. After entering the lounge smoothly, Alvin raised his head inadvertently, and then he froze. Because a girl was standing next to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, looking at him blankly. "Autumn." "Alvin." The two spoke at the same time, and Alvin asked first. "Why are you here?" "I'm here to get this Quidditch training guide." Chio answered Alvin's question in a daze, and then he realized that Alvin's problem was more serious at this time, right? "Why did you come back at this time? What did you do?" Facing Chio's questioning, Alvin couldn't hide it, so he had to tell Chio everything about tonight, including why he sneaked out and how he met the twins. Even the last 4th floor corridor was said. When it was said that he secretly slapped a handful of Fred and George, Chio Zhao's flower branches trembled, leaning back and forth. However, when he heard the 3-headed dog behind him, Chio's face was full of tension again. When he heard the weakness of the 3-headed dog, he was relieved and immediately became excited. "It's so cool, Alvin. You've only been at school for 2 days, and you went out for a night tour. I've been here for more than a year and haven't tried it yet. Next time there is such a fun thing, be sure to call me." Looking at Chio, who was extremely excited, Alvin cried out in his heart. I didn't expect Chio to look gentle and quiet, so was my heart so wild? But also, as a future Ravenclaw seeker, she must also have the gene for the pursuit of excitement in her blood. Rubbing Chio's head, Alvin smiled dotingly. No problem. Next time I have something fun, I'll tell you. But not recently. Although I go out every night, I just read a book, it's boring. Feeling the temperature above her head, Chio Tion smiled and obeyed Alvin's arrangement. The two talked for a while and then went back to sleep. The next morning, Alvin followed the other Ravenclaw wizards to the basement for potions class. During the period, they also met the little lions of Gryffindor, who went with them. Harry said hello to Alvin, and without saying a word, was pulled away by his roommates. It may be the butterfly effect caused by the arrival of Alvin. The number of Hufflepuffs this year is exceptionally large, which is almost the same as the sum of the other 3 colleges. So the school decided that after their term, Hufflepuff would take classes alone, and the other 3 colleges would take classes together. So this class not only has Gryffindor, but also Slytherin. Remembering that he hasn't signed in today, Alvin said to the system silently in his heart. System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host. Get a copy of Potions Knowledge, purple.
So lucky?
Alvin raised his eyebrows, and with the share he had received before, he was now about the same potion level as the outstanding 4th-year student. Having punched Snape in the face during the sorting ceremony, he thought Snape would find his way back in potions. Jung worried that his potion level might not be enough, and the system sent timely rain. Sure enough, it's my eldest son, system. Dad loves you. Asterisk. At exactly 9 o'clock, Professor Snape in a black robe appeared at the door of the classroom on time. He strode in. The wind was blowing under his feet, and the hem of his robe fluttered in the wind behind his back. Alvin suspects the professor is wearing the same robe he wore the last time he visited his house. In other words, all his clothes are the same. Snape passed by the crowd coldly. Without speaking, he walked straight to the podium and glanced at the students of the 3 academies present. Among them, it stayed on Alvin's body for 3 seconds, and then on Harry's body for 5 seconds. Snape didn't speak, opened the roll call, and started the roll call. His voice was not magnetic, a little deep, and revealing a deep indifference, he spoke the name in a gentle pace. But it always sounded sarcastic. Finally, he pronounced Alvin's name. He didn't say anything, just stared at Alvin for a few seconds. Alvin didn't run away and looked directly at Snape. But there was still a little more apology in his eyes. When Snape went to guide him as a freshman, he obviously thought he would go to Slytherin, but he didn't expect Alvin to be so disrespectful. Alvin was a little embarrassed about that, too. After all, he hated the atmosphere of Slytherin, not Snape, the dean. Maybe he understood the message that Alvin wanted to convey in his eyes. Snape didn't say much and continued to roll names. Then, he clicked on Harry's name. It stopped again. Oh yes, he whispered. Harry Potter. This is our new big name. Put. Alvin turned his head, and Draco Malfoy and his 2 entourages were covering their mouths and laughing. Seeing Alvin look over, he glared at him not to be outdone. Alvin ignored it and let Harry fall in love with him and kill him. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this arrogant child. Harry's sudden targeting made him uncomfortable, but what he didn't know was that it was just the beginning. Worse days are yet to come. Snape ignored the farce under the stage and said slowly to all the little wizards, "You are here to learn the precise science and rigorous craftsmanship of this potion preparation, and since there are no foolish wands here, many of you will not believe it is magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of that simmering cauldron with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. You don't really understand the fluid that flows into people's blood vessels, the kind of ecstasy and blurred will. Magical power. I can teach you how to increase your prestige, brew glory, and even prevent death." A burst of very bewitching words came out of Snape's mouth. Haven't waited for everyone to fully appreciate it. He suddenly spoke again. "Potter, what do you get if you add powdered narcissus bulbs to the sap of wormwood?" Harry was dumbfounded. What is narcissus? What is wormwood?
Who I am.
Harry didn't answer, just stared blankly at Snape, while Hermione, who was not far away, raised her right hand high. Too bad Snape ignored her. Alvin admired this scene, which can be described as the beginning of the feud between the two. From then on, Snape and Harry began to fall in love and kill each other. But here are these 3 questions. Alvin remembered an analysis by some great gods in his previous life. Snape's 3 questions have deeper implications. The most obvious is that the Narcissus, asphodel, used to make medicines is translated in Latin as, "My regrets follow you to the grave. My regrets follow you to the grave." It's hard for Alvin to imagine Snape looking at that Potter face, lily eyes. Harry looks very similar to his father, James Potter, and his eyes are exactly the same as his mother's. What kind of emotion? Hatred of James Potter, who bullied himself at school, or the guilt that he leaked information that led to Lily's death? Thinking of this, Alvin looked like Snape, with a little more pity and sympathy. Snape caught Alvin's eyes. He didn't understand what Alvin was thinking, and the look in his eyes changed, but that look made him feel a little uncomfortable, as if Alvin was sympathetically looking at a puppy. Snape rolled his eyes, stared at Alvin, and spoke coldly. "Mr. Gaunt, it's up to you to answer these 3 questions." Alvin was stunned at first, but he didn't expect to eat melon on his head. But he quickly reacted and answered. "Add the powder of the narcissus bulb to the sap of wormwood, and you will get the water of life and death, which is a powerful sleeping pill. The bezoar should be taken out in the stomach of the cow. And the aconitum aconitiformis and aconitum sinensis refer to the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite." Alvin answered 3 questions in one go, and then smiled to please Professor Snape. Snape didn't catch his breath. Not only did this kid answer him, but he actually provoked him. Without stopping, Snape asked again, "If I want to make a potion of vitality, what should I do with figs?"
Peel.
"What kind of potions can moonstone be used for?" "Melting potion, but it needs to be ground into powder." "What's the biggest difference between dream potion and life and death water?" "Dream potion has a strong hallucinogenic effect. Perhaps you should compare it to the ecstasy." The rest of the little wizards in the audience opened their mouths wide, watching the questions and answers between the two. Everyone's scalp was tingling, and they all fell into the same state as Harry. "Who I am? Where am I? What the hell are these 2 talking about?" Snape took a deep breath and stopped asking questions. Said sarcastically, "It is indeed the blood of the Gaunt family. These are not things you should learn now, but you are always ready to show them off." Alvin is very speechless. "You said that you didn't learn it now, then you still ask me what to do." Snape saw it hard to target Alvin, and then sprayed venom like Harry. "Did you hear that, Potter? It seems that not every little wizard who just entered school is as stupid and ignorant as you. Look at other people's little wizards." "Professor, Harry angrily prepared to retort, but it was a pity that Snape didn't give him a chance at all. "Gryffindor deducts 1 point for your stupidity." Then Snape looked at Alvin. 1 point for Ravenclaw. Then he spoke again. "Remember to add, 'Yes, Professor,' next time you answer the question. 2 points from Ravenclaw for your rudeness." Alvin didn't speak, knowing that anything he said now would just give Snape the chance to deduct his house points. The rest of the little wizards in the audience didn't dare to breathe, but unfortunately Snape didn't let them go. "Why are you looking at my face? Is there anything I just said on my face? Don't move and write it down." After speaking, he was not relieved, and followed another sentence. "You guys are the worst class I've ever had. Asterisk." Next, everyone was divided into 2 groups by Snape. In order to prevent Hermione from helping Harry, Snape dropped Hermione into a group with Alvin from a distance. Alvin's roommate, Michael Corner, who was also a Ravenclaw student, went to join Hermione's roommate, Lavender Brown. Alvin looked at the shaggy-haired girl in front of him. The messy hairstyle couldn't hide the girl's delicate face, and the slightly discordant front teeth slightly damaged the overall beauty. But it also makes the girl look a little more cute. "Well, it's a good loli." Nodding to Hermione, showing his friendliness, Alvin began to lower his head to handle the ingredients on hand. Herbs. Hermione, on the other hand, seemed a little hesitant to speak. But in the end she spoke up. "Alvin Gaunt, is your primary school in Garden Elementary?" Alvin raised his head in surprise and looked at Hermione. Yes, I graduated from Huayuan Elementary School. How did you know? Hermione let out a long sigh of relief, and the answer in her heart was finally confirmed. Then answered quickly. Sure enough, it's you. When I heard your name at the resorting ceremony, I guessed it like that. Immediately, Hermione extended her hand generously. Get to know me. My name is Hermione Granger, your primary school classmate, but I'm in class 4. I've heard your legend at the time. You can't come to school several times a year, but every time you're full marks. Alvin suddenly realized that he and Hermione were classmates in the same elementary school. He hadn't recognized Hermione because he was so busy making money at that time that he didn't go to school a few times. If he had known that he and Hermione were classmates, he would have been. Ahem, that's not punishable. Alvin also held out his hand and shook hands with Hermione. Nice to meet you, Miss Granger. It seems that we have a lot of fate. Just call me Hermione. In addition, you kept pressing me in elementary school. When you came to Hogwarts, I would not admit defeat. I must be on top of you. The girl looked at Alvin seriously and said with a swearing oath. Alvin smiled and didn't care. The girl in front of him was so serious. However, it's pretty cute. Mr. Gaunt, if I were you, what I would do now is not to tease my classmates, but to immediately put the powder of Viper Tooth into the cauldron. Snape's gloomy voice came from the side, causing Hermione to blush. However, Alvin's face was thick enough, and he calmly put the powder of Viper Fong into the cauldron and stirred it up. Seeing that Alvin was unmoved, Snape gave up targeting. Like a bat again, it floated to Harry's side, staring closely at Harry's every move, ready to spray at any time. Just like that, an hour later, a group of little wizards walked out of the potions classroom with dejected faces. Especially Harry, who had been sprayed by Snape into a delirious, confused mind. He had a playful expression on his face. Just now, Snape had deducted 5 points from Gryffindor because of his irregular operation. And Alvin stayed, and seeing Harry's tragic condition, he felt the need to chat with Snape. He didn't want to be stared at by an old bat. Although he was not afraid, it was a trouble after all. Mr. Gaunt, I think you should leave my classroom now. Do you want me to lock you up by staying here? Snape started again, and the taste was too strong. Alvin is also unambiguous and gets right to the point. Professor, I think we can talk. Snape didn't speak, and stared at the young man in front of him with his black eyes like a pool of stagnant water. Alvin continued. I'm sorry, Professor, I don't want to see what happened at the sorting ceremony, but you saw it too, the mouth of the sorting hat, too soon. As you said, although I am from the Gaunt family, I am a half-blood. As far as I know, Slytherin is not very welcome to students like me. Ravenclaw was a better choice for me, and for the rest of Slytherin. With that said, Alvin looked at Snape, waiting for his reply. The expression on Snape's face didn't change at all. He just stood there, watching Alvin silently. For a moment, the entire classroom fell silent, and Alvin could even hear Snape's breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Snape finally spoke. Mr. Gaunt, there are some things that I can stop here, but the behavior of some students is beyond my control, even if I am their dean. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief, and the matter was finally resolved. He also wanted to have a good relationship with Snape and learn more about potions. Of course, Professor, I only care about your attitude. As for the others, it doesn't matter. Then I'll take my leave. After speaking, Alvin gave a slight salute and left the classroom. Snape looked at the back of Alvin's departure and said nothing for a long time. With deep eyes, he quietly looked into the distance. If I could be like him at the time, Lily, would we have a different ending? Snape muttered to himself, and 2 crystal drops appeared in his eyes. What Snape thought, Alvin didn't know that now he was stopped by Fred and George.
Ah.
Good afternoon, Master Gaunt. Fred and George exaggerated and gave Alvin a funny salute. Alvin was speechless and rolled his eyes. Don't be poor. What's the matter? Fred grinned and hugged Alvin's shoulders. Very familiar. George, and I sincerely invite you to join the Hogwarts night party tonight, this Saturday, at 12 o'clock in the evening. in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. See you there. Alvin was a little curious what the twins were pulling him to do, but he had nothing to do anyway, just to see what they were going to do. So Alvin agreed immediately. Seeing that Alvin agreed very readily, George and Fred walked away. After saying goodbye to the 2 living treasures, Alvin hurried to the auditorium and ate a few bites of lunch at random. There was a history of magic in the afternoon, so the time was a bit rushed. In the history of magic class, Alvin fell asleep directly, and his professor was a ghost, Professor Binns. The professor started to urinate the whole time. His tone did not fluctuate, and the person listening was drowsy. Alvin couldn't hold it, and after listening for 10 minutes, facing Hermione's hateful eyes not far away, he successfully fell asleep. At the same time, in the principal's office on the 8th floor, Snape and Dumbledore sat opposite each other, and a conversation about Alvin was about to start. Asterisk. The 8th floor, the principal's office. This is a large, bright circular room. The walls were covered with portraits of people, all with their eyes closed, but from their opening eyes from time to time, you could tell that they were just pretending to rest. On a high bench behind the desk, there must be a tattered hat, lying quietly on it, which if Alvin would have recognized it, it was the Sorting Hat. Snape and Dumbledore sat opposite each other. So, Severus, would you like something to drink or some afternoon dessert? Lemon sorbet? Toffee finger biscuits? Or some cockroach piles? Snape frowned and refused decisively. No, Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm here to discuss with you about Alvin Gaunt. Dumbledore seemed a little regretful when he heard Snape's refusal, but when he heard what Snape said behind him, he no longer bothered. Put down the book in his hand, cross his fingers, and place it on the table. His expression became serious. So, Severus, can you tell me what you think of Alvin Gaunt? Snape said calmly, calm, decisive, brilliantly gifted, and with a clear purpose. Still a sweetheart, Snape added at last. Oh! Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, and a flash of light disappeared. Dumbledore did not expect that such a high valuation would be heard from Snape. If Dumbledore understood correctly, did Snape make a bad joke at the end? Now Dumbledore is more interested in Alvin. I thought you would have some subjective prejudice against Mr. Gaunt about the sorting ceremony. I didn't expect you to rate him so highly. Yes, Dumbledore, this is what I think of him. I have a lot of things to do, and I don't want to waste my time on a first-year wizard, and added, although his surname is special, his character will not be the next Dark Lord. Without the Dark Lord, he found a little girlfriend on the first day he came to school, and he also tried to tease another Gryffindor. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile again when he heard this. No, Severus, I think you've misunderstood me. My concern for Mr. Gaunt is indeed because his surname is a little special. You know, his surname will definitely bring him some trouble, and Voldemort will come back after all. In some black magic, blood is often used. Tom's research in this area is to be admired even by me. Dumbledore explained the reason. Seeing that Snape had no intention of expressing his opinion, he continued to speak. Actually, during the summer vacation, I also did some little research on Mr. Gaunt. Having said this, Dumbledore also winked mischievously at Snape. Hearing this, Snape's expression became even more ugly. If you are sick, you have already ended up in person. So, what's the point of my observation today? Unexpectedly, the greatest white wizard of the 20th century would pay so much attention to a teenage boy. Thinking of this, Snape felt that it was necessary to get to know the headmaster of Hogwarts again. As if not seeing the change in Snape's expression, Dumbledore continued. I have been to the orphanage where Mr. Gaunt lived, and the people there spoke highly of him. Every year, Mr. Gaunt donated a lot of money to the orphanage's expenses. The most important thing is that he has a phoenix. The phoenix can greatly dispel the darkness in people's hearts and give them great courage. So, he is not the same as Tom. I let you observe him just because I think you can provide him with some help to make him grow faster. In this way, he can also better face the future. Crisis. When Snape heard this, it was as if he had eaten a dead fly and asked a Slytherin dean to teach a student who rejected Slytherin. Disgusting people are not so disgusting, right? But, remembering the conversation in the potions classroom, Snape hesitated. As if seeing through Snape's thoughts, Dumbledore followed closely. Of course, Phileas told me yesterday about Mr. Gaunt's talent in spells, and I think he should be very happy to train a good wizard for Ravenclaw. No, Snape interrupted Dumbledore. He is also the last bloodline of Slytherin in the UK. As the head of Slytherin, I have an obligation to provide some preferential treatment to the descendants of the founder. I'll go and talk to Mr. Gaunt. After speaking, Snape stood up and walked towards the door, ending the conversation. Dumbledore looked at Snape, who was leaving, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said to himself naturally, "Looks like there's another interesting little guy at Hogwarts who can make Snape so interested in him." At this time, the past principals on the wall no longer pretended to be dead, and one of the portraits spoke up, looking very angry. As a descendant of Slytherin, to choose Ravenclaw, this is a shame of pure blood. Headmaster Black, Mr. Gaunt is not pure blood. According to the investigation, his mother is the blood of the Gaunt family, and his father is just an ordinary muggle. Dumbledore explained with a smile. Hearing this, Principal Black became even more angry and kept saying some words beginning with F. The other irritable headmaster couldn't stand it any longer. He rushed into Blake's portrait with a punch, knocking Headmaster Blake to the ground. The two immediately started a scuffle. Dumbledore didn't care, and the other portraits watched the scene and started cheering for the grumpy headmaster. There were even two principals eager to join in. It seems that the Black principal is not very popular, and Dumbledore seemed to have never seen what happened before the portraits of these principals, and his deep eyes continued to flicker, as if he was thinking about something. Asterisk. Before you know it, Alvin's first week at Hogwarts has just passed, and his genius name has slowly spread at Hogwarts. He scored Ravenclaw in almost every class, except for the history of magic. Professor Binns never gives credit to students. Even Professor McGonagall went so far as to openly invite Erwin to join his Transfiguration Club. For the first time, Professor McGonagall has invited a freshman to join her shape-shifting club. For a time, Alvin's reputation spread among the little wizards, and coupled with his excellent appearance, no matter where he went, there would be little witches secretly observing him. When Alvin noticed their eyes, he quickly looked away shyly, but there were also daring little witches who were not only not shy, but also gave him a generous wink. It made Cho jealous again and again. Alvin's waist suffered a lot. On Friday afternoon, Alvin and Cho were doing their homework in the Ravenclaw lounge. Suddenly, Alvin remembered the invitation from the Weasley twins and looked up at Cho next to him. "Autumn, George and Fred invited me to meet in the hallway on the 4th floor at 12 tomorrow night. Do you want to come?" Cho raised his head and looked at Alvin in surprise. "Can I go?" Although Cho asked this, Alvin clearly saw the expectation in the eyes of the little witch. With a relaxed smile, Alvin replied affirmatively. "Of course you can, although I don't know what they called me, but you must have no problem coming. They seem to have invited others, too." Cho got an affirmative reply from Alvin and was very happy. He didn't care about any homework and kept pulling Alvin to chat about what they might do tomorrow. Obviously looking forward to it, Alvin simply put down the pen and chatted with Cho. "Homework or something, you can write anytime." And just like that, it's Saturday night. Near 12 o'clock, Alvin left his bedroom and came to the lounge. In the lounge, only Cho sat there, holding a copy of the history of Irish Quidditch in his hand. It's just that her eyes glanced at the door of the boy's bedroom from time to time. Obviously, the mind is not on the book. Seeing Cho's anxiety, Alvin also walked to her side in 3 or 2 steps and patted her head gently. "Smile fondly. I kept you waiting, let's go now." Cho returned a warm smile, put down the book, and followed Alvin out of the lounge. Alvin took out his wand, held Cho with one hand, and gently tapped Cho's body with the other hand, and Cho's figure suddenly became transparent. Then Alvin clicked on himself and disappeared. Autumn feels very magical. He stretched out his other hand and shook it, but she didn't see it. What kind of magic is this? So amazing. Illusory body spell. If you want to learn it, I'll teach you back. Now hold my hand tightly, don't let it go, or I won't be able to find out where you are. If George and Fred were here, they would definitely complain about Alvin's double standard. We will be forced to secretly go to the forbidden book area to study, and Chio will teach you by hand. Of course, if Alvin knew about it, he would definitely not care. Just kidding, you are not soft lowly. Where do so many demands come from? The two held hands all the way and came to the right corridor on the 4th floor, where they found the twins standing in a corner with a black brother next to them. After dispelling the illusion, Alvin waved at the three. George, Fred. The three of them turned around in an instant and saw the two of them holding hands. One of the twins has a funny tone. As expected of Master Gaunt, even if you go out at night, you have to bring a beautiful girl with you. Xiao Wenyan lowered her head shyly. Although many people knew about her relationship with Alvin, she still felt embarrassed when she heard the twins teasing. Alvin slapped the twins on the shoulders angrily. This is Xiao, my girlfriend. Won't you introduce me to this one? Alvin saw the little black brother next to him. Without waiting for the twins to speak, the little black brother spoke by himself and introduced himself. Hi, my name is Lee Jordan, brothers George and Fred, and they mentioned you to me, Alvin Gaunt. You did a great job that day, and it's been a long time since anyone could successfully prank them. After he finished speaking, he gave a thumbs up, showing his big white teeth, and smiled at Alvin. Chio's eye covered his mouth hard to prevent himself from laughing. Lee Jordan looked so naive. Alvin couldn't help but want to laugh, but he remembered who he was. The Quidditch narrator in the movie was always reprimanded by Professor McGonagall for pulling sidelines. Best friends of Fred and George. Nod to Lee Jordan. Just call me Alvin. After a few people got to know each other, Alvin asked curiously, So, what are we doing out so late? And Lee, what's in the bag you're holding? George and Fred looked at each other and smiled mysteriously. Nervously, he leaned over to Alvin's side. We're going to take you to one of the most mysterious places in Hogwarts, and trust me, you'll love it. As for what's in the bag, you'll find out. After finishing speaking, regardless of Alvin's reaction, the two took Lee Jordan and led the way downstairs. Alvin and Chio looked at each other and could only follow behind. Luckily, along the way, the group did not encounter Filch and his cat. Came to the basement floor. When he got here, he understood that he was going to the kitchen. Sure enough, the twins stopped before another picture full of food. Among them, a silver bowl filled with various fruits. One of the twins stepped forward and gently scratched a large green pear. Pear wriggled, smiled silly, and suddenly protruded from the painting and twisted into a doorknob. Then, with a pull, the door opened. Walk through the door, and inside is a large room with a very high ceiling. The area is almost the same size as the auditorium, and there are many clean copper dishes stacked against the surrounding stone walls. More than 100 elves are busy inside. After seeing Alvin and his party coming in, a house elf who seemed to be the lead came over. Bow respectfully. Good evening, Mr. Weasley and his companions. My name is Ning. May I be of any assistance to you? Apparently, the twins are regulars here, and the elves already know them. The twins are also welcome, and said carelessly, Get us some dinner, some dessert, and by the way, get us a pot of black tea and a few cups. Asterisk. After leaving the kitchen, Chio was still in a stunned state. It wasn't until she reached an abandoned classroom that she regained her senses. I didn't know there were so many elves in the kitchen at Hogwarts. Autumn sighed with emotion. Although Chio is already in 2nd grade, she really doesn't know that their usual food is made by house elves. Alvin nodded in agreement. Although he had known many elves at Hogwarts for a long time, he was still shocked when he saw more than 100 house elves working together again. Walking into the classroom, the twins and Lee skillfully put the food on the table. Roast lamb, roast chicken, fried sausage, Cornish pie, Yorkshire pudding, pumpkin pie, and a bisque. Finally, Lee Jordan opened the bag in his hand, and there were several bottles inside, which contained a golden liquid. What is this? Looking at the bottles, Chio asked curiously. Butterbeer. The twins showed off proudly. How did you buy it? Will they sell it to minors? Lee Jordan shrugged. When I grew up like me, the waiter of 3 Brooms didn't even ask my age and sold it to me directly. Poofed. Hearing Lee's answer, Cho couldn't help laughing out loud. Indeed, it is really difficult for you to tell how old a black man is, and he looks old. Looking at the sumptuous food on the table, Alvin's appetite also came up. You know it's already midnight, and it's 5 or 6 hours before dinner time. Stomach is really bad. But he still asked Cho to drink less. Cho frowned and Cheongbee agreed. Come on, let's toast, and know that our Hogwarts Night Squad has a new member. George pulled over a stool, stepped on it with one foot, raised the wine bottle in his hand, and motioned to the crowd. Cheers! The rest of the people also had a similar example bottle and touched it. After drinking it, Alvin felt that the taste was unexpectedly soft, and the wine taste was not strong. Looking at Cho also seemed to think that the taste of this thing was good, and even took a few sips. Seeing Alvin quickly stopped her. The dinner has just started. Don't get drunk as soon as you come up. Although butterbeer is not strong, it is also alcoholic. Alvin, this is really good. I wanted to try it a long time ago, but my parents always said I was not an adult and wouldn't let me drink it. After 2 glasses of wine, Cho's little face turned red and excitedly said to Alvin. Today's behavior made her very excited. Cho, who has been a good girl since she was a child, has never been so arrogant. She broke at least 10 school rules in one night and drank alcohol. Looking at Cho Jiao's naive appearance, Alvin also found it very interesting. Cokes. If you like it, I will often bring you here in the future. Call. The twins and Lee Jordan next to him were booing. Alvin, we know of many secret passages to Hogsmeade. If you want to go, contact us in advance next time. George and Fred took it all in. Alvin smiled and nodded. A few people stopped talking, burying their heads and eating hard, clinking glasses and drinking butterbeer from time to time. A small banquet was formed in this abandoned classroom. Soon, the food on the table was wiped out and several people ate it. Feeling uncomfortable sitting like this, Alvin took out his wand, summoned a few chairs with a flying charm, and cast a transfiguration charm, turning them into reclining chairs. After a few people saw it, their eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? They all lay down immediately. Off. Everyone let out a satisfied sigh, and let out a sigh of relief. Cho next to him couldn't help but sigh. Alvin, your transfiguration is really good. Our second graders haven't learned how to transform such a large object. Fred, next to him, also gave a thumbs up. Don't say that you will accept it for 2 years, even we will not. It seems that pulling Alvin into our Hogwarts Night tour group is indeed a correct choice. Alvin waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. He gently held the little hand of the girl next to him, and his body rhythmically swayed on the reclining chair. For a time, there was only the sound of the rocking chair shaking in the entire classroom. After a while, Alvin stretched and asked the twins lazily, "Don't you have 2 brothers at Hogwarts? Why didn't you call them this time?" "You mean Percy and Ron?" "Don't be kidding. If we let our prefect know what we did today, we'll get a roaring letter from Mom the next day." Fred's voice sounded with a firm tone. "As for our Ronnie, that's Mom's good baby. How could we have damaged him?" After that, Fred laughed himself, and the rest of the people also laughed when they heard it. Percy's reputation is not very good in Gryffindor, and the Little Lions are complaining because of his prefect status. Alvin also always believed that someone as ambitious as Percy should go to Slytherin, not Gryffindor. It might be because of his bloodline that the Sorting Hat didn't even look at Percy's other qualities. After all, the Weasleys were born Gryffindors. Afterwards, George and Fred shared some of their deeds of glory over the past 2 years. Even shared some secret passages at Hogwarts. Alvin and Xiao Ting enjoyed it with gusto and felt that the twins' campus life was really exciting. The happy time is always short. After a while, everyone felt a little sleepy. After cleaning up the classroom and restoring everything to its original state, several people went back to their respective lounges. Alvin was afraid they would be caught by Filch after drinking a lot of butterbeer, so the twins and Lee cast a disillusionment charm. A few people left. Asterisk. Watching the twins and Lee leave the back, Alvin said to Chio, "Let's go back too." At this time, Chio was already a little drunk, his eyes were blurred, and he could only subconsciously nod in agreement. Looking at Chio like this, Alvin could only helplessly shake his head, stretched out his hand to embrace Chio in his arms, and felt the girl's weakness and bonelessness. Alvin kept reciting the three-character mantra in his heart. This is not a punishment, this is not a punishment, just raise it for a few more years. The two came to Ravenclaw's office. Chio walked for a while, and his consciousness returned a lot. However, feeling the warm embrace of the young man, he didn't make a sound, just enjoying it silently. Thank you, Alvin. After speaking, Chio gathered up his courage and gently touched Alvin's handsome cheek with his moist lips. Even without looking back, he ran towards the bedroom, appearing a little flustered. Alvin froze in place. Recalling the feeling of Ruawu just now, he muttered to himself, "What are you running? I don't feel anything here." Laughing dumbly, Alvin also walked back to his dormitory, and with this trace of warmth, he fell asleep. On Thursday, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and the little wizards of Gryffindor came to a large meadow in front of the castle. Today is their first flying lesson of the semester. The young wizards of many wizarding families are constantly boasting about their childhood flight managers with their companions, especially a group of little wizards from Slytherin House. Draco Malfoy was showing off the helicopter he swept away from a family of muggles, and complaining loudly that first-year students can't play Quidditch is very unfair. During the conversation, his eyes glanced at Harry, and Alvin, who was chatting with Hermione, seemed very sad that they had never ridden a broom since they were children. Alvin didn't have time to deal with Malfoy's boast. He's comforting little Loli now. It's okay, Hermione. Harry, have never ridden a broom, and many little wizards are talking big. You don't have to be so nervous. Alvin softly comforted the brown-haired Loli in front of him. Hermione has been abnormal since she knew she was going to have a flying lesson. I heard from Harry that during breakfast in the morning, Hermione kept chanting the content of the book, The Magic of Quidditch. Neville next to him also listened hard to Hermione's nagging, hoping to learn some useful knowledge to help him in training for a while. I can't care that the memory ball in my hand keeps flashing again. After a while, their teacher, Mrs. Hooch, arrived. Pointing at a bunch of floating swipes with your wand came towards them. Then everyone got a share. Alvin looked at the broom in his hand, and suddenly he didn't dare to try it. The broom in his hand was very worn, and a lot of branches and leaves had fallen off the tail. Okay, now, stretch out your right hand over the broom handle. Mrs. Hooch whistled. Then say, get up. Get up. Alvin concentrated and called out to the broom lying on the ground. The broom jumped into his hand immediately, as did Harry. However, the other little wizards did not go so well. Hermione's broom rolled a few times and ignored her. Malfoy also yelled several times before the broom flicked into his hand, almost hitting his nose. Next, Mrs. Hooch explained some techniques and then signaled everyone to try it out. Listen to my whistle. 3,
2,
1, kick. Alvin chopped lightly under his feet and floated smoothly in the air. He suddenly found that his riding level was good, and the effect of the Blue Flight Experience book was already very strong. The broom will change direction according to his mind, rising and falling. Neville, who was not far away, was not so lucky. Maybe he was too nervous. When he kicked off the ground, he seemed to have used his milk strength. Whoosh! I saw Neville shot straight into the sky, at an angle close to 90 degrees. The speed was so fast that Mrs. Hoochie next to her didn't react. Neville was already 20 feet off the ground. More unfortunately, Neville's hand slipped from the broom, and he fell straight from the air to the grass below the ground. Madame Hooch was so frightened that she hurriedly tried to catch him with a floating charm, but maybe it was too fast, and Mrs. Hooch's floating charm didn't hit Neville. Just as the group of little wizards turned pale with fright, a few of the little witches had already covered their eyes, as if they had foreseen the tragic situation of that one for a while. Wingardium Leviosa. At this time, a firm and clear voice came. It was Alvin. Alvin's levitation charm steadily hit Neville in the air, and Neville's falling speed instantly slowed down, and then fell gently to the ground with the wave of his wand. The rest stared blankly at the scene, and the little witches who covered their eyes also put down their hands and looked at Neville, who was safe and sound.
Wow.
In an instant, most of the little wizards cheered, and some even applauded. Oh, Merlin. Mrs. Hooch also came back to her senses and hurriedly stepped up to help Neville up and checked. Still worried, she decided to take Neville to the school hospital for a checkup. Ravenclaw +10. What a wonderful floating spell, Mr. Gaunt. Before leaving, she did not forget to add 10 points to Alvin. After all, if it wasn't for Erwin, Neville would be miserable today, and if she made such a big mistake, it wouldn't be much better. When Mrs. Hooch was gone, Malfoy laughed loudly at Neville, and he also discovered Neville's memory ball. Picked it up. At this point, Harry couldn't stand it any longer. Bring it here, Malfoy, Harry whispered to Malfoy. Malfoy laughed wildly. How about I put it on a tree and let Longbottom pick it up? After that, without waiting for Harry to agree, he got on his broom and flew, and shouted provocation at Harry. Come and get it if you can, Scarhead. Harry was also annoyed when he heard that, so he got on his broom and flew towards Malfoy. The genes inherited from James Potter made him quickly learn to control the broom and chased Malfoy in the sky. Alvin watched the scene in front of him, which was why Harry was drafted into the Quidditch team in his first year. Sure enough, he is the son of luck, so he can't rely on strength, but only on sports. In foreign countries, people with strong athletic ability are much more popular than those who study well. Admiring the good show of the two of you chasing me in the air, Alvin rubbed his chin and thought about it. At this moment, there was a sudden scream from the side. It turned out to be Hermione. Hermione was very anxious when she saw Harry rushing up. She jumped involuntarily, but she forgot that she was maintaining the position of riding a broom ready to take off. In this way, Hermione rushed into the sky like an arrow from the string. Asterisk. All the little wizards cheered loudly when they saw Hermione soaring into the sky, thinking that Hermione was going up to stop the fight between the two. But gradually, they realized something was wrong. How could this Hermione scream? Alvin was also stupid. A group of arrogant children really thought that Hermione would know how to use a broom, and they were still applauding from the ground. But Alvin couldn't care less about complaining. He clamped his legs, bent his knees, and kicked, and the whole person also flew into the sky and flew towards Hermione. Alvin accelerated desperately and quickly approached Hermione. Hermione, don't move, keep your balance. In the sky, Alvin shouted at Hermione. But how could Hermione remain calm now, her hand desperately clutching on the broom, for fear that she would fall off if she let go? But not knowing what happened, Hermione's broom shook violently a few times, and then the speed suddenly increased, flying towards the distant woods. Alvin was also in a hurry. The whole person fell down, and his upper body was almost all attached to the broom. The comet broom, which had reached its limit, accelerated again and made a creaking sound, as if it was about to fall apart at any time. Alvin couldn't care less about that. He could clearly see that Hermione's hand was running out of hand on the broom. Sure enough, within 2 seconds, Hermione couldn't hold on any longer, and the broom with her hands detached fell straight down. And Alvin sprinted with all his strength, finally, when Hermione was still 2 meters away from the ground. Alvin successfully came under her, released the broom with both hands, stretched out his hand, and perfectly caught Hermione, who was about to fall on the ground. When the arms sank, the whole broom pressed down a lot, almost touching the ground, for fear that the broom would fall apart. Alvin clenched his legs and leaned back, slowing down. When he landed with Hermione in his arms, the entire broom was completely divided into several sections, completely scrapped. Hermione stared blankly at Alvin, who was holding her back in his arms. Her mouth widened. Finally, little girl. Wow, I cried, and it was really sad for those who heard it, and those who heard it wept. Merlin, how dare you? There was Professor McGonagall's disbelieving voice in the distance. Alvin looked back and found Professor McGonagall rushing towards them. Behind him was a woeful Harry. And further away, Professor Flitwick ran towards him again. But with his short legs, this is not a long distance. Mr. Gaunt. Miss Granger. You are. Before Professor McGonagall's almost roaring words were finished, he saw Hermione crying in Alvin's arms. All of a sudden, he was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. "Sorry, Professor, Hermione didn't mean it. She just wanted to help." Afterwards, Alvin explained what had just happened, deliberately emphasizing that Hermione was just a mistake rather than deliberately rushing into the sky. Hearing Alvin's explanation, Professor McGonagall opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. She understood that Alvin was speaking for Hermione, and that she had also saved the little lion in her own house. She also has to thank Alvin. "Mr. Gaunt, are you all right?" At this time, Professor Flitwick came panting, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he was a little overwhelmed. He just heard the shouts and found that the little wizards in the flying class below were not watched by the professor, so he came down to see what was going on. He didn't expect to see Alvin riding a broom to catch Hermione as soon as he got downstairs, which scared him to the core. "I'm fine, Professor. It's just that Hermione needs some rest." Alvin said he had nothing to do, and he was holding a little lowly, not to mention how beautiful. "Mr. Gaunt, please help me get Miss Granger to the school hospital. Also, thank you for your help today. 20 points from Ravenclaw. Potter, come with me to the office." Taking a look at the current Hermione, I found that she was no longer crying, but only sobbed from time to time. Professor McGonagall also knew that the little girl had a thin skin, so she simply asked Alvin to send the Buddha to the west. Alvin didn't refuse, and didn't ask Hermione's suggestion. In the school medical room, looking at Hermione, who was still burying her head in his arms, Alvin said helplessly, "Okay, Hermione, it's just you and me here. You can let me go." Hermione didn't respond at all. Alvin is speechless. "If I don't get up again, my clothes are soaking wet." The little witch finally had some reaction, raised her head, a little face with pear flowers and rain and 2 blushes. I don't know if she was crying just now or was stuffy in Alvin's arms. Looking very endearing. Seeing the little witch raised her head and didn't speak, Alvin could only continue to coax. "Okay, today was just an accident. Everything has passed. I will practice more in the future. I'll never ride a broom again." Hermione reacted violently, directly interrupting Alvin's next words. Alvin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, knowing that he couldn't go against her at this time, so he followed Hermione's words to comfort him. Finally, with Alvin's unremitting efforts, the little witch finally fell asleep. Today's events were a little too exciting for Hermione, and a good night's sleep would also help restore her spirits. Finally, Alvin dragged his tired body to the door of the Ravenclaw lounge. Although the physical energy consumption is not large, but just now I have been protecting the broom with magic power, coupled with the overload urging. Alvin's mental consumption is indeed a lot. He decided to go back and take a good nap to refresh himself. But when he entered the lounge, he noticed something was wrong. It was too quiet. The moment he walked in, the little wizards in the lounge all looked up at him. This made Alvin a little hairy.
"Cool.
Alvin." At this moment, a senior witch spoke, and then the whole lounge suddenly became noisy. "Yes, it was so cool just now. Yeah, you can be so good in first year. You should join the Quidditch team." All the little wizards are excited. The hero saves the beauty plus the exciting process. This mobilized the emotions of most of the Ravenclaw students who were witches. Alvin stared blankly at the excited crowd, and the whole person was still a little confused. Did the news spread so quickly? Before he could think about it, a figure rushed to his side and threw himself into his arms. "It is autumn." Alvin hurriedly embraced Cho, and before he could speak, Cho's voice came over. "Alvin, are you okay?" Cho pulled Alvin nervously, anxiously checking to see if there were any signs of injury on Al's body. "It's fine, Cho, I'm fine." Gently stroked the girl's hair. Alvin felt the girl's concern and warmed his heart. Seeing that Alvin was really fine, Cho also breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he twisted the soft flesh around Alvin's waist angrily, expressing his dissatisfaction. Alvin knew that this was the little witch's jealousy, that he sacrificed his life to save Hermione. No choice but to laugh. Trying to make a fool of yourself. Looking at the crowd around, Chio knew that now was not the time to investigate, and Chio retired sensible. The little eagles next to them saw that the young couple had finished talking. Immediately, Wu Yongyang rushed up. Alvin, how did you ride the comets so fast? Alvin, is this really your first time riding a broom? I heard that you caught the Gryffindor at once. Is it really that powerful? Let me touch.
Hiss.
How can this still be used? Alvin panicked. This is to be wiped out. At this moment, Roger Davis pushed through the crowd. He is the captain of Ravenclaw Quidditch. It's the guy who asked Alvin at the sorting ceremony to teach him how to chase girls. Roger struggled to push the crowd away and shouted at Alvin. Alvin, Professor Flitwick asked you to come to his office. Alvin Shunjian seemed to have caught a life-saving straw. Shouted loudly. Everyone, let's go. I'm going to find Professor Flitwick. If you have any questions, please wait until I come back. Seeing that Flitwick asked Alvin to go to his office, the kittens had to make way. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief and ran out of the lounge door as if running for his life. If he stayed any longer, he didn't know how much tofu would be eaten. At the same time, what happened in the flying class also spread to several other colleges. First, Alvin's levitating spell saves Neville, then Harry and Malfoy's air chase, and finally Alvin's hero saves Beauty. With so many things happening in one class, how could the little wizards not be curious? Gryffindor Lounge. Harry swooped down from a height of 20 feet. A few inches off the ground, grabbed Neville's memory ball, and stopped in an instant. Ron was dancing about Harry's deeds in flying class, as if he had done it all. Suddenly, George and Fred hugged Ron. Okay, Ronnie, you've talked about Harry a lot. Now tell us about Alvin. Yeah, Ron. Tell me what Alvin did to save Hermione. A little witch next to him also said to Ron, her name is Angelina John, a chaser in Granfendo. Okay. Ron was a little frustrated, but because of the twins' arms on his shoulders, he reluctantly told how Alvin caught up to Hermione and caught him. And Hufflepuff Academy also has little wizards who have a good impression of Alvin after learning about the matter, as an academy that is basically honest. They appreciate Alvin's desperate behavior to save lives. But Slytherin's attitude towards Alvin was a lot more ambiguous. On the one hand, Alvin slapped Slytherin in the face at the resorting ceremony, and this time he was in the limelight again. Many little snakes are ready to find a chance to teach Alvin a lesson. On the other hand, there are some little witches who are very fond of Alvin's face. In addition, Alvin is capable of both writing and martial arts. Not only does he perform well in class, but he is also good at sports. Slytherin's nature to worship the strong makes them unable to be hostile to Alvin. As a result, two different factions of Slytherin actually set off a big debate because of Alvin. Alvin didn't know the influence of this matter was so great. Now he has come to the door of Professor Flitwick's office and knocked gently on the door. Please come in. Flitwick's voice came from inside, and Alvin pushed open the door and walked in. It was the same as last time. After a glance, Alvin walked to the desk. Sit down, Mr. Gaunt. Seeing it was Alvin, Professor Flitwick smiled and motioned him to sit down. Mr. Gaunt, you're doing really well today. Using the levitation charm accurately at that speed is something that many adult wizards can't do. Obviously, Professor Flitwick has understood the cause and effect and appreciates the precise floating spell. You've won the prize, Professor, and I'll try my best, Alvin said modestly. Flitwick did not continue the topic, but turned to ask, Mr. Gaunt, do you know anything about Quidditch? Alvin's heart moved when he heard this. What do you mean, did you get the same script as Harry? Ready to make your own Quidditch team? Sir, I have a general understanding of the rules, but after all, this is my first flight today, and I haven't really tried it. Alvin said that he has a little girlfriend who is a Quidditch fanatic, and he still knows the rules of Quidditch. After all, Cho often dragged him, gave him the rules of popular Quidditch and the crazy Amway Tornado team. Excellent, Mr. Gaunt. Professor Flitwick was even happier. Then asked, would you be interested in joining the Ravenclaw Quidditch team? Asterisk. Alvin was not surprised to hear this. Harry picked up a ball and was dragged into the Gryffindor school team by Professor McGonagall. He picked up a person. Thinking that Cho might join the Quidditch team this year, Alvin thought that joining the team would also allow him to spend more time with Cho. After all, the two are not in the same grade, and they can't meet each other in class. So nodded. Of course, Professor, I'm very interested, but is that all right? I heard that first-year players are not allowed to join a Quidditch team. Don't worry, Mr. Gaunt, I'll take care of this. Hearing Alvin's affirmative answer, Professor Flitwick was very happy and directly told Alvin not to worry about other things, and the rest was wrapped up in him. Professor Flitwick stood up, jumped to the floor, and walked over to a large box by the window. Opening the lock, Professor Flitwick bent in, took out a long package, and handed it to Alvin. Professor, is this? Alvin was a little puzzled. This is a Nimbus 2000, the latest product this year. It was sent to me by one of my students, who is a designer at the Nimbus manufacturer. I originally wanted to give him to Roger Davis for him to use, but I believe that you will definitely suit him better. Alvin was speechless when he heard it. Professor McGonagall bought a gift for Harry at his own money. Unexpectedly, Professor Flitwick was here, and a student gave a gift directly. As expected of Ravenclaw Academy, although there are not many pure-blood families in it, there are indeed many technical talents. These people are distributed in various backbone positions in the magic world. Once activated, they will definitely have a lot of influence. No wonder Slater's new house has been with Gryffindor all the time, without a trace of Ravenclaw being affected. Alvin was also welcome, took the Nimbus 2000, and held it directly in his arms. Thanks, Professor, I'll use it well. So when do I check in? Next Wednesday. Next Wednesday is the selection of a new batch of players. You go to Mr. Davis at that time, and he'll decide what position you take. Professor Flitwick told Alvin for a while and let him go. Alvin didn't delay and returned to the lounge with Nimbus 2000 in his arms. In the lounge, a group of little wizards watched Alvin come back and gathered around again. Alvin could only answer a few questions at random, send them away, and be quiet again. Cho on the side also came up. What is this? Pointing to the package in Alvin's hand, Cho asked. Light Will 2000. Professor Flitwick? Cho opened his mouth wide in surprise. Well, Professor Flitwick asked me to join the Quidditch team, but the place hasn't been decided yet. Cho looked even more surprised. Aren't first-year students allowed to join the Quidditch team? What's the matter? Professor McGonagall called Harry to the office just now. It is estimated that he will also join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Alvin didn't care. I heard from Professor Flitwick that next Wednesday will be the in-house selection. Cho, do you want to join too? Of course, my goal this year is to be a Ravenclaw seeker. Speaking of this, Cho's interest came. Seeing Cho's fighting spirit, Alvin thought about it. Anyway, the morning class is over. Let's find an open space and try Nimbus 2000. Can I do it too? Of course, just a broom. After speaking, Alvin took Cho's hand and walked out. Let's go to the auditorium for lunch first, then go to Black Lake and try it out. After the two finished their meal, they went to the Black Lake for special training. Watching Cho, who was very happy, rode the Nimbus 2000 in the sky and completed various technical movements, Alvin decided to buy a Nimbus 2000 as a gift for Cho this Christmas. As for this one, it was given to him by Professor Flitwick after all, and it would be a little bad to give it to him. In the following week, the Academy returned to calm, and the first-year wizards gradually got on the right track. Gradually get used to life at Hogwarts. The most obvious manifestation is the increase in homework. One day Alvin was in the library and saw Harry and Ron begging Hermione to borrow them from the potions class paper. The old bat is not human, and the 3-foot-long paper left behind has to be a single-space space. However, this has no effect on Alvin. He has a lot of water in his previous life, and it is easy to cope with his homework. He still had time to go to a Quidditch trial with Autumn. Both have successfully joined the Quidditch team. In the end, Alvin chose the batter, who, in his own words, can better protect Cho. Cho only needs to go all out to catch the golden snitch, and leave the rest to him. He will protect Cho well. The little witch had never heard of such rhetoric, and she successfully let Alvin deceive a kiss. By the way, I fed a mouthful of dog food to the other Quidditch players. Asterisk. Soon, the fact that Alvin joined the Ravenclaw Quidditch team was known to the students of the 4 academies. Gryffindor House is not too surprised. After all, their Mr. Savior also joined the Quidditch team. Hufflepuff lived her own life and said nothing. As for Slytherin, Malfoy said sourly that the dean of his academy is a person who abides by the school rules, otherwise he can directly enter the school team in the first year. It is said that Malfoy also reported this matter to Professor Snape, but was scared away by Snape's cold look. Ravenclaw was the happiest one. Their Quidditch scores had not been good in the past few years, but Alvin was so good that he would definitely lead Ravenclaw to the Academy Cup. To this end, several senior school sisters also formed a cheerleading team, expressing that they will cheer for Alvin next time. Many little witches joined in, even Gryffindor girls and Hufflepuff girls. Roger Davis is very envious of this. He's the captain of Quidditch. Why doesn't he have his own cheerleader? Alvin doesn't care about this, and schedules his time very tightly every day. After class every day, I go to the library to read books and do homework with Hermione. Since the last flying class incident, the little witch had avoided him for a while, and ran away every day after class, not communicating with Alvin at all. But after a week, it returned to normal and seemed to have joined his cheerleaders. The girl's mind is too hard to guess. Alvin didn't understand this, but Hermione was fine. That way he could copy Hermione's homework. That's right, Alvin is really too lazy to make up those stinky and long essays by himself, and every time he brings Hermione's homework in the name of a guide. Hermione also doubted him. After all, Alvin's usual performance in class was there, and he had already scored more than 100 points for Ravenclaw. Most of Alvin's time is spent on learning rune. He has made great progress and has mastered a lot of rune. For example, fire, wind, and water. These basic runes he has already studied deeply. Without a wand, you can already do some simple magic wandless casting. As his research deepened, Alvin believed that he could do any magic wandless casting. When he encounters Voldemort, he'll be able to spit out the big melon and kill him in one bite. In addition to the library, Alvin also accompanies Chio to train Quidditch together. Alvin wants to lend Chio the Nimbus 2000. He's a hitter and doesn't need much speed. Autumn needs this broom even more. But Chio thought about it and refused, and the reason was the same as what Alvin thought, which was given to Alvin by Professor Flitwick. It's not suitable for her. And she also likes her sweeping 7 stars. In desperation, Alvin can only give up. Wait until Christmas. Chio can get the Nimbus 2000 he gave. Also missed a game. No problem. In a blink of an eye, it was October. On this day, Alvin was having lunch with Chio, as usual. Suddenly, Qianzhihe flew from the air to his dining table. Alvin was stunned, opened the Qianzhi on the table, and saw that it read, Mr. Gunter, the first Transfiguration Club of the term will take place this Saturday afternoon in the staff lounge next to my office. Since you are entering the Transfiguration Club for the first time, you will have a quiz to demonstrate your transfiguration skills. Professor McGonagall stayed. After reading the above content, Alvin suddenly realized that it was Professor McGonagall's handwriting. It's a shame that he thought there was a little witch who thought of a new way to send love letters. Chio Yi, who was next to him, brought his little head over curiously.
I want to see what is written on it.
Seeing Chio's curious look, Alvin handed Qianzhihe to her. The legendary Transfiguration Club. We in Ravenclaw only have 2 6th-grade seniors, and they only joined last year. After Chio read the content on Qianzhi, he sighed. Her talent in transfiguration is not very good, and she can barely keep up with the progress, but her talent in magic spells is good. So it's impossible for her to join Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, but Professor Flitwick's Spell Club is something to think about. Actually, there's nothing special about it. As long as you can turn an object into an animal, even if the animal doesn't move, it just has a shape. Alvin is very Versailles. Chio gave him an angry look. Chio is not even familiar with the transformation between dead objects, let alone a small animal. But Chio didn't bother about it. Next month they were going to start their first Quidditch match, and Chio had to practice for a while after every training session. She has no more energy to toss with Alvin. Soon it was Saturday, and Alvin also went to what Professor McGonagall called the staff lounge to start his first Transfiguration Club. Asterisk. On Saturday, Alvin came to the staff lounge next to McGonagall's office on time. Alvin walked in and found that there were already several people inside. Two of them he knew. One was a 6th grade Ravenclaw prefect, Deborah Benke, a capable witch with short hair. The second was a 6th grade boy, Ian Marshall. The two also saw Alvin and greeted him, and Deborah waved and motioned for him to sit over. Alvin walked over and sat next to Deborah. "Say hello." "Hello, senpai." Junior is so polite. Deborah covered her mouth and smiled. Praised immediately. Junior joined the Transfiguration Club in the 1st grade, which really gave us Ravenclaw a big face. Senior sister has won the prize, but Professor McGonagall sees that I have some talent, so let me experience it in advance. Alvin hurriedly said he was lucky. Deborah didn't say anything after hearing this. Everyone knows Professor McGonagall's temper. You can't join this club if you don't have any real stuff. However, she did not refute Alvin, but instead reminded, "Junior, we are very happy that you joined the Transfiguration Club, but the two people in Slytherin are not very happy. They think you are not eligible to enter this club." After speaking, Deborah also looked at the two boys, sitting on the other side. The two people noticed Deborah's eyes and looked over, their eyes full of disdain and malice towards Alvin. Both of them looked extremely ugly. At first glance, they were the product of intermarriage between close relatives in order to keep the bloodline pure. Alvin also noticed the badness, but he didn't care. Just kidding, even though he started school, he didn't draw a card once. But there are already quite a few spells and the like obtained by signing in every day, and many spells are far beyond the level of adult wizards. After all, the initial level of the magic spell rewarded by the system reached the OWLS level, and after obtaining it several times, the power of the Auror spell was not as strong as his. Alvin ignored the two and smiled at Deborah. "Don't worry, senpai, a little test won't be enough for me." Deborah said she was warmed by this smile. Soon, Professor McGonagall, wearing a dark green wizard robe and a top hat on his head, walked in. I looked around and saw that Alvin had also arrived and smiled with satisfaction. "Classmates, today we welcome a new member, Mr. Alvin Gaunt. Let us welcome him." Alvin got up, gestured around, and finally made a slight bow like Professor McGonagall before sitting down. The others also cooperated and gave some applause, and even the two ugly Slytherins patted them perfunctorily, not daring to take Professor McGonagall's face. The applause stopped, and Professor McGonagall continued. "Next, we need to give Mr. Gaunt a little quiz. Show what he's up to. Who wants to be an assistant?" At this time, one of the two men from Slytherin House stood up. "Professor, let me try this Mr. Gaunt's level." After he finished speaking, he gave Alvin a grim smile, which made Alvin very sick. Professor McGonagall did not object. Then Mr. Burst, "Let's be Mr. Gaunt's assistant." With a wave of Professor McGonagall's wand, he summoned two chairs from the back of the lounge. Each person has a chair, and animals are transformed through transfiguration to compete. Also, don't attack the wizard himself, and don't use spells other than transfiguration. Do you understand? The two nodded and they understood. They took out their wands and began to deform. Burst made the first move. He turned his chair into a hyena and rushed towards Alvin's chair. Burst also has two brushes in terms of transfiguration. The hyena he transformed has a sturdy physique, and the fangs and the candlelight have some reflections, and they look very sharp. Seeing the fierce-looking hyena rushing over, Alvin didn't panic. With a touch of his wand, his chair instantly transformed into a Welsh buffalo, which has two huge horns and is said to be able to fight a lion without losing its power. The buffalo's head was pushed forward, and the two horns hit the hyena's body in an instant, and it flew out fiercely. Burst's face became a little ugly. He couldn't believe that Alvin Gaunt could use transfiguration to transform a large animal like a buffalo when he was in first grade. When he was in first grade, he was still thinking about how to make a pipe case. But now there is nothing he can do. He doesn't want to admit defeat, so he can only continue to cast transfiguration. The wand pointed at the whining hyena, and a wave of ripples appeared on the hyena, and the hyena was gradually turning into an owl. Flying creatures are more difficult to change than terrestrial creatures because of the more subtle magic required to make the animal fly. Obviously, Burst's transfiguration level is not enough, such a slow speed. If it is in the battle, it will be eaten by a big melon. Alvin wouldn't interrupt Burst's spellcasting. If he interrupted him, what if he said that young Alvin didn't talk about martial arts? So, Alvin quietly watched Burst's performance. Finally, after nearly half a minute, the hyena turned into an eagle, but the wings were a little uncoordinated, but still barely able to fly. That's it? Alvin was very speechless. He didn't expect that Burst had tossed for a long time, and what he came up with was a half-finished eagle. However, Alvin was still a little unhappy about Birdclaw using the eagle to deal with Ravenclaw. I haven't changed into an eagle yet, so you changed me into one? Still used to hit me? Immediately, Alvin was no longer in the mood to play, and with a flick of his wand, the Welsh buffalo instantly turned into a goshawk and soared into the sky. The wings spread a full 2 meters, and the sharp eagle eyes stared at the opposite eagle, and there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. Such an ugly eagle is simply a shame among eagles. Wow! With a long groan, Alvin's transformed goshawk's wings swung instantly to the top of Burst's half-crippled eagle. The steel-like claws slammed down hard. Then he accelerated from top to bottom and pressed the bird eagle to the ground with an incomparably fast offensive. In an instant, Bird's eagle returned to its original shape and became a torn chair. Asterisk. Looking at the torn chair, Burst stood there blankly. Alvin, however, sat back in his chair as if he had accomplished a trivial task. Others are also immersed in this disparity test. At first, they did think it was a huge gap. But this is the complete opposite of what they envisioned. That was Burst, one of the most accomplished transfiguration people in Slytherin. Their family, that is the famous 28 pureblood family, has a family background. Moreover, the bloodline of the Burst family has a lot of bonuses to transfiguration. However, just lost to a first-year freshman who had just been exposed to magic for 2 months? You must know that other people present did not dare to make a deal, and their transfiguration must be better than Burst. At most, it is between equals. Doesn't this mean that the transfiguration of this first-year freshman has far surpassed everyone who is doing it? Looking at Burst, who was still standing in the center of the field, with that look of despair, the feeling of grief of the death of a rabbit and a fox rose in the hearts of everyone. Are they already the remnants of the old days? The crowd said it was unacceptable. Snapped, snapped, snapped. A burst of applause came, pulling everyone out of their shock. Looking up, it turned out to be Professor McGonagall. Very good, Mr. Gaunt. I can't believe that your transfiguration skills are far beyond my imagination. Professor McGonagall looked at Alvin admiringly. If it weren't for knowing that Hogwarts had no such precedent, and Professor Flitwick would never let anyone go, she absolutely had to pull Alvin over to Gryffindor. Thinking of this, she felt a pity in her heart. Why did Alvin reject Slytherin but didn't come to Gryffindor? Thinking of the scene where he rescued Miss Granger, this is obviously a reckless little lion. But it's too late to say anything now. Taking his mind back, Professor McGonagall didn't think too much about it and refocused on today's club topic. Okay, everyone, since Mr. Gaunt passed the test, let's go to today's topic on the second law of Gamp's deformation. Everyone also put down the shock in their hearts and listened carefully to Professor McGonagall's explanation. Alvin also listened carefully, although his transfiguration level is good now. But a professor's explanation can still make him receive a lot of goods. Also strengthen the foundation. Well, for the things that are already profound for these seniors, here at Alvin, that is the foundation. It has been 2 weeks since Alvin went to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, and Halloween is only a week away. Quidditch training has been on the rise lately. Every night, Alvin gave Cho a massage to relieve her fatigue. The little witch was so overwhelmed with homework and Quidditch training that she scolded Roger Davis every day. But Alvin said it's not bad, and it's okay to massage every day, cough. But today, Alvin didn't go to practice. Today, avoid marriage. It is advisable to open the box. Well, it was all made up by Alvin, because today Alvin found out that he had saved up 10,000 gold coins and also updated the Halloween special card pool. Limited time up. Unswervingly Snape. Open for a limited time. The duration of this round of UPS is 7 days. When the player draws a gold card for the first time, it must be Unswervingly Snape, General. Until the Dead Snape. Potions Talents, 7. Black Magic Talents, 6. Defense against the Dark Arts Talents, 5. Spell. Omitted. Looking at Snape's card introduction, Alvin was very envious. Snape had his eye on him recently, and Alvin was frantically targeting Alvin in potions class. And every time he refines the potion, his task is always different from others. Others make medicine for colds, he makes medicine for joy. Others refine the anti-swelling potion, he refines the beauty potion. You must know that the lowest level of these potions can only be learned in the 4th grade. If it goes on like this, it is estimated that someday Snape will let him refine the Fulling Elixir. Alvin's current potion level could not stop Snape's increasing difficulty. Therefore, this card appeared in the card pool this time, which can be regarded as a solution to his urgent needs. His current potion talent is 5, which is outstanding, and raising 1 level is enough to deal with Snape's difficulties in a short time. And maybe the purple card can also draw the knowledge of potions. If so, all the better. Dear, help me withdraw all 10,000 gold coins. Alvin's tone is gentle, for fear of frightening the system. Oh, forget, the spicy chicken system has no intelligence. The tone of voice doesn't matter. Come on, finish it all at once. Don't count the words of water, so the reader uncle scolds me for water. After speaking, Alvin closed his eyes and waited for the final fruit. After a while of ding, 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 the card draw prompt sound. Alvin opened his eyes and looked at the 3 golden cards in front of him. Alvin's mouth widened. Looking at the 3 golden cards in front of him, Alvin didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. 1 Snape card, not to mention the other 2 are actually the same person. Tom Riddle. Nickname: Voldemort, 2nd generation Dark Lord. Black Magic Talents, 8. Defense against the Dark Arts Talents, 6. Spells: 3 unforgivable spells and numerous black magics. Special skills: how to make Horcruxes. Dizzy. Alvin was completely dizzy. How do you get 1 Snape up and then 2 Voldemort? My black magic talent is at full level. What's the use of you? Oh, and the defense against the dark arts talent. That's fine. According to the introduction of the system, each time Alvin fuses a card to obtain a talent, the highest limit cannot exceed the upper limit of the card level +1. For example, Voldemort combined with defense against the dark arts talent, Alvin can reach the level of 7. But with any level 6 defense against the dark arts talent, he won't break through to level 8. Exactly, Voldemort drew 2 and raised it to 7. Alvin was very happy, and the 3 cards were used perfectly. Next, he looked at the pile of purple cards, counted them. There were 18 cards in total, and the explosion rate was not bad. Look carefully at the rewards above. The more he looked, the weirder Alvin's face became. In the end, a handsome face was directly screwed together with a very weird expression. The 16 chapter cards are Knowledge of Potions *1, Knowledge of Conjuration *1, Knowledge of Transfiguration *1, and Heart-Piercing Carpal Bones *5, Avada Sua's Life *5, Fiery Fire Spell *5. Alvin. System. Say, did you do it on purpose? Why is it all black magic? Alvin was speechless. 18 purple cards, 15 black magic cards, and 2 Voldemort gold cards. Well, Snape counts half as well. Did he stab the Dark Wizard's nest? In desperation, Alvin could only merge all the cards. The change in talent has never been realized. Countless spell messages poured out of Alvin's mind. 5 minutes later, Alvin slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He stretched out his palm, opened it slowly, and a group of silver flames appeared in his hand. With Alvin's thoughts, the flames kept changing their shape. Eagles, lions, snakes, and finally became Furway, a phoenix soaring with wings. With a grasp of the palm, the flames disappeared immediately, leaving no scars on Alvin's hands. I remember Malfoy's henchmen's fiery spells were red. Grindelwald's fiery spells were blue. It seems that everyone's fiery colors are different, but silver is not bad, it's pretty cool. Alvin muttered to himself. Now his fiery level is not far from that of Grindelwald, but it is not far behind. At most 1 or 2 more draws it will be almost the same. As for Crabbe and Goyle, he let out a fire and burned himself to death. The rating in the system is estimated not to be even 1. Later, Alvin checked his other magics and found that they all had different levels of improvement. Magic power has also improved a lot. Open my personal properties panel. Alvin spoke to the system. A blue light screen appeared in front of him. Host: Alvin Gaunt. Age: 11 years old. Birthday: October 31st. Status: freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline: Witch Spirit, Awakening, increase with strength until fully awakened. Magic scale: 19.4. Magic items: Guardian Necklace, Fu Ling Potion *1, Instant Blue Potion *3. Charms talent: 6 excellent. Defense against the dark arts: 7 Wizard of the Sky. Shape-shifting spell talents: 4 extraordinary. Potions talent: 6 excellent. Black magic: 9. The Demon King comes to Earth. Spells: Fiery Fire spell, Avidosa life spell, Heart-crushing Carpal Bone. Only the 3 with the highest proficiency are listed.
Gold. 0.
Looking at the black magic talent on his panel and the 3 most proficient spells, he fell into silence. Alvin feels like the perfect candidate for the Dark Lord's 3rd generation. Although I usually sign in and draw other magics many times, I can't stand the proficiency added by the purple card. Alright, now, he drew 5 purple cards at once, and coupled with his black magic talent, he suddenly raised his black magic level to a level second only to the 3 Demon Kings. Now, I should have the level of an elite aura, right? The display of various talents and magic numbers through the system. Alvin divided the wizards of the wizarding world into several classes. I won't mention those who haven't graduated, and then they are: Ordinary Adult Wizards, Elite Adult Wizards, Aurors, Elite Aurors, Professor level, and Pseudo-Legendary level, like Dumbledore. The reason why they think Dumbledore and the others are pseudo-legends. It was because of their talent level that they did not reach level 9. That's why Alvin added a real legendary class to it. To motivate your future self. Alvin's current magic level has far exceeded that of ordinary wizards, 4 or 5 times that of them. Coupled with the spells he kept drawing, under normal conditions, it was no problem to deal with an auror, even an elite auror. If Alvin used his own black magic, it is estimated that even a professor-level wizard like Snape would have to deal with it carefully. Nodding, Alvin was quite satisfied with his strength. After all, he had only been in Hogwarts for less than 2 months. It has the current strength. When Voldemort is resurrected, he will be able to protect himself no matter what. If you are lucky, you can draw more gold cards to increase your magic power limit. Maybe by then Alvin himself would go up and confront Voldemort with his wand. When the time comes to defeat Voldemort, break up the Death Eaters, and then build your own organization and become the 3. Crooked and crooked, I can't think about it anymore. It must be the dog system that allowed me to draw so much black magic and affected my mind. How can I be the 3rd generation? Shaking his head, Alvin threw the unreliable thoughts out of his head. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in my mind. Asterisk.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host. Through your own efforts, you have completed 100 consecutive draws. The reward system has been upgraded. The system is being upgraded. The upgrade is complete. The content of this upgrade is to open diamond-level cards. Listening to the prompts in his mind, Alvin was curious that the system had actually been upgraded, and there was an additional diamond-level card. Alvin checked the basic information of some diamond cards. Diamond-level cards. There is a certain probability, 1%, to draw a card that exceeds the limit of the current magical world, and the basic reward is a talent-breaking card. Talent-breaking limit card. Unconditionally increase a talent level, The upper limit is 9. Note: diamond level cards have no guaranteed bottom probability protection. After reading it, Alvin understood a little. This diamond card is a card that allows him to not be limited by the level of contemporary magic. With a diamond level card, no matter how unlucky he is, he can draw a few basic talent cards, and he can fill up all his talents. At that time, the full level talent will be full of firepower. Maybe you can break through the limits of the world and reach another level. But these things are still too far away from him now. Not to mention the power issue. It is said that just after drawing all the gold coins on his body, he will have to save at least another 3 months to draw a wave of 100 consecutive. This time, I can save 10,000 gold coins in 2 months, or because Alvin first entered the magical world, doing something casually will have achievement rewards. In the future, the achievement tasks will definitely become more and more difficult, and the main source of gold coins is the daily tasks. Alvin thought about it for a while and found that the system upgrade had no effect on him for the time being. Thursday. Today is the last day of October, and tonight is Halloween. In the afternoon, the first-year wizards from the 3 academies were taking a spell class. Today, we continue to learn the floating spell. Standing on a pile of books, Professor Flitwick explained the content of the day. The little wizards under the stage were a little absent-minded, and their hearts had already flown to the evening dinner party. Alvin sat in the corner by the window and looked out the window boredly. After all, the content of the class can't be said to be meaningless to him now. It can only be said that it is useless. Professor Flitwick could also see the restlessness of the little wizards. So the lecture was stopped, and the little wizards were asked to work in groups of 2 to contact the floating spell. He called Alvin over and asked Alvin to patrol the classroom with him to correct the mistakes of the little wizard. Hermione was originally sitting next to Alvin, but Alvin was pulled away by the professor, and she had to go to form a group with Ron, who was alone. Ron was holding the old wand his brother had left behind, pointing to the feathers on the table and shouting loudly, "Wingardium Leviosa." While shouting, both arms were constantly waving, as if this would increase his spellcasting chance. Hermione couldn't take it anymore. "You're wrong. That's how you should read it." Hermione pointed out Ron's mistake without hesitation, and then used the correct pronunciation and gestures to successfully make the feather float. Not far away, Professor Flitwick saw it and was very excited. "Well done, Miss Granger." After Ron saw it, his face was always very ugly, and he shouted at Hermione,
"Yeah.
"You're amazing. No wonder Snape calls you Miss Know-It-All." Harry saw it and wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he didn't. The little witch's eyes instantly turned red when she heard Ron's words. Regardless of Ron, he found an empty table and went to practice. And this scene, Alvin missed because he was correcting Parvati Patil's mistake. After class, Alvin came to the auditorium. The entire auditorium has been decorated quite differently than usual. 1,000 bats fluttered on the walls and ceiling. There are thousands of pumpkin lanterns floating in the air. The candles in the middle of the pumpkin flickered on and off, creating a slightly gloomy atmosphere. Alvin was sitting with Chio and was just about to use today's food. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell broke in, and he ran to Professor Dumbledore in a few steps, dressed in rough clothes. "The troll in the basement, I thought you knew." After saying that, he fainted. Alvin's expression changed when he heard Quirrell's words.
He remembered this scene.
Isn't this the plot of Hermione meeting the troll? Although in the original Harry and Ron successfully rescued Hermione. But this is the real world. If they are one step late, wouldn't Hermione be in danger? Thinking of this, Alvin couldn't sit still and hurriedly said to Chio, "For a while you follow everyone, don't run around. I suddenly remembered something that needs to be dealt with. Don't worry about me." After saying that, Alvin ran towards the side door. Chio looked at Alvin worriedly, but she knew that Alvin was measured and would not mess around, so she nodded. On the high platform, Dumbledore's words came, and the prefects took the students of their respective colleges back to the dormitory. At this time, Alvin also came to the second floor and went to the bathroom. He could already vaguely smell the stench of the troll. Smelling the sour smell in the air, Alvin frowned and ran towards the bathroom. It didn't take long for Alvin to come to the bathroom door and heard heavy footsteps in the girls' bathroom. Without stopping at all, Alvin ran in immediately. Then I saw that ugly monster. The guy was 12 feet tall, with dull skin and a small head on top of a huge body that looked very incongruous. The lower body is thick legs like buckets, with bare feet with calluses. A little witch was cornered so hard that she forgot to scream. Who is it if it's not Hermione? Seeing the troll approaching Hermione step by step, Alvin raised his hand and a flock of birds, 10,000 bullets fired. The gravel on the ground rose into the air and lined up to hit the troll's head. Alvin didn't dare to use too much magic, mainly because he was afraid of knocking the troll flying, which would easily hurt Hermione. Just the right intensity, just to attract the attention of the troll. The troll felt that someone was attacking him from behind and turned around awkwardly. The stupid head couldn't understand what happened. After a while, he walked towards Alvin with big feet. When the troll was about to walk beside him, Alvin turned everything into petrification again, pinning the troll in place. At the same time, he quickly bypassed the troll and came to Hermione's side. Seeing Alvin's arrival, Hermione finally couldn't help sobbing in a low voice. At this moment, Alvin can't bother comforting the little witch. The troll's skin has high magic resistance, and it is estimated that it will be able to act immediately. Sure enough, when Alvin ran up to Hermione and blocked her behind him, the troll's body began to shake, and he could break free from the petrification spell immediately. But without worries, Alvin can do his best. The wand is pointed at the troll. Thunderbolt explosion. Alvin was not at all soft-hearted, and a high-level blasting spell was blazing out. Pure magic effects do little damage to trolls, and black magic is inconvenient to use. The troll can only be wounded with the physical damage from the explosion spell. The troll ate a full amount of explosion charm and was knocked into the air by a huge shockwave, directly smashing through the wall of the bathroom and flying out. The wooden stick in his hand was also released and flew into the air. I saw a wooden stick in midair. Alvin had a flash of light and pointed at the stick. The wooden stick was in the air and quickly turned into a sword. The body of the sword reflected silver light and was extremely sharp. It's like a broken bamboo. This is an advanced catapult spell that can make objects shoot at enemies at great speed. The sword is like a magic weapon entrusted by the immortal, attacking the troll. All of this is tedious to say, but it only happens within 2 seconds. Before the troll landed, he was struck in the throat by a sword, then nailed to the wall in the hallway. "My Merlin!" An exclamation came from outside, vaguely like the voices of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. Alvin was finally relieved to see the troll pinned to the wall and the professors coming. Looking at the little witch who was still sobbing, Alvin carried her out of the bathroom in a half-hug. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape were outside the door, and when they were about to rush in, they saw Alvin come out. Then Quirrell came, and he just glanced at the troll before crouching on the ground and whimpering. Snape glanced at Alvin, then turned to look at the troll pinned to the wall. Professor McGonagall turned pale and pursed her lips tightly. "What the hell are you doing? Mr. Gaunt and Ms. Granger, I need an explanation." At this time, Professor McGonagall was both afraid and angry. 2 first-year wizards dare to fight trolls. You must know that although the troll is not very smart, the high magic resistance skin has caused many adult wizards after graduation to have a headache. Professor Flitwick was also very worried at first, but he was relieved when he saw that the 2 of them were intact. Also went over to see how they killed the trolls. "Sorry, Professor, we were dating. I didn't expect a giant monster to break into the castle. I had to fight this big guy." "Dating? In the girls' bathroom?" McGonagall's professor's voice rose 3 degrees. She couldn't believe it. Is the little wizard playing so wild now? "Yes, Professor, there are few people here," Alvin said without blushing or panting. Snape gave Alvin a slightly mocking look. Professor Flitwick looked at Alvin with a slightly complicated look, but he knew about the relationship between Alvin and Chio. Flitwick didn't expect his genius little wizard to be so concerned. Hermione, who was still in Alvin's arms, blushed. She knew that this was what Alvin said to avoid being punished by Professor McGonagall. But she was still shy, and her mind was in a mess, and she couldn't help but think about it. Then, she thought about the relationship between Alvin and the second-year Ravenclaw sister, and her heart was even more complicated. Asterisk. Professor McGonagall didn't expect Alvin to be so rude. For a while, he was stunned in place. But seeing Hermione in Alvin's arms, she also guessed something. But Professor McGonagall wouldn't point it out. After all, there was a little wizard from her own academy, and it was Hermione who she admired very much. 10 points from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor because you didn't follow the professor's instructions to go back to the dorms. However, as a first-year wizard, defeating the troll earned you 20 points for Ravenclaw. I have to say, Mr. Gaunt, the sword you changed is really sharp and has a strong shaping effect. I believe it will remain like this for a while in the future. As a master of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall immediately saw that this sword was derived from transfiguration. After hitting a stick and giving a handful of sweet dates, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As for Hermione, the 10 points deducted should be regarded as today's warning. I hope the little witches in the future can be more stable. Hermione, are you all right? At this time, Harry and Ron also ran over and came to the crowd panting. The two looked at Hermione nervously. Hermione didn't answer, just looked up at them both. Professor McGonagall saw that the matter here was also clarified, so he let a few people go. The bathroom has been severely damaged, and the floor of the corridor is also in a mess. Several of their professors have to use magic spells to restore it to its original state. I have to say, wizards are really convenient in some ways. Hermione also stood up from Alvin's arms, her eyes red from crying. However, when Alvin passed Snape, Snape suddenly stopped him. Come to my office next Wednesday after potions class. After Snape finished speaking, without waiting for Alvin's reply, he went to deal with the troll's body. Alvin was stunned for a moment. Although he was curious, he didn't ask now. After agreeing, he continued to walk forward. Along the way, the four of them were silent and no one spoke. Sorry, Hermione. Halfway through, Ron suddenly spoke. The other three stopped at the same time. Looking at Ron, Ron felt the gazes of the three of them, and although he was a little uncomfortable, he continued to speak. Today, in the spell class, I was impulsive. I shouldn't have said that to you. Please forgive me. After saying this, Ron also looked at Hermione. Hermione pursed her lips and said nothing. Harry next to him wanted to intercede, but he didn't know how to speak for Ron. Alvin was somewhat admiring Ron at this time. Although reckless, irritable, and sometimes inexplicable jealousy. But after all, it is an upright lion. The courage to admit mistakes is a rare quality. What's more, he and Harry hurried over just now, also to save Hermione. You're right, Ron. I am indeed Miss Know-It-All. Hermione raised her head with pride. This title is the best affirmation for me. Next time you have a mistake, I will point it out. After speaking, she took Alvin's hand, took the first step, and walked forward, leaving Harry and Ron to look at each other again. So, did she forgive me? Ron scratched his head, not knowing what Hermione meant. Probably. Harry was also at a loss, but looking at Hermione's lighter steps, he spoke uncertainly. Before the Gryffindor lounge, Alvin sent Hermione here and was about to leave. But the little witch held him back. Thank you today not only for saving me but for lying in front of Professor McGonagall for me. The little witch seemed a little shy and spoke intermittently. Alvin smiled slightly. It's okay, I also smelled a strange odor, so I went to see it. Everything was a coincidence. Alvin won't say that he's seen the movie and knows the plot. At this time, you can only find an excuse to prevaricate it. Looking at Alvin's handsome face with a gentle smile, Hermione's heart beat faster. Finally, Hermione hugged Alvin's waist lightly, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Alvin's face lightly with her feet. Then he said breathlessly, "Don't think about it. I just want to thank you for saving me this time, plus the last flying lesson. You have saved me twice." After speaking, Alvin didn't react, and Hermione felt embarrassed. Harry and Ron, who were a little behind, also reached the door of the lounge at this time, just in time to see the scene of Hermione kissing Alvin. The two couldn't help but open their mouths. Especially Ron. He felt the top of his head sink suddenly, as if something was on his head. And his heart was empty, as if something had left him. Alvin didn't expect the little witch to be so bold, but he didn't say much after hearing her words. After nodding to show his understanding, he walked towards the stairs and waved to Harry and Ron as an apology asterisk. The next day, news of Alvin defeating a grown-up troll on his own spread throughout the academy. Lavender Brown, in particular, kept telling everything she had heard from Hermione at lunchtime. Well-thought-out explanation plus some specific details. This made all the little wizards have to believe that it was true. Everyone is a sensation again. Alvin has been in school for less than 2 months, and he has always been a man of the academy. Changed the selection of the sorting hat at the sorting ceremony, the thrilling rescue in the flying class, joined the Quidditch team as a first year, and now one person defeats an adult troll. Now Alvin's limelight has overshadowed the savior. After all, Harry has only shown flying talent in flying since he entered school. As for his defense against the dark arts talent, due to Quirrell, it hasn't shown yet. Alvin once again became the center of attention. When it was time for dinner, Alvin came to the cafeteria to eat, and a bunch of little wizards immediately looked at him with admiration. It wasn't just Ravenclaw students, there were people in every house who looked at him with fiery eyes. Even Slytherin House has quite a few such little wizards. What's going on here? Facing everyone's gaze, Alvin sat down beside Cho with his hair all over. Asked in a low voice. What else? Someone's story of another hero saving beauty last night spread. Cho said sourly, listening to Alvin's gums starting to hurt a little. This vinegar is so strong. You don't have to ask for vinegar when you go to the house elves to order dumplings at night. There is no hero to save the beauty. I just want to challenge the troll and save Hermione. Alvin smiled embarrassingly, remembering the kiss from Hermione yesterday, and said to Cho with some guilt. Cho Zheng was so angry that he simply ignored Alvin and went directly to talk to Marietta opposite. Alvin had no choice but to slowly coax the little girl back. It's Saturday, it's Quidditch, but it's Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Alvin and Cho, who was finally coaxed, sat together with the other Ravenclaw players, preparing to watch the game. Slytherin will do whatever it takes to play. Alvin, you have to do your job of protection and don't let them attack our players. Cho carefully observed the seekers of the two teams. If Harry can be seen by Wood, he must have his brilliance. You have to study his movement habits carefully. Roger Davis was sitting in the row below Alvin, talking to the two of them incessantly. In this selection, only 2 newcomers, Cho and Alvin, were selected, so Roger kept introducing them to other players from the 2 academies. Don't worry, Roger, I will definitely protect our seeker. He embraced Cho's slender waist. Alvin said with a pun, looking at Cho with a happy face nestled in Alvin's arms. Roger Davis felt that he shouldn't be sitting here, he should be underground. Roger Davis, who was fed a mouthful of dog food, didn't say any more. He had said everything he had to say, and he wasn't asking for his own guilt. Soon, the game started, and the players from both sides lifted off and started the game. Not to be outdone, the spectators of the colleges on both sides took out all kinds of banners that had been released with magic to cheer for their college teams. The 2 sides launched a fierce competition, but soon, many people found that Harry's Nimbus 2000 was constantly shaking. Harry could barely maintain his balance so that he wouldn't fall off the broom. Alvin stood up, his eyes swept across the room, and he quickly locked on Professor Quirrell, who was muttering. And the same Professor Snape. Alvin knew Quirrell was the last villain, and didn't hesitate. Eyes fixed on Quirrell in the stands. His lips parted slightly, and a spell was uttered softly. The sound is extremely low, and the surrounding environment is extremely noisy. Even Cho, who was sitting beside him, didn't hear what he was saying. But if anyone could hear what Alvin said now, it would be horrifying to hear the last 4 words. Drilling into the wrist bone, there was an emerald green light in his eyes. Quirrell in the stands suddenly stopped chanting and suddenly fell to the ground, twitching all over. The expression is very painful. At this time, Snape also found that the magic power that had been fighting him on Harry's broom was gone. I looked around for a while, but found nothing, and stopped chanting. When the broom returned to normal, Harry successfully caught the golden snitch with his excellent eyesight and reflexes. In the end, Gryffindor successfully defeated Slytherin 160:60. Alvin was very satisfied. He had a lot of ways to organize Quirrell just now, but thinking that he had drawn a heart-piercing carpal asterisk 5 a while ago, he tried it out. The result is very good. There is no trace of the spell in such a long distance without a wand. A proper black magic master level. Seeing the end of the game, the people of Gryffindor celebrated wildly, while the people of Slytherin were downcast, and Alvin had no intention of staying. Holding Chio's hand, he walked slowly towards the castle. Inside Quirrell's office. Master, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Quirrell was lying on the ground in an embarrassed manner, his expression grim. Seems to be in great pain. And judging from the wailing that came out of his mouth from time to time, it was more uncomfortable than when Alvin cast the Cruciatus. Master, spare me. This time someone cast Cruciatus on me. Next time I will definitely deal with Harry Potter. Quirrell was the only one in the classroom, and his mournful begging for mercy made the entire classroom look very gloomy. Slowly, the scarf wrapped around his head gradually fell off, revealing not the back of his head, but a face without nostrils. It was Voldemort. Voldemort stopped tormenting Quirrell, but Quirrell kept twitching. Forget it this time. Next time you miss, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Voldemort also knew that Quirrell had indeed been hit with the Cruciatus. And the technique of the practitioner is very clever. Even he hadn't traced the root cause. After a while, Quirrell slowly stood up from the ground, soaked in sweat. Great Master, do you know who put the Cruciatus on me just now? Is it Snape? Quirrell asked weakly. Humph.
Snape?
With his black magic skills, he can't do it so that I can't even notice it. A disdainful snort came from Voldemort's mouth. It must be Dumbledore. Besides him, who else at Hogwarts has such means? Dumbledore? Isn't he the White Wizard? Quirrell asked suspiciously. Do you really naively think that Dumbledore is just a white wizard with transfiguration? His black magic skills are definitely no better than mine. He is a sanctimonious old man. Voldemort's tone was extremely sarcastic, but concealed deep fear. Quirrell didn't dare to refute, and could only ask Voldemort's words. Then what do you think he was doing? Idiot, your previous actions were too obvious and made him suspicious. This time it was just a small warning to you. It must be so. Hermione looked at Alvin firmly. Snape hated Harry so much. It must have been Snape's curse that made Harry fall off the broom and die. I just saw Ron and I chanted his lips again. Hermione stopped Alvin, who was going to the library, and pulled him into a corner. Then began to tell her and Harry's inferences. Alvin said that Hermione's conclusion was too arbitrary. Snape had been working at Hogwarts for so many years. If he had the intention to murder the students, he would have been fired by Dumbledore. True, Alvin wasn't going to tell the trio the truth. First, he couldn't explain how he knew so much. Second, this is the first copy that Dumbledore gave to Harry. If he comes up and flips the table, isn't this a pure no-nonsense move? In addition, Alvin is also ready to blend in at the last moment to see if he can get the Philosopher's Stone. He is still very interested in this ultimate product of alchemy. Now Alvin's ancient runes have been studied almost, and they have begun to study magic patterns and magic circles. Spells and spells are different. The ultimate use of the magic pattern is magic circle and alchemy. If you can get a magic stone, I believe Alvin's research progress will improve a lot. Seeing that Alvin didn't believe her words, Hermione pouted angrily. She was a little resentful that Alvin believed Snape so much and not her. Although I have some different feelings for Alvin. But the little witch decided that when she and Harry Ron found conclusive evidence, Alvin must admit his mistake and ask for his forgiveness. Thinking of this, a smirk appeared on Hermione's cute little round face. Very silly. Alvin looked at some inexplicable little witch. I don't know what she thought of, How can she be a little silly when she smiles? But he didn't want to explore the little witch's secret anymore. He has a heavy task now, and the knowledge of magic pattern is more complicated. He also has to study alchemy along the way, and there is not enough time. Thinking of this, he did not stop and walked to the library. Hermione turned back to her senses, saw Alvin's back disappearing into the corner of the corridor immediately, and hurriedly chased after him. Alvin, slow down. I'm going to the library too. Days passed, another potions class. Snape tortured Harry Potter as usual, spraying the potions he had made worthless. Then he was content to announce the get-out of class was dismissed. After the last troll incident, Snape asked Alvin to go to his office after class, and Alvin didn't leave with Harry and the others. Snape glanced at him, motioned for Alvin to follow, turned and left the classroom, then walked towards the office on his own. Asterisk. Snape's office was also in the basement, not far from the potions classroom. The light in the office was dim, and the shelves against the wall were filled with countless glass specimen jars, and there was a small door on the left, which was closed. Alvin reckoned that it contained some of Snape's treasured material. There is a laboratory table in the center of the room, with all kinds of medicinal materials. At a glance, Alvin recognized it as the material for the stimulant potion. A potion used to recall something deep in the mind. If there's something you forget, drink a bottle and you're guaranteed to remember every word. It is definitely the dream of those copywriters who have traveled through parallel worlds. This potion is so precious in the wizarding world that even 7th graders may not have access to it. Many dark wizards like this thing very much, the potion of intelligence plus the veritas. It can definitely make people say how many times they wet the bed as a child. It's perfect for pressing some secrets. But Alvin didn't care. Maybe Snape didn't have time to clean up. What he is more concerned about now is what happened to the old bat calling him over. Snape put the remaining materials from the class into a large box. Then he looked at Alvin. Gaunt, what are you waiting for? Use the materials on the table to make me a stimulant. I don't have much stock of some materials. You only have one chance. Snape's voice was still so cold, without the slightest emotion. Alvin was dumbfounded. What do you mean, is the old bat looking for child labor? Isn't this afraid that he will make mistakes in refining and destroy a material? The price of some materials of the intensifier is very expensive. The feather of the soundless bird is 15 galleons, and the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider is 100 galleons a pint. There are others, and the total cost of these raw materials adds up to 150 galleons. It's almost time for a Nimbus 2000. The set price of Nimbus 2000 is 200 galleons, and Firebolt is 1,500 galleons. Professor, aren't you afraid I'll mess up the potion? Alvin tried to reason with Snape. Too bad Snape didn't get the signal. If you screw up, make me 10 elixir of delight as compensation. Depend on, Alvin scolded inwardly, 20 galleons a bottle in the joyous potion market. The raw materials are not expensive. It is purely craft money. No matter how Snape is counted. Alvin knew that he couldn't resist, so he could only walk to the test table and refine it. The bulgur, the dice diced. Alvin's hand is like a unicorn arm. It is not stable. The processing of each material has been done to the extreme, and even the standard of particles is almost perfect. Then, in order, a portion of the material was mixed and stirred and added to the crucible. Boiled up. Then properly stir with magic, constantly testing the critical point, and then add the next part of the ingredients. And just like that, 3 hours passed in a flash. Snape's face was expressionless, and his heart was indeed galloping. How did this kid become so powerful again? Snape called Alvin over today, at Dumbledore's request, to give this kid a small stove. Although every time Snape gave Alvin a snack in class. But he also appreciates the opponent's talent in potions, so every time he will increase the difficulty to see where Alvin's limit is. I didn't expect Alvin to grow so fast. Now, even a potion such as an intensifier, which he would not learn before graduation, would be refined. I originally wanted to give Alvin a slap in the face and kill his spirit, but he was slapped in the face. Snape was so worried now that he even knew the intellect. What kind of potion could I teach him? Are you really going to take out the stuff at the bottom of the press box? After a while, Alvin was sweating profusely and put the golden liquid boiled in the crucible into the bottle. Then he looked at Snape eagerly. Snape didn't say a word. He walked straight to the test bench and picked up the bottle full of potions. Took a look. Well, the color is golden yellow with a hint of red light, and it is a qualified bottle of intellect. And it's on a good level. If you add the venom of the eight-eyed spider, stir it 3 times counterclockwise, and then add the colt root, this potion will be improved by a level. But the book Crazy Pharmacy says that if you add it directly, it will make the medicinal materials merge faster. Alvin refuted Snape subconsciously, and after speaking, he realized that something had happened. For peeking at the books in the forbidden area, Ravenclaw will deduct 2 points. Don't let me find you sneaking to the forbidden area again, or I will deduct 50 points from you. Snape's voice sounded slightly gloating. Alvin knew that it was. This book is a book in the forbidden book area. It's fine that he didn't mention the name, and he could say that he got the prescription from somewhere else. But mentioning the title of the book is not a self-introduction. Snape felt more happy when he saw Alvin bow his head and didn't speak, and there was even a hint of warmth in his words. The book was published before I went to school, and now he's out of date. As a wizard, you have to keep inquiring. Don't trust books for everything. You know, even the books in the forbidden book area were written by wizards. After listening to Snape's words, Alvin casually didn't change on the surface, but he still agreed in his heart. Although Alvin is now extremely talented, his research on potions is still at a scripted level. Snape, on the other hand, embarked on his own path early, reaching the realm of writing all the books, rather than no books. Rolling his eyes, Alvin bowed his head in contemplation. Snape walked to the side door, and after opening the door, he put the intellect in his hand in a small grid inside. After thinking about it, he walked to his desk again, took out a notebook from the drawer, and handed it to Alvin. After returning to his senses, Alvin took the notebook. Although it looks a bit old, it is very well preserved. After opening it and flipping through it a little, Alvin knew that this was Harry's plug-in in the 6th part, the Half-Blood Prince's Notes. Harry has learned a lot of potions knowledge from it, and there are many magic spells. He also opened some gaps from ordinary wizards from that time. Pretending not to know, Alvin said casually after flipping through it casually, "The Half-Blood Prince's notebook? Professor, whose notebook is this? So narcissistic, yet calling himself a prince." Snape's face darkened when he heard this. Growled, "Get out of my office." Gaunt. Alvin secretly smiled in his heart, knowing that the counterattack was successful. He did not continue to die and was ready to escape. But just as he opened the door and walked out, Snape's words came in his ears again. Asterisk. Walking out of Snape's office, Alvin pondered Snape's last words. Right at the end, Snape asked Alvin to go to his office every week after potions class. It was time for Snape to not only check his potion level, but also test his progress on the spells in his notebook. Although he didn't know why he did this, he gave Snape the notes, and he decided that he must let Snape live until the end of the play. Looking at the forum before, Alvin knew that this note was very special to Snape, and some of the potions were made by Snape and Lily together. It was nothing to be blamed on Harry, but Snape did give it to him now, which still moved Alvin a little. Comparing heart to heart, Snape treated him like this. He was not a wolf-hearted person, and he would definitely pull him in the future. Soon the time came to the weekend. Today is Quidditch match day. Ravenclaw is about to play against Hufflepuff. Roger Davis took all the players to the Quidditch pitch early to warm up. It can be seen that he is very concerned about this game. Soon, other little wizards arrived one after another, as did Hufflepuff's team members. At 9 o'clock, the players from both sides took off, and the game began. This time it's Lee Jordan. Alvin has a good relationship with him now, taking him with him several times to the kitchen for supper with the twins. It's natural to be familiar with it. Okay, now the players on both sides are in the air. Hufflepuff's players are. Then we look at Ravenclaw. First with their captain, Roger Davies, as pursuer. Next is our Hogwarts' most talented little wizard in 50 years. Alvin Gaunt, who set the record for the first-year entry into the Quiche team with Harry Potter of Gryffindor. Lee Jordan boasted about Alvin crazily and gave his friend's face very much. Professor McGonagall next to him couldn't stand it any longer. "Jordan, pay attention to your position." Hearing Professor McGonagall's shout, Lee shrank his neck and stopped boasting. Finally, it's Ravenclaw's seeker, Ravenclaw's cutest girl, Cho Chang. Many people know that her relationship with Alvin Gaunt is extraordinary. But what a lot of people don't know is that once a little wizard saw the two of them. Alvin and Cho's broom stagnated at the same time, and Cho almost fell off the broom. "Jordan!" Professor McGonagall's roar resounded through the audience, through the amplification spell. Hermione in the audience glared at Lee Jordan in the commentary, like an angry little lion. Many little witches also looked at him angrily. However, there are also many wizards who expressed regret. Why didn't Professor McGonagall shout slowly anyway, to complete the words behind? Alvin was also in a cold sweat just now, and he was riding on a horse. Next time, he had to set a vigilance spell. After returning to his senses, the club in his hand swung fiercely, hitting the bludger that flew over, and the bludger hit a Hufflepuff chaser like a cannonball. The chaser was obviously startled, and the quaffle in his hand fell. Roger Davis took the opportunity to pick it up and rushed towards Hufflepuff's half-court. Alvin catches up to another bludger and draws it to another Hufflepuff player. He finally had time to observe Cho. Autumn is now flying in disorder in the sky. A blue silk is tied into a ponytail, which looks quite neat and has a heroic spirit. This is in stark contrast to the glutinous and sweet girl in front of Alvin. But this kind of autumn, Alvin feels pretty good. Even more beautiful. Hufflepuff's seeker was also circling high in the sky, but he would occasionally watch Cho's movements. Touching his chin, Alvin recalled the seeker's name. What was it? It's like something called Edward. No, what? That's another show.
Correct.
Called Cedric Diggory.
Oh.
This seems to be the rumored boyfriend of Chiozai's fourth part. They also attended the dance together. Thinking of this, Alvin's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he looked at Cho from time to time. This is immortal. At this time, Alvin didn't think about it at all. Is there a possibility, possible? Is Cedric watching if Cho finds the snitch? Alvin was suddenly unhappy. His body leaned forward slightly, and the red rabbit under the seat. No, the Nimbus 2000 suddenly accelerated. Look. Ravenclaw's genius accelerates. He's heading for a bludger. Lee Jordan noticed Alvin's movements with sharp eyes and shouted excitedly. I saw Alvin rushed in front of a bludger, swung it with a stick, and hit the ball to Cedric high in the air, and added a strong spin. Cedric was completely oblivious to the impending danger. It was not until he heard the wind beside his ears that he lowered his head subconsciously and escaped the bludger's attack in a thrilling manner. And a strong spin on the bludger sent it flying back around Alvin. Alvin did the trick again, hitting the ball back in Cedric's direction. At this time, Lee was so excited that he couldn't help himself. The bludger was hit by Alvin to Cedric. Oh, what happened? It flew back to the side. Alvin hit it again. Oh my God. What kind of game is this? Is this something I can watch without paying? The bludger kept hitting Cedric, and he couldn't find the snitch at all now. The audience at this time was also stunned. They had never seen such an outrageous batsman, or this way of playing. So there was a magical scene on the court. Alvin kept hitting the bludger to Cedric, and he ignored the others. Cho at this time is also very strange, why Alvin has been targeting Cedric. But she didn't have to worry about Cedric's interference. Patiently found the golden snitch. 10 minutes later, Cho Shunli caught the golden snitch, and this special match ended. In the end, Ravenclaw defeated Hufflepuff 170-10. Both players fell to the ground. Cho smiled and hugged Alvin. Then he asked suspiciously, Why do you keep attacking Diggory? You didn't care about other players the whole game. I think he's always peeking at you. This kid has bad intentions. Alvin was very upset. Uffed. Cho laughed, and the branches of the laugh trembled. She had never seen Alvin jealous before, and immediately thought that Alvin was very cute. Idiot. Of course, he wants to observe me. He wants to prevent me from finding the golden snitch first. Really? Alvin felt a little guilty. Why didn't he think of this just now? Asterisk. Seeing Alvin's guilty conscience, Chio's laughter grew even louder. Although Alvin was purely jealous, Chio was still very happy, which was exactly what her sweetheart cared about her performance. As for Cedric, who suffered an infallible disaster. Sorry, Chio said he didn't know him. Cedric Diggory, who is that? Don't delay me watching my boyfriend look jealous. Listening to Chio's laughter, Alvin became more and more embarrassed. At this time, Cedric Diggory and the other Hufflepuffs came over. The two academies don't have any grudges. It's normal to say hello after the game. Cedric, who was covered in injuries, walked over to Alvin, stretched out his hand, and said with a wry smile, "Hello, my name is Cedric Diggory. I know you, Alvin Gaunt. Have I offended you before?" Looking at Cedric with a bruised nose and a swollen face, Alvin was also a little embarrassed. "No, I just think you are a threat to Chio. Your flying skills are very good. I'm sorry today." Alvin said nice things, ready to fool Cedric away. Chio next to him covered his mouth and snickered when he saw it. Cedric also felt nothing after hearing it, and agreed with his statement. After all, Alvin also avoided the vital spot to hit. "I can't compare to you. Your batting skills are too good. You should be in the national team." Cedric also expressed his approval of Alvin, and then left with the others. Alvin also dragged Chio and ran away, for fear of being sacked by Hufflepuff's little wizard. It's December, and outside the castle, it's already snowing heavily. The grass was also covered with snowflakes, and the land was vast. Christmas is also approaching. The deans of the various colleges began to ask about the little wizard staying in school for Christmas. Alvin was alone and naturally stayed. Originally, Chio also wanted to stay here with Alvin and spend a wonderful Christmas vacation with him. But just a week before Christmas, Chio received a letter from home. In the letter, Midautum's mother rejected Chio's idea, saying that she and Chio's father would take her back to the east. Chio is very helpless. Out of guilt for Alvin, Chio has been obedient to Alvin these few days. Instead, Alvin received a lot of benefits. It doesn't matter to him. We haven't seen each other for a few days. When the Christmas holidays are over, can't the two still be together every day? However, the gift of Chio can only be sent to him before school starts. This is the surprise he carefully prepared for Chio. After sending away the tearful Autumn, Alvin returned to the castle. Suddenly, a brown-haired ball ran over and pulled Alvin into a corner. It was Hermione. Alvin said helplessly, "Hermione, why are you so sneaky every time? Why do you have to come to such a place where no one has anything to do?" Hermione blushed when she heard this. "Yeah, why do you have to go to an empty place every time you find Alvin?" But she didn't have time to worry. "Speak quickly. Alvin, I need your help. Do you know who Knockturn is?" Alvin suddenly. Did Hermione and the others still find out here? Alvin thought about it and decided to tell Hermione. After all, they will know about this in the future, and now tell her that Hermione is wasting too much time on books that are no longer useful. Knockturn was a great alchemist, and his greatest work was the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone grants immortality and makes gold. Knockturn and his wife have lived from the 14th century to the present. At the same time, he is also a friend of Dumbledore. He is also one of the founders of the French School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Beauxbatons. After speaking in one breath, Alvin quietly looked at Hermione, whose mouth was slightly open. "Yes, the Philosopher's Stone. Snape's goal is the Philosopher's Stone." "Thank you, Alvin. I'll go first if I have something to do." After the little witch finished speaking, she found that the behavior of throwing it away after use was rather sloppy, so she prepared to reproduce the scene, nodded, and kissed it. Alvin was taken advantage of once. How could Hermione succeed again? So he turned his head directly, found the lips that Hermione wanted to kiss on his cheek, and kissed them. Well, Hermione's eyes widened, and her brain stopped thinking. The body also froze, and there was no sign of resistance at all. It wasn't until Alvin's lips slowly moved away from hers that she regained her senses. "You." She gave Alvin a fierce look. Hermione's face was flushed red, and her fair skin seemed to ooze blood. Pushing Alvin away and wrapping her arms around her, Hermione ran away like an escape, without looking back. Alvin smiled, kissing is not kissing, as for what? But listening to Hermione's words just now, they still suspected that Snape was a bad guy and was going to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I don't know how Hermione and Ron would react when they found out that the final boss turned out to be Quirrell. It's really fun. Asterisk. On the other side, Hermione ran into the lounge and came to Harry and Ron. Two people are playing wizard chess. Ron threw Harry's armor and was completely defeated. Harry's pawns kept giving him advice again because of Harry's misdirection. Every pawn was talking again, making Harry distraught. Just when he saw Hermione coming, Harry quickly swept his hand and knocked down all the pieces on the chessboard. Then, ask Hermione. What's up, Hermione? Does Alvin know who Knockturn is? Also, why are you so red? Ron next to him opened his mouth and looked at Harry. His eyes became very strange. Hermione's already flushed face turned even redder when she heard Harry's last question. It's okay. I just ran too fast. Just take a breath. Hermione explained quickly, then changed the subject. Alvin, he knows who Knockturn is and has told me. Hearing him say that, Harry was also distracted, and Ron next to him also came over. Both Harry and Ron agreed to ask Alvin about it. Alvin and Harry have a good relationship. Unlike Hermione, Alvin's homework can always be easily borrowed. And Harry thinks that Snape is always targeting Alvin in potions class. In fact, it's a small fire. Add in the fact that the two grew up in the Muggle world, and there are a few things in common. Alvin is arguably his best friend at Hogwarts besides Ron. As for Ron, he has nothing to do with Alvin, but Alvin has a good relationship with his twin brother. Ron can often see Fred George hanging out with Alvin. He was teased by twins since he was a child. For Alvin, who can play with his brother and always stand in the C position, Ron is both adored and a little scared. The only one who disagreed was Hermione. Hermione didn't want to rely on Alvin to do everything. She wanted to work things out on her own and make Alvin impress her. The strong little witch is soaking in the library every day, frantically looking for any clues about Knockturn. So the search for Knockturn information has been dragged to the present. A month has passed, and it cannot be said that this matter has made no progress. It can only be said that it is standing still. Harry and Ron couldn't stand it anymore, and if they dragged on, it was estimated that Snape had already completed his evil plan. Under the two people's hard work, Hermione was finally persuaded today, so there was the scene just now. Next, Hermione repeated what Alvin had just said to the other two, adding her own inferences by the way. Harry and Ron were also convinced that Snape was targeting the Philosopher's Stone. But none of this has anything to do with Alvin. He just needs to show up at the last moment and try to get the Philosopher's Stone. That's it. December 24th. The snow that had been falling all day yesterday finally stopped. The school has been closed for a long time, and the little wizards in the academy who do not go home for the Wuxia New Year have nothing to do, and they ran out of the castle to play in the snow. Tired of reading books, Alvin also decided to go for a walk and change his mood. He'd been studying Snape's potions notes recently, and Snape was worthy of a generation of potions masters. That notebook is not only about his experience as a student, and he is still constantly modifying the content above. It can be said that Snape's life's efforts. When they came outside, the little wizards had already started their own activities, and some of them had a snowball fight. Some little wizards built snowmen. But the wizarding world plays in a different way than the Muggle world. With a flick of the wand, a bunch of small snowballs were made, and then without touching the hand, he directly used a spell to shoot at the opposite person. A person can throw several snowballs at a time. It was just a joke between a few people, and it actually made Alvin see the momentum of the exchange of fire between the two armies. Whoosh! A dozen snowballs smashed over. Alvin couldn't dodge it, so he used the defensive spell directly. Armor protection. A dozen snowballs hit an invisible barrier and fell to the ground. Look in the direction the snowball came from. Just saw the twins standing there, waving wands, making snowballs, and laughing at Alvin. You're foul. Don't use magic defense. Alvin is also very playful, Fighting two with one, not martial arts. Without taking out his wand, he pointed his finger to the ground, and the snow on the ground quickly floated into a large mass and then divided into dozens or hundreds of snowballs the size of a fist. Alvin also deliberately compressed it to increase the hardness of the snowball. He gave the dumbfounded twin a wicked smile. 10,000 bullets fired. All the snowballs hit Fred and George in an instant, causing them to run away. It didn't take long before the temporary white chest was erected. Express surrender. Alvin didn't continue. He just wanted to play with the twins on a whim. After letting go of the twins, he simply sat aside and watched as the little witches over there were building a castle. They built a snow castle in the shape of Hogwarts, not to mention they are really similar. After a while, Alvin also felt a little tired. Just as he was about to go back, his eyes suddenly saw that Professor Quirrell, who came out at an unknown time, was being chased by the twins and smashing snowballs, and the twins picked the scarf on his head to hit him. Quirrell was beaten, his hands tightly holding the back of the turban. Alvin shook his head. Quirrell was such an idiot. Can't you just use a spell? Or is it that Voldemort was afraid that Dumbledore would find a flaw? Make him use less magic? But the twin brothers are really ruthless, chasing Voldemort in the face. This should be considered the pinnacle of the twins' life, right? No wonder there was only one twin left, one of the dark spots in the Dark Lord's life. Fortunately, after a while, Filch from a distance rushed over. The twins saw something bad and ran away in a hurry. Professor Quirrell, are you okay? Filch helped Quirrell on the ground and carefully swept the snow off his body. No, it's okay. Quirrell stammered in response, his voice trembling. Idiot. Why don't you use magic? Are your brains eaten by dogs? Voldemort's voice growled in Quirrell's head out of Filch's ears. Master, I'm afraid of affecting your plans. Quirrell responded to Voldemort with his thoughts in fear. Are you all right, Professor Quirrell? Although they have run away, their red hair has exposed them. Don't worry, I'll go to Professor McGonagall now and put them in confinement.
Filch swears by it.
Quirrell simply responded twice and hurried away. Seeing this, Alvin knew that there was no drama to watch. Also went to the castle. Asterisk. Hogwarts Great Hall. At this time, the auditorium is full of Christmas atmosphere. More than 100 fat turkeys, hills of roast meat and boiled potatoes, large plates of sausages, bowls of meat sauces, and various vegetable salads. It looks like the house elves at Hogwarts are pulling out all the stops this time around. It's been almost 4 months at Hogwarts, and Alvin thinks only the food at the sorting ceremony can match this one. In addition, the vicinity of the 4 long tables is also full of wizard fireworks. Fred and George used to bring some of this stuff to Alvin. With a gentle pull on the match string, all kinds of strange effects will appear. What the twins gave him last time was the powder that would leave behind some big dung eggs after the explosion. However, Alvin taught Fred and George to be human. Alvin gently picked up a wizard firecracker and pulled it gently. Boom! A cannon-like roar erupted from the top of the firecracker, and a large plume of blue smoke filled the air. At the same time, a bag of BB Duo beans and a few chocolate dolls popped out from the inside. The professors in the classroom were also very different from usual. Dumbledore smiled like a child in his 100s. Also crazy wearing a hat. Makes Professor McGonagall laugh next to him. Professor Flitwick kept conjuring those legendary goblins with magic. Each pixie radiates light and comes in a different color. They fly in midair, adding a touch of romance to this auditorium. Alvin knew that these goblins were just fakes made of magic. After a certain period of time, it will disappear on its own. Not many young wizards stayed at school for the holidays, and Alvin did not continue to eat at Ravenclaw's long table and was dragged directly to the Gryffindor long table by the twins. Hi, my name is Percy. A boy with red hair also greeted Alvin. Alvin also greeted with a smile. This is the twins' older brother, the prefect of Gryffindor. The other little lions also welcomed Alvin. Alvin is a socialite, and every student likes him very much. Only some of the little witches in Slytherin House liked him. Soon everyone was talking and laughing. Ron took out a set of wizard chess again, ready to play a game with Harry. But Harry wasn't going to be fooled, and he hurriedly got in front of Seamus and fiddled with the model of the Chadley artillery team. Alvin couldn't help sighing that the entertainment projects in the wizarding world were really lacking. When you become successful in alchemy, you must create something fun. In the end, Fred snatched his prefect badge from Percy while he was teaching Alvin about being a prefect. Then Percy ran after the twins all over the auditorium. At this point, everyone is also a little tired, ready to go back to sleep well, and get up early tomorrow morning to open presents. Early in the morning, Alvin woke up rubbing his sleepy eyes. When he was a little more awake, he saw the pile of packages in front of the bed. He had expected that he would receive a lot of gifts, but looking at it this way, it turned out to be a lot more than he thought, and the entire bedroom would be full. So, Alvin started his happy unpacking journey. Opening a gift is like opening a blind box. You never know what's inside. Therefore, even after a busy morning, he still enjoys it. The first is Chio's gift. Chio gave him a scarf. Looking at the slightly scribbled pattern, Alvin knew that Chio must have knitted it himself, and Alvin decided to wear the scarf to pick her up when Chio came back. The twins gave a candy of their own, and after eating it, the little wizard's voice changed briefly, from male to female and female to male. Interesting. He was going to make another S*X transfer potion himself and give it to Harry together. Hermione sent a manuscript copy of her History of Magic notes, knowing that Alvin never listened to lectures in History of Magic class. It suits Alvin's heart. Harry gave him a broomstick care kit, and Lee Jordan gave him a copy of the Irish Quidditch classic, and some other candy notebooks from Little Wizards or something. But what surprised Alvin the most was the professors from the 4 colleges, each of whom gave him a gift. Professor McGonagall gave a copy of Transfiguration Today magazine, which is the most authoritative academic publication on transfiguration in the magic world.
Most people are not qualified to buy it.
Professor Sprout gave a pot of star sunflower, which is closed during the day and grows at night by absorbing the light of the stars. It is a good ornamental plant. The dean of his own sent a note of his understanding of the spell. Although it is a copy, it is also very precious. In the world of martial arts, this is the cultivation of a master's morality. The most surprising thing was Snape, who actually gave him a bottle of flux. Although Alvin drew a lottery to get the fulling agent. But this does not mean that this potion is no longer precious in the magical world. Such a small bottle of flux is estimated to be able to buy the Weasleys. Alvin was fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, when he gave gifts, he did not forget these deans, and he even gave Dumbledore some wool socks. This Christmas, the gift from Alvin, the one that spends the most gold galleon, is the autumn broom, Nimbus 2001. That's right, it was 2001. Through Professor Flitwick's relationship, Alvin spent a lot of money to buy Nimbus 2001, which will be released next year, 6 months in advance. Sent to Autumn. The book for Hermione is the entire series of Lockhart, and Lockhart will come to teach at Hogwarts next year. Although this person is not good, the authenticity of the stolen stories and contents is not bad. The number of gold galleons that Muggle families can exchange each year is limited, and Alvin is afraid that Hermione will eat dirt when she buys these books to come to school next year. As for the twins and Harry, Alvin gave them a spell respectively, gave the twins a fuchsia, and gave Harry his natal spell, Accept Your Weapon. But to say the most precious is a spell he gave Snape, the Realm of Eden. This was drawn by Alvin's daily lottery a few days ago. This magic can extract the memory in his mind and form a spiritual space, and then he can put his spiritual body into it. It is similar to the pensive, but the spiritual body it casts can indeed communicate with people in the memory space. How those people react is generated by the caster's impression of the person. I believe that Professor Snape will be satisfied with this magic. I really want to see how Snape will behave in the memory space. Smiling like a little fox, Alvin thought very gossip. Asterisk. Inside the potions office. Snape held a booklet blankly, without saying a word. This booklet, officially Alvin sent his enchantment, the Realm of Eden spell, and some tips. Thinking of Alvin, Snape's heart was still a little complicated. The same mixed blood, the same have a beloved witch, the same extraordinary talent, the same extraordinary talent in potions. Well, but this kid is better than him in other subjects. However, the choices of the two were decidedly different, and Snape chose Slytherin. But Erwin chose his little witch. Sometimes Snape would wonder, if he had gone to Gryffindor, would everything have been different? So, he kept his eyes on Alvin because Alvin represented another possibility, the one he wanted most. But now, Alvin had brought the spell, allowing Snape to find the answer himself. Flip through the booklet and look at Alvin's introduction to the spell above. The more you know about a person, the more realistic you can create an effect. Whether it was Lily or James Potter from Dammit, Snape dared to guarantee he was definitely the person who knew them best. No one. Not even James Potter's follower, Blake. Thinking of this, Snape gritted his teeth and began to learn the realm of Eden. With his current level, he successfully mastered the spell in less than half a day. Without hesitation, the wand was aimed at his temple, drawing out wisps of smoke. Eden reappears. The spell was uttered, and the scene before Snape's eyes changed, becoming the scene of his sorting ceremony. Looking at the face that he will never forget for a lifetime, Snape's eyes were flushed, and there were already hot tears. After forcibly calming himself down and taking a few deep breaths, Snape drew out a mental force and poured it into little Snape's body, replacing him. In spiritual space, Snape stepped onto the high platform and put on the sorting hat. Not bad talent, well, bloodline can also be. Came the lazy voice of the sorting hat. Shut up. I'm going to Gryffindor. Snape immediately interrupted when he heard the same comment as back then. Boy, what did you say? The sorting hat was stunned. For so many years, he had never seen such a tyrannical little wizard. I said, shut up. I'm going to Gryffindor. Never mind blood, ambition. I just want to go to Gryffindor. Snape roared inwardly, roaring impatiently. The sorting hat seemed terrified and immediately agreed. Gryffindor. Kid, get me off your head. Snape took off his hat immediately and walked down the high platform impatiently to the girl who had appeared in his dreams countless times but could never meet again. Lily, he murmured softly, as if a little in his voice would frighten the girl in front of him. I didn't expect you to come to Gryffindor. You kept saying you wanted to go to Slytherin. Lily didn't notice that Snape in front of her had changed to another person, should it count, and said happily, Where you are, I will be there. Snape's unequivocal answer made Lily stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Snape to say such a thing. A blush appeared on the face. What did you say? Lily's tone stammered. We're best friends, and of course we're going to be in the same academy, aren't we? Snape also reacted. He couldn't control himself. He was too excited. Next, although Snape, who became a little lion, was a little out of tune with this academy, he had more time with Lily, and he didn't say those hurtful words. The relationship between the two gradually deepened, and they took classes together every day, went to the library together, and studied potions together. And James Potter saw that the two were so good, and he had no room to start, and turned to pursue a Quidditch team player. The intersection between the two sides gradually diminished. The good times didn't last long. Because of Voldemort's relationship, the entire magical world fell into darkness. Lily joined the Order of the Phoenix because of her worship of Dumbledore. In the end, both of them sacrificed in one mission. Reality, Potions Office. Snape retracted his mental body and slowly opened his eyes. Although a long time has passed in the memory space, the reality is only a few minutes. Although tears kept flowing from both eyes, deep tears formed on his cheeks. But the corners of Snape's mouth were indeed smiling. He could finally be sure that Lily had feelings for him, and that he had indeed sacrificed all of this with his own hands, and handed Lily over to others. Some people once missed is forever. For the next few days, Snape was obsessed with Eden Realm, unable to extricate himself. Although he knew it was fake, the magic was too real. Let someone as strong-willed as him fall deeply into it. And the source of this matter, our protagonist Alvin, knows nothing about it. Although he was on vacation these few days, Alvin had a lot of things to do, studying Snape's notebook, studying magic patterns, and even alchemy. However, in the past few days, Alvin couldn't hold back his itching and drew the card once, but it sank unexpectedly. Only one guaranteed gold card, and some purple cards were drawn. Name: Nicole. Potions talents, 5. Transfiguration talents, 5. Spell: Slightly. Special skill: Alchemy. After struggling for a long time, Alvin chose Nicole.'s alchemy knowledge. Although he also needs the transfiguration talent, alchemy knowledge is more valuable. The amount of knowledge brought by the gold card is not comparable to other cards. In just an instant, Alvin's half-baked alchemy has improved to a world-class level. Moreover, his control of magic patterns and magic words has also been greatly improved. Even other subjects have improved a lot. Alchemy is not a separate academic subject, but is essentially a combined application of various magical knowledge. Naturally, other subjects are included in this knowledge. Alvin was pleasantly surprised by this harvest, which was definitely more profitable than choosing the transfiguration talent. However, with so much knowledge suddenly appearing in his mind, Alvin needs some time to settle, and when he has completely digested this memory, he can start his plan. Therefore, in the past few days of the Christmas holiday, Alvin has been writing and drawing with a notebook, and from time to time he flips through reference books as high as a hill. Not even the twin brothers invited him to Hogsmeade. On this day, there was a knock on the door of Alvin's room. Opening the door, a Ravenclaw boy stood outside, saying that Harry was waiting for him outside the lounge. Alvin was curious and walked out of the bedroom. Harry had never come to the Ravenclaw lounge to look for him like that. This is the first time. Out of the lounge door, Alvin saw Harry pacing back and forth there. "Harry!" Alvin let out a cry. Harry regained his senses, saw Alvin, and took his hand excitedly. "Come on, Alvin. Go somewhere with me."
Oh.
Calmly breaking free from Harry's hand, Alvin is a little hairy. Why is Harry a little weird today? "Where are you going? Why don't you call Ron?" Harry looked anxious, not paying attention to the movements of Alvin's hands. "Ron went with me once yesterday, but he doesn't want to come here today. He also said that I have a problem. I have no choice but to find you." Hearing this, Alvin panicked even more, thinking about where this place is. Rotten country. What's so special? It seems that it is true that it is too handsome to attract the same star. Brother Gongba will not deceive me. Thinking in his heart, Alvin opened his mouth, considering the words in his mouth, and said to Harry, "Harry, you know, I'm not against some things, but I have..." Before the words were finished, Harry understood what Alvin meant. Retorted hastily, "What do you think, Alvin? I found a mirror." After Harry finished explaining, Alvin realized that he had misunderstood and also knew that the mirror was the mirror of Erist, a magic mirror that reveals what people desire most in their hearts. Alvin is also curious about what his deepest desire is. So he agreed to Harry and followed him. On the 5th floor, Harry took Alvin into an abandoned classroom. In the middle of the classroom is a very imposing mirror, reaching the ceiling, with a gorgeous golden frame, supported by 2 claw-shaped feet. When Harry came to this room, he didn't care about Alvin anymore, walked a few steps to the magic mirror, and looked at it obsessively. "Alvin, did you see that? These are my parents." With that said, Harry reached out and touched the mirror, as if to touch his parents. Alvin watched this scene quietly. Although Harry's state was a little wrong, he didn't rush to pull Harry away. He is already very pitiful. Let him enjoy the warmth of family affection. Talk to Harry about the danger after the day is over so he doesn't come back again. After a long time, Harry gradually woke up and looked at Alvin embarrassedly. "Are you going to try it?" "No, Harry, I've seen it. Let's go." Alvin lied. He hadn't looked at the magic mirror yet, and Harry was lying on top of it just now, so he wouldn't have a chance to look at the mirror. The two walked out of the classroom and on the road. Alvin warned Harry. "Harry, I know you are eager to see your parents' feelings and understand you, but I have to say that you are in a very wrong state. This mirror will reflect what you desire most in your heart, but it is not real. You should come out and return to the real world." Harry stared blankly at Alvin. He knew that what Alvin said was right, but he didn't want to believe it. He'd rather believe that was the mark his parents left here. After a long silence, Harry finally spoke. "Thank you, Alvin, you're right. I won't look at this mirror again." After saying this, Harry seemed to let go of something in his heart, and the state of the whole person became better. The two went to the Great Hall for lunch, and Harry went back to the Gryffindor lounge. Alvin, on the other hand, intends to look at that mirror. He didn't want to indulge in it, but wanted to understand what he wanted most. After coming to this world for so many years and entering the magical world again, Alvin has always been at ease and just living by. This is even more true after having a plug-in. The exploration of magic is also to satisfy interest and to realize some fantasies of the previous life, by the way. If you want him to say what he desires most, he really can't say it. Turning back to the 5th floor, still the abandoned classroom, Alvin suddenly felt a little guilty. My F***ck just persuaded Harry away, and I did come here secretly. Kind of inappropriate. After confirming that no one was around, Alvin walked in and stood in front of the mirror of Erist. At this time, an unexpected voice came. "Mr. Gaunt, I thought you and Harry would never enter this classroom again, but I didn't expect you to be here so soon." Asterisk. Alvin was taken aback. He instantly recognized the owner of the voice. The headmaster of the school, Dumbledore. Alvin was sure he didn't see anyone in the classroom when he came in. It is estimated that the old bee used the illusion spell. Alvin thought silently in his heart, without stopping. "I didn't expect to see you here, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore smiled and walked up to Alvin. I didn't care that Chen Fan didn't answer his own question. Instead, he opened his mouth to explain why he was here. "I originally wanted to persuade Mr. Potter. He has been here for 3 consecutive days, but happened to hear your conversation on the road. You are right, people can't always live in fantasy, they always have to face reality." Alvin scolded the old beast secretly after hearing this. "What a coincidence, it was you who followed Harry all the way, right?" I scolded empty in my heart, and replied with a smile on my face. "Professor, I am talking about my inner thoughts, but I am also very curious about what the mirror can show." Alvin didn't hide it either. It was useless to lie to such an old fox, even if he's confident about his acclimacy. But this old fox can basically see through a person just by observation. Dumbledore showed great interest after listening. "Mr. Gaunt, I'm actually very curious about what the most talented wizard at Hogwarts in 50 years can see in this mirror."
Can you talk to me?
"Sorry, Professor. You appeared before I could see clearly." Alvin said the product appeared too quickly.
I don't know yet.
After he finished speaking, he looked at the mirror, and the picture inside slowly appeared, from blurred to clear. Chun Fan finally saw it. It turned out that what he wanted most was silent for a long time. Dumbledore asked curiously, "Mr. Gaunt, what did you see?" Alvin. Looking at himself in the mirror, hugging from left to right, there are grown-up Cho, Hermione, and several other women, and the family lives happily in a manor. Alvin blushed. Fake. This is absolutely fake. How could I be so superficial? However, looking at the picture in the mirror, it seems that this kind of life is not bad. Shaking his head, he got rid of some inappropriate thoughts in his mind. The most important thing now is to deal with Dumbledore. "Professor, I saw Cho, and the two of us have a very good relationship." Alvin told the truth, but not quite. How could Dumbledore not see that Alvin was reserved? The rippling expression on Alvin's face just now couldn't hide it from him. He didn't break it either, nodding his head in agreement. "Young people are full of energy. Old men I see wool socks, and I don't have enough wool socks every year. By the way, thank you for your Christmas gift, Mr. Gunner. It's the first time I've received red wool socks. Very nice." Alvin said that Dumbledore, "You bad old man is very bad. If you didn't see your sister or Grindelwald," Alvin dared to go to Voldemort to confront Bo now. But he didn't dare to say these words, and he didn't want to continue wearing it with Dumbledore now. Acclimacy is running at a high speed, for fear that his Tutsao will be caught in a few words. "If it's nothing, I'll go first, Professor. You know, Christmas homework isn't easy." Making a random excuse, Alvin was about to slip away. Dumbledore didn't stop either. "Nod to show you know. You can come to my office when you are free. The password is lemon snow ice cream." If you can bring your phoenix, it will be even better. Fawkes has not seen his companion for many years. Alvin agreed and turned and left the classroom. In today's conversation, at least Alvin saw that Dumbledore was friendly to him, and Alvin was not afraid of Dumbledore. I don't want to lose my peaceful life now. In this academy, he had Cho, many friends, and a group of good professors. For Alvin, who was an orphan of 2 generations, this was the warmth he had never felt before. Alvin knew that he had too many secrets, and one day Dumbledore would notice him. But today, it seems that the old bee must have been paying attention to him for a long time, but he hasn't talked to or troubled him for so long, which shows that what Alvin did not have much impact on his plan. It's still not strong enough. If he is strong enough, Dumbledore will definitely not easily have a bad relationship with him when he knows that there is a Voldemort. Thinking of this, Alvin's desire for strength could not help deepening a lot. However, he also knows that his strength has improved very quickly, and there is still too little that can be improved by training at this level, and he still has to rely on plugins. For the next few days, Alvin basically didn't leave his bedroom door, digesting the alchemy in his mind. In this case, the Christmas holidays are over soon, and Choya is finally going back to Hogwarts. Asterisk. Today is the day when students return from Christmas break. Carrying a suitcase and carrying a large long box on his back, Cho and a few friends came to the long bridge of Hogwarts Castle. And a handsome boy, wearing a Hogwarts uniform and a scarf. The wand in his hand emits a warm white light, waiting quietly. It was Alvin. When Choey saw Alvin, he immediately left a few friends behind, ran to Alvin's side quickly, and threw himself into his arms. Alvin also opened his arms and hugged the little witch.
Said softly.
Welcome back, Cho. I missed you so much, Alvin. I haven't seen you for a few days, and Cho misses Alvin very much. I was about to cry. Alvin heard the choking in Cho's voice and quickly changed the subject. Why do I feel like you're getting fatter? What? Hearing this, the little witch stopped crying immediately and reacted violently. It seems that no matter where they are, women of any grade are very concerned about their weight. Really, Alvin? Could it be that I've been eating too well these days? It's all my father's fault.
Take me back to Dacia.
The food there is so delicious that I can't control myself. When he heard Cho skillfully throw the pot to her father, Alvin cried out in his heart. Is this the legendary filial piety? But I can't continue to stimulate the little witch, and if I go on, I will drop beans again. It's too cold here. Let's go back to the auditorium and say, and you haven't had dinner yet. The two walked towards the auditorium, and a group of little wizards behind them looked at Cho with envy. Why don't they have such gentle, considerate, and handsome boyfriends? And Hermione in the crowd pursed her lips and silently followed the others to move on. In the autumn, after returning to the auditorium, I simply ate something and kept telling Alvin about the manager these days, but it was mainly wuxia food. If you have time in the summer vacation, we must go back again. Finally, Cho concluded. Then she talked about the gift. Thank you for the gift, Alvin, but this broom is too expensive for me to have. Alvin didn't think it was very expensive. He often rewards Jean Gallion for his daily check-in, and the minimum is 100. This broom is just a matter of checking in for a few days. You can take it with confidence. I helped Snape refine a lot of potions, and he gave him a lot of rewards. This amount of money is nothing to me. Taking Snape out as a shield and explaining the origin of Gallion, Alvin continued. And it also has your name engraved on it. If you don't want it, it's not easy to deal with it. Seeing what Alvin said, Cho had no choice but to accept it, but she was curious how Alvin got Nimbus 2001 half a year ahead of schedule. Alvin explained Professor Flitwick's relationship, and Cho's inner doubts were finally answered. For the next month, nothing major happened at the academy. Alvin has been busy this month. In addition to his classes, he has to attend Quidditch training, Professor McGonagall's shape-shifting club, and Snape's special guidance. If it wasn't for his time management skills, he might have been dizzy long ago. Alvin decided not to go to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club from next semester. After all, at his current level, there are very few things in the club that are helpful to him. During the month, there was also a Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. When Chio took out Nimbus 2001, all the little wizards were boiling. This is a product that will only be released this summer, and it is now available in autumn. But Slytherin saw that the situation was not good and was ready to use foul tactics to stop Chio. Too bad they forgot there was an Alvin on the court. Without any hesitation, Alvin made several consecutive blows and directly knocked several Slytherin players off the broom. There were even 2 broken hands. This time, the Slytherin people are finally honest and don't dare to foul, especially the new substitute players who are flying around Chiofei. Under such circumstances, Ravenclaw defeated Slytherin with a score of 280-100 and won 2 consecutive victories. As long as he can beat Gryffindor again, this year's Quidditch champion will be Ravenclaw. And because of Alvin's performance, he also got the nickname of the Guardian Angel of Autumn, which made him very speechless. But Chio was very satisfied with this nickname. And just like that, the time came to a morning in February. When Alvin and Autumn came to the auditorium, they found a group of little wizards surrounding the scoreboard. Especially the students of Gryffindor, their expressions were very painful. Yesterday's Gryffindor was deducted 150 points. It is said that Potter and his 2 roommates caused the night out. After the gossip, Marietta came to the 2 of them and shared the latest news from her. They're so unlucky. Chio didn't feel anything after hearing it, but Alvin knew what was going on. It should be Hagrid raising dragons. Alvin had been asked a few times about dragons by Hermione before, and he roughly guessed that Hagrid got a dragon and was discovered by Harry, Hermione, and the others. However, Alvin didn't care either. This kind of Western dragon is quite ugly, to be honest. If it was a dragon from the Eastern legend, he would definitely join in. This time the deduction should be because Malfoy reported them, and then Professor McGonagall severely deducted a wave of points. This is Harry. If a little wizard is changed and such a big disaster occurs, it is still a matter of whether he can stay at Hogwarts. After sighing, Alvin lost interest, and it had nothing to do with him anyway. But he didn't expect that in the afternoon, he was still involved in this matter. After the afternoon potions class ended, Alvin followed Snape back to his office, as usual. During these times, Snape not only taught Alvin potions, but also cultivated Alvin's fighting awareness and ability. Especially after receiving the Land of Eden spell from Alvin at Christmas, Snape's attitude towards Alvin was much better, and he even taught Alvin some fighting skills at the bottom of the box. This made Alvin shout about the gift's worth. During this period of training, Snape had to use 70% of his strength to beat Alvin. This also made Snape curse the evildoer. But today, Snape didn't let Alvin go after the pair's practice. Instead, he was given a task. Asterisk. Are you serious? Alvin looked at Snape in amazement, unable to believe that he was the one who said the words just now. Just now, Snape asked him to follow Harry and his party to Forbidden Forest this evening. Can I ask why? Snape said with a strong sarcasm. Do you think that big man's brain can control Potter? And I think with their relationship, Potter just went to him to invite him. I need you to help me keep an eye on them and let Potter get the punishment he deserves. Alvin didn't believe a word of Snape, worried that Hagrid was real, but he was worried that Hagrid couldn't take care of Harry. But Alvin doesn't have the habit of being a babysitter, even if that is the protagonist. Professor, Before he could finish speaking, Snape interrupted him. If you go tonight, not only will Ravenclaw add 20 points, but I will also give you an extra bottle of magic potion. This time, it was Alvin's turn to be speechless. Was Snape so desperate? 20 points is not the key. The key is the bottle of magic potion. The magic potion can increase the total amount of magic power of a wizard, and the effect depends on the person. At least, it can increase the magic power of half an adult wizard. Not only is this potion difficult to refine, but several of its raw materials are extinct. With Alvin's talent, this bottle of potion can definitely add a lot of magic power, catching up with a gold card. Thinking of this, Alvin succumbed. I promise, Professor. May I ask, how did you get this potion? If he can get more magic potion, his growth will be faster. The current Alvin's mastery of magic spells is no less than that of a professor like Snape, and some magics are even stronger than him. But the magic power is the key factor limiting his strength. The total amount of magic power cannot be raised, the output efficiency will also decrease, and it is estimated that the force is too much and the embarrassing situation of empty blue in a few seconds. Don't be delusional. This is what I got from exploring a pharaoh's pyramid when I was young. This is the last bottle I have. Snape's icy words shattered Alvin's sweet dreams. But Alvin is not too regrettable. A bottle is good. No problem, I'll be there tonight, don't worry. After the PY deal was reached, Alvin didn't stop and went back to the bedroom to sleep. The province was sleepy when he went to Jean Lynn at night. At exactly 11 o'clock, Harry, Neville, and Ron followed Filch to the door of Hagrid's hut. The original was Hermione. I replaced it with Ron. And Slytherin's Malfoy followed. After the few people arrived, Hagrid did not take them directly into the Forbidden Forest, but stayed where they were. What's the matter, Hagrid? Is there anyone else? Harry asked curiously. Yes, Professor Snape said another student would come. In an instant, Harry felt sympathy for the little wizard, and those who could be targeted by Snape were all good people. At this time, Alvin also walked over slowly and greeted Harry. Harry, Alvin, is that you? Are you the little wizard who was punished by Snape? A few black lines immediately appeared in Alvin's mind. If the old bat can't make excuses, don't look for it. Will an excellent wizard like me be punished? Helpless to take people's money and people to eliminate disasters. Alvin can only bear the pot. Yes, I'm going to enter the Forbidden Forest with you today. Harry was very happy and hurriedly introduced him to Hagrid next to him. The two got to know each other. Hagrid's rough voice sounded. I know you, Ravenclaw's best little wizard, Alvin. Is it okay for me to call you that? Harry talks about you a lot. No problem. Alvin agreed with a smile. Hagrid was still a hidden tyrant, and he used a lot of magic materials in his recent experiments that were hard to find on the market. Maybe Hagrid can be found here. It's also good that Alvin has a good relationship with him. After everyone gathered, a few people walked into the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy turned pale with fright and kept talking about my dad being the school manager. A few people didn't have time to control Malfoy, and Harry and the others were also very nervous, but they didn't want to show their timidity in front of their mortal enemy, so they forced to follow Hagrid. A group of people walked along a sheep intestines path and went to the depths of the jungle. The further you go, the more secluded it becomes. Suddenly, they saw a fluorescent light in the distance. A few people walked over, and Hagrid took a picture with a lantern. Have you seen it? That silver-white thing is the blood of a unicorn. Hagrid's expression was very serious when he said this, because this was not the first time it had happened recently. Just 2 weeks ago, a unicorn died of serious injuries. Alvin also stepped forward to check, and then he was keenly aware that there were some hoof marks in front of him. I know where the unicorn has gone, follow me. After finishing speaking, Alvin took the lead and walked along the clue. They came to the river and encountered a cloud of silver blood. Just when a few people wanted to go forward to check, there was movement in the woods beside the river bank. Harry and the others hugged each other in fright, and Hagrid nervously pointed the arrow in the direction of the sound. Asterisk. It's me, Hagrid. Hearing this voice, Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to speak to the crowd. Don't be afraid, this is Ronan. He is a centaur who has been living in the Forbidden Forest. I hope he can give us some new clues. Soon the centaur Ronan came out, and this was the first time Alvin saw a centaur. Couldn't help but take a few more glances. Well, worthy of his name, Ronan is indeed close to nature. Hagrid stepped forward, said hello, and asked Ronan about the unicorn. But the centaur did keep a secret, just looking up at the night sky, repeating the same sentence mysteriously. Mars is bright tonight. Not long after, another centaurus also appeared in front of everyone, named Bane, and also refused to disclose any information. After saying goodbye to the two centaurs, Hagrid said angrily, "This is a group of gods. No matter what you say, you have to bring the damn star." But Alvin knew what the centaurs meant. Mars represents war, disaster. In the ancient East, Mars was also called Inghua, which has the same meaning. Looks like a fight with Quirrell tonight. Thinking of this, Alvin clenched his wand secretly. Soon, everyone came to a fork, with blood on both sides.
Harry spoke now.
Let's split up. Hagrid hesitated, nodded in agreement, and took Neville, Ron, and Malfoy to choose a direction. Before leaving, he kept reminding Harry to shoot fireworks with his wand if he found something, and they would come right away. Alvin followed Harry the other way. The blood on the road became more and more obvious. Wait a minute, Harry. I see it. Alvin stopped Harry, who continued to move forward, and looked at the thorny grass on the right. Alvin saw that a unicorn figure faintly appeared through the gap. Alvin sent a gust of wind with his wand, blew away the thorns, and strode across. Under a sturdy tree, a unicorn with a faint halo on its body knelt there. Silver blood continued to ooze from his flawless body. The slender legs struggled to support this elegant body, and there was a whimper in the mouth, each weaker than the other. The whole scene reveals a heartbreaking beauty. Alvin found that the unicorn was not completely dead and hurried up. Ordinary unicorns will not let wizards approach. Only holy maidens can approach, or even ride them. But now the unicorn has no strength to stop Alvin. Aiming at the unicorn, Alvin kept casting healing spells. I saw that the wound on the surface of the unicorn was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But his breath continued to weaken. Alvin knew that this was the effect of black magic, not a simple healing spell. After thinking for a moment, Alvin reached into his pocket and took out a bottle of azure blue potion. This is what he had drawn by lottery before. Holy elixir removes all injuries and negative states caused by dark forces. Alvin pondered that black magic should be regarded as a dark power. Now in this situation, only a dead horse can be used as a living horse doctor. Gently opened the unicorn's mouth. The unicorn also knew that the good-looking human boy in front of him was trying to save her, and cooperated very well. Pouring all the potion into the unicorn's mouth, Alvin kept unleashing healing magic, hoping to ease her pain. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the holy elixir to kick in, and a puff of black smoke escaped from the unicorn's body. Alvin took 2 steps back, afraid of the danger of the smoke. Sure enough, when the black smoke drifted into the sky and hit the big tree, the whole big tree withered quickly and turned into a dead tree. The unicorn also stood up slowly, walked to Alvin's side, and gently rubbed Alvin with her face, expressing gratitude. Harry next to him was stunned. He didn't expect that the dying unicorn could be rescued by Alvin. The same is a first-year freshman. Why is there such a big gap between the two? Alvin swam softly on the unicorn's smooth fur. Feel the soft touch. Okay, you're all right. Woo. The unicorn let out a long cry. Although it was the language of the unicorn, Alvin miraculously understood what she meant. Alvin asked, "You mean, can you find the dark wizard who hurt you now?" The unicorn nodded and motioned for him to sit up. "Can I?" Thinking of the introduction of the unicorn, Alvin hesitated. The unicorn nodded again firmly. Alvin didn't hesitate, rolled over, and jumped up. This unicorn should not be an adult yet, otherwise she should be close to 1.6 to 1.8 meters tall when she was fighting. And the one in front of him was only 1 meter too, and it was still a foal. "Harry, stop here, don't move, and remember to signal Hagrid to join you." After shouting at Harry, Alvin and the unicorn disappeared into the darkness, leaving only Harry standing there stupidly, unable to respond for a long time. Asterisk. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Alvin crouched on the unicorn's body and kept walking between the tall trees at a high speed. From time to time, Alvin also communicated with the unicorn and figured out some things. It turned out that the unicorn killed half a month ago was the mother of this little unicorn. Half a month ago, a few days after the little unicorn's mother disappeared, I saw the little unicorn whose mother never came back, leaving the unicorn tribe in the Forbidden Forest every day to find her mother. But there has been no progress. Today, she came out to look for it as usual, but she encountered a man in black robe who attacked her and drank her blood. Alvin knew it was Quirrell. Patting the unicorn's head comfortingly, Alvin spoke gently. Follow me in the future. I'm your family. The little unicorn rubbed Alvin intimately, expressing his feelings. Seeing that such a sensible little unicorn was killed by Quirrell without a mother, a rare anger rose in Alvin's heart. It was originally a matter between Harry and Voldemort, but Alvin said that the beam was settled. Suddenly, Alvin's heart tightened, and he subconsciously released a spell. Armor Protection. A curse of miserable green light hit the armor curse, causing a wave. The unicorn also stopped running at this time, looking around vigilantly, with its front hooves constantly hitting the ground, ready to attack at any time. Alvin soothed the little unicorn and rolled over. Bright as day. Alvin's wand shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. This is the ancient rune version of the Shining Charm, and the power and Shining Charm are no longer the same level. With this light, Alvin easily found the black-robed man hidden in the darkness. Without hesitation, with a gentle stroke of the wand of the man in black robe, a stun spell was fired. The man in black robe didn't dare to be careless. He rolled to the side and immediately avoided it. Little devil, you annoyed me. An angry voice came from under the black robe. Quirrell didn't know what magic he had used. It was dark under the hat, and he couldn't see anything. Without seeing any movement from him, a spell was uttered from his mouth. Oolong out of the hole. A 2-foot-long giant python snaked out of his battle. The python was as thick as the trunk of a small tree. Alvin didn't dare to be careless. This was the first time he had a life-and-death duel with a wizard, and his whole body was in a tense state. As soon as the wand lit up, the 2 big trees next to it stood up, the trunks turned into bodies, and the branches and roots turned into limbs. With 3 steps and 2 steps, he walked to the python and started a fierce fight with the python. Quirrell was surprised that the little wizard was so good at transfiguration, but he didn't hesitate to move his hands. Avada Kedavra. A spell of the same color as before hit Alvin. Alvin didn't panic, and with a swipe of his wand, he swept the death-killing spell to the side. There was a big hole in the ground. Quirrell didn't expect this little wizard to be so difficult to deal with, and he was in trouble for a while, whether to leave or solve him. Idiot. Even a first-year wizard can't solve it. Give me your body. Voldemort's voice of dissatisfaction echoed in Quirrell's mind. Quirrell didn't dare to resist, so he could only weakly say, "Master, take it easy." He handed over control of his body. Suddenly, Alvin felt that the aura of the wizard on the opposite side changed instantly, becoming more sinister and evil. Alvin hurriedly cast a few armor spells on his body, and then kept the little unicorn away from here. Boy, although your strength is good, it is a pity that you are going to die here today. The hoarse voice came, like chalk scratching a blackboard, and Alvin got goosebumps. Listening to the 2 different voices before and after, he knew that it was Voldemort who came out. Voldemort didn't say a word, and a life-threatening curse was cast. The feeling this time was completely different from before. There was a suffocating sense of oppression. Alvin clenched his wand, pouring magic into it frantically. Call God Guard. A silver-white phoenix flew out from between his sticks and headed straight for the oncoming life-suppressing spell. Chirp! Facing this extremely powerful life-suppressing curse, Phoenix did not dodge or evade, opened his mouth, and swallowed it in one bite. Then I saw Phoenix's body shrunk in a circle, but the castration continued, and it slammed into Quirrell's body. Boom! Quirrell's body backed frantically, breaking 4 or 5 trees before stopping like a puddle of mud, motionless. Alvin's power was unforgiving, and before the dust had cleared, he cast another powerful spell. Burning flames. A heating flame suddenly rose, blazing where Quirrell had collapsed. What? The shrill scream came from Quirrell's mouth, and the flames had already burned on him, burning his robes. Damn it! I won't let you go! After he finished speaking, Quirrell's body turned into a plume of black smoke, breaking through the circle of flames and flying away like a distant place. Alvin also heard the moment of breaking through the flames, and another scream came from his mouth. Only now did Alvin really relax, and the giant python beside him had long since been smashed by the 2 tree men. Sitting on the ground, Alvin gasped heavily. Although it was only a short fight against a few spells, the thrill of it was absolutely unimaginable for ordinary people. Voldemort and Quirrell are both lunatics, and they continuously release life-threatening spells. Are they not afraid of being devoured by negative emotions and become a walking dead who only knows how to kill but has no reason? You must know that this is a real world. It does not mean that chanting a spell will have an effect. After the release of an unforgivable spell such as the Avada Kedavra life curse, there will be a lot of negative emotions, and most people will have to wait for a long time to put one on. And just now Quirrell and Voldemort fired 3 shots in a row, all of which were used as regular spells. At this moment, the little unicorn came up and looked at Alvin sitting on the ground with a pair of big innocent eyes. Alvin could actually see the worry in it. As expected of a high-level creature in the magic world, his intelligence is definitely no less than that of ordinary humans. Alvin stood up, patted the little unicorn's head, indicating that he was okay, and then looked at the burning flames and the trees that were constantly being swallowed by the flames. Asterisk. Looking at the burning forest gave Alvin a headache. How to put out the fire? After thinking about it for a long time, Alvin drank a bottle of magic potion and replenished his magic power. Then do your best to squeeze the magic into the wand and lift it up to the sky. Call the wind and call the rain. With the release of the spell, a cloud of rain appeared in the sky, and it continued to swallow the clouds next to it and expand. It didn't take long for it to rain, and there was a tendency for it to get bigger and bigger. Alvin didn't stop, but used the water that rained on the ground to release several freezing spells in a row. The fire was finally contained. Alvin, Alvin, where are you? Harry's voice was heard in the distance, and Alvin shot another magical firework into the sky, guiding Harry. Soon, Harry and Hagrid appeared in front of him. Are you all right, Alvin? Why is there a fire here? Looking at the fire ahead, the dead python, and the 2 motionless tree men beside him, Harry asked concerned. It's all right, I met the wizard who attacked the unicorn and had a fight with him. These are all caused by your fighting? Swallowing his saliva, Harry asked with difficulty. Is the fight between 2 people so exaggerated? He and Hagrid could see the flames soaring into the sky and the chirping of a bird from afar.
Most of it was caused by me.
The wizard used the Avada Kedavra life curse. Hagrid's terrified voice became sharp and thin, trembling involuntarily. Merlin, you're fighting a dark wizard who uses the Avada throwing charm. No, I must tell Dumbledore. Alvin shook his head helplessly. How could Hagrid be so timid? Harry next to him was also silent. He knew the Avada Kedavra, which killed his parents and left the scar on his body. He knew all too well the horror of that spell. And Alvin, who had been in school for a year with himself, fought that kind of existence and seemed to have won. This made Harry wonder if he was a 5. Okay, don't talk too much here. There is quite a lot of noise here. Let's go first. If you have anything, Hagrid, please report to Dumbledore. Seeing that the fire was gradually extinguished, Alvin had no reason to stay here. Although he was not injured in the battle today, Alvin still felt a little mentally exhausted. He couldn't wait to lie in bed and get a good night's sleep. Okay. Hagrid no longer dared to treat Alvin as a first-year wizard and subconsciously obeyed Alvin's orders. Who is a first-year wizard who can fight a dark wizard? It's not magic. Neville and Malfoy next to them were scared out of their minds, and their tears were about to fall when they heard that they were going back. Especially Malfoy. Originally, he thought that Alvin had made Slytherin lose face, and he was going to teach Alvin a lesson, but Alvin's excellent performance in class made him suppress this urge. He was very thankful that he had only been looking for trouble with Harry and didn't dare to mess with Alvin. Otherwise, the grass on the grave would probably be 3 feet tall by now. For a moment, his gaze towards Harry softened a lot. The group walked out of the Forbidden Forest, and Alvin followed them slowly, while sitting on the back of the unicorn, stroking the unicorn's smooth fur from time to time. Soon, they came to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. It's time to part with the little unicorn too. Looking at the reluctant eyes of the little unicorn, Alvin said that he was cute. Hastily patted his head. There are a lot of bad people out there. How about you live in the Forbidden Forest temporarily? If you want to find me, go to Hagrid's place and he will notify me. Woo! The little unicorn let out a cry, and suddenly there was a gleam of light from its horns, and then it touched Alvin's chest. A six-pointed star magic circle was formed on the ground, and many ancient runes were also engraved in it. Alvin suddenly felt a connection between him and the little unicorn, and through this, some simple messages could be conveyed.
This is a very old contract.
The contractee can not only contact the pet through the contract, but some of his magic will also change due to the pet's attributes. It seems that the little unicorn has completely recognized the master. Alvin decided to give her a name. I'll call you Celestia from now on, okay? The little unicorn obviously liked the name and called out happily. After solving Celestia's problems, Alvin did not stop and returned to the castle with Harry and the others. Celestia quietly watched Alvin's leaving figure in the distance and walked slowly back to the forest until Alvin was no longer visible. After saying hello to Harry, Alvin went back to his bedroom and fell asleep. And the turmoil caused by this incident has only just begun. After such a big thing happened, Hagrid didn't care that it was too late. He went directly to the principal's room on the 8th floor and found Dumbledore. Hagrid quickly came to the door of Dumbledore's headmaster's room. Lemon sorbet ice cream. Rushing to the door of the office, Hagrid said the password directly, and the bronze beast looked at Brother High and opened the door directly. And Dumbledore did not rest at this time. At this time, he was lying at the desk, holding a pen in his hand, and was replying to this letter. Looking at Hagrid, who hurried in, there was still a look of panic on his face. Dumbledore put the pen down and asked, "What's the matter, Hagrid?" Hagrid quickly told what had happened in the Forbidden Forest just now, and Dumbledore's face became serious. "Lead the way, Hagrid." The two quickly rushed towards the spot where Alvin fought just now. When he came to the place, looking at the blackened land and the broken trees, Dumbledore frowned. "Is this where Gaunt fought someone just now?" "Yes, Professor." Dumbledore thought for a while and pulled out a wand with a section that was slightly longer than a normal wand. "Aim for that field." The old days are back. The scene in the open space over there quickly regressed until Alvin appeared, and then it slowly stopped. It's just that the figure that appeared was very vague, and Alvin probably couldn't recognize himself when he came here. This magic spell is similar to a time-reversing spell, but the effect is not so defiant. It can only restore some of the magic spells used in the current scene according to the fluctuation of magic power. And Dumbledore's ability to restore a blurred figure is beyond the scope of this spell, and here relies more on his own profound magical attainments. But when he saw that the man in black robes should hit Alvin with 2 consecutive Avada Kedavra life curses, Hagrid's face turned pale, and even Dumbledore's face became more serious. After watching the battle, Dumbledore did not speak, but stood silently. After a long time, he spoke. "Sorry, Hagrid, I can't tell exactly who this person is. I can only confirm that he is related to the mysterious man. You go back first, I still have some things to think about on my side." Hagrid shuddered when he heard the name of the mysterious man, then obeyed Dumbledore's orders and left quickly. And Dumbledore stood there, thinking about the battle scene just now, thinking quietly. "Tom, I didn't expect you to be like this." Muttering to himself, he thought about what Alvin had just done. He knew that Alvin was a genius, but he mastered this kind of combat-type polymorphism in his first year, and the Patronus of the Phoenix who could resist the death curse. These things are things that many wizards can't do in their lifetime. Even the original Voldemort was much inferior when he was in first grade. Although Alvin's usual performance is far from the name of the Dark Lord. However, once bitten by a snake, he is afraid of the rope for 100 years. The fragile wizarding world could no longer afford a third Dark Lord. Thinking of this, Dumbledore secretly decided to pay more attention to Alvin in the future. Swinging his wand, several trees rose from the ground, and clumps of green grass appeared on the ground. Soon, the devastated ground came back to life. Everything is like nothing happened. After doing this, Dumbledore did not stop, turned and returned to the castle. Silent all night, Alvin slept beautifully to replenish his energy. On the way to the transfiguration classroom, she was stopped by Hermione. "I heard you recovered a unicorn. Can you take me there?" Alvin was a little surprised. How did it spread so quickly? "Harry said it. He said you made a contract with a unicorn. Can you show me?" Blushing, Hermione sold Harry directly. "Okay, then before dinner this afternoon." It wasn't a big deal anyway, and Alvin agreed directly. "Thinking of this, I haven't had time to tell Cho, so I'd better go together in the afternoon." Time came to afternoon, and Alvin, Autumn, and Hermione marched side by side. The three of them walked towards the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, without saying a word on the way. A strange atmosphere spread among the three of them. Alvin just wanted to go back to the time when he strangled himself in the morning. It's okay to promise nothing. Do you have to be lazy? Isn't this looking for guilt? Alvin wasn't a fool. How could he not know what Hermione thought about him? But he didn't know how to deal with it. So he had been allocating his time subtly, preventing Cho and Hermione from meeting. It's all right now because of their own brain twitches. They still meet. This wave is Mars hitting the Earth. So in this strange atmosphere, the three came to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. Alvin told Celestia early through the contract that he was going to see her. So when they arrived, a white shadow rushed over and instantly came to Alvin's side. "Woo." Celestia's happy voice sounded, and she gently arched Alvin. Feeling the attachment to Celestia, Alvin also smiled and stroked her mane. And Cho and Hermione next to them had long been eager to see the holy unicorn standing beside them. The two women couldn't care less about the Cold War and said in unison that they also wanted to touch the unicorn. Asterisk. Alvin smiled when he saw the eyes of the two women. Unexpectedly, there was a surprise. "I hope that through Celestia, the relationship between the two can be eased." He waved his hand and let the two women come forward. "Celestia, they're my good friends. Can I get to know you?" Touching Celestia's horn, Alvin asked her for her opinion. The unicorn's horn also has the ability to distinguish between good and evil. She clearly sensed that the two women had no ill will towards her, and nodded lightly. A pair of big blue eyes looked at the two women, like clear lake water. The two women were all cute and slowly stepped forward. Cho said in the softest tone, "Celestia, can I touch you?" After hesitating for a while, the unicorn nodded. Afterwards, Cho was like a pilgrimage girl, with excitement on his face, and gently put his hand on the unicorn's back. He closed his eyes, intoxicated, and enjoyed it. Hermione also watched this scene eagerly, but embarrassed to speak. At this time, Alvin saw her embarrassment and said encouragingly, "It's okay, Hermione. You can try it too." Hearing Alvin's words, Hermione followed Cho's example and stroked the unicorn. Then the two became acquainted with Celestia. The two and one beast started playing on the grass. For a time, the relationship between the two women also eased a lot. Alvin watched this scene with satisfaction. Sure enough, Celestia was his lucky star, and he helped him a lot today. The sky gradually darkened. Cho and Hermione reluctantly said goodbye to the unicorn, and the three returned to the auditorium. 2 months have passed, the final exam is approaching, and Alvin's alchemy has hit a bottleneck. That night, Alvin lay in bed with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling with a frown. No, there is not enough space in the dormitory, and if there is any movement, it is easy to be discovered. Alvin frowned, thinking that his alchemy experiment had reached the final stage. But there were 2 explosions before, although Alvin relied on an excellent reaction to suppress the dynamic and static immediately. But it's a bit unsafe after all. After thinking about it, Alvin didn't think of a good solution. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Yes, the room of requirement. How could I have forgotten such a feng shui treasure? Alvin patted his head angrily. Without hesitation, he put an illusion spell on himself and came to the 8th floor. Then people are dumbfounded. He only remembered that the room of requirement was on the 8th floor, but he really didn't know where it was. Fortunately, he still remembers the entry conditions, so he can try it slowly. Then he tried it one by one, wall by wall. Finally, on the wall opposite the tapestry, he attacked. I need a room where I can experiment with alchemy. When he finished the last recitation in his mind, a door suddenly appeared on the smooth wall, and Alvin knew that this was the room of requirement. Pushing open the door and walking in, there was a long experimental table in the middle of the empty room, and there were some tools on the table. Seeing this scene, Alvin also felt very magical. It's unclear what the principle of this room is, but there must be a part of legitimacy and space replacement magic in it. Not thinking too much, Alvin opened the box where he cast the traceless stretching charm and took out various materials and tools from it. Alvin is going to be some assistants in his magical research, referred to as tool people. These tool people don't have to have strong ability as long as they can help him deal with some repetitive work. The problem that troubles Alvin now is the intelligent system of these tool people. He has refined the body and prepared the energy system. But how to instill his own knowledge into the processing core perfectly is the biggest problem he is facing now. But fortunately, he already has some eyebrows. That is through the magic of the realm of Eden. After this magic is cast, each character is independent and will develop differently according to the memory and magic power instilled by the caster. For example, Alvin created an LSP in a dream. Even if Alvin didn't intervene, he would go on the road of seeking resources every day. And Alvin modified this spell, transmitted some knowledge and memory, and then created characters in the realm of Eden. Then it is permanently solidified on the tool man. This becomes a manifestation of pseudo-artificial intelligence. Thinking of this, Alvin began his own experiments, constantly shaping memory in the realm of Eden. It's a tough process, even harder than creating a whole new spell. What Alvin has to do is keep the specific memory he's shaped even if he doesn't maintain the Eden realm. It's been a long process, and Alvin only hopes that this spell can be perfected before this semester. Asterisk. The time is gradually approaching the final exam, and all the little wizards are nervously preparing for the exam. Hermione has been having a bad relationship with Alvin lately. She thinks Alvin doesn't believe what she says, the Snape being the bad guy thing. She claims to have overheard a conversation where Snape threatened Quirrell. This made her very sure that the guy who coveted the Philosopher's Stone was Snape. Alvin didn't refute, just said that the truth of the matter is far from being as simple as it seems. This made Hermione a little unhappy with his covert behavior, pouting to ignore Alvin for a while until she caught Snape out. Alvin didn't care about this either. Hermione was a stubborn girl. Only when she found out the truth herself would she realize her mistake. Alvin also wanted to make Hermione take his own words seriously through this incident. Sometimes having a personality is a kind of charm, but girls with too strong personality are still not so pleasing. Under such circumstances, Alvin's first final exam came. There is nothing to say about the whole exam. Alvin passed all the exams smoothly, especially in the defense against the dark arts exam. Quirrell shuddered when he saw Alvin take out his wand. Speaking of Quirrell, Alvin also had to feel that Voldemort's methods were superb. Under the circumstances last time, Quirrell was almost out of shape. But Quirrell showed up at Hogwarts after a week of leave, but his voice was very weak, and deliberately avoid Alvin every time. Alvin didn't dismantle Quirrell either, since he still had to get the Philosopher's Stone after all. And just like that, Alvin's first-year life came to an end. After Alvin completed all the exams, he returned to the bedroom, ready to draw a wave of cards to improve his strength. Since the last Nickelodeon card, Alvin has saved another 20,000 gold coins. In order to be able to draw the diamond card, Alvin has been refusing to draw a card. Today, he decided to give it a try and see how many good things he could get with 20,000 gold coins. When the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening, Alvin chose to draw cards. This most unfortunate time point he fortuned out was regarded as the golden time by him. After all, troll-level divination talent, everyone knows it. System. All 20,000 gold coins will be withdrawn. Remember to bring something good. After speaking, Alvin stopped talking and stared at the card pool interface. There is no ink in the system, and light is constantly flying out from the center of the meal. Finally, near the end, a colorful light covered the brilliance of other cards. Alvin's heart was slightly relieved, and he came out with one. Finally, when the card draw is over, 5 gold cards and 1 diamond card remain, and the other cards, Alvin, are all integrated, and materials and items are included in the system space. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, instead of looking at the diamond card, Alvin first looked at the 5 golden cards. 2 Professor McGonagall, 1 Snape, and 1 Nicole May. There is nothing to say. Professor McGonagall chose Transfiguration spell to improve his talent, and Snape chose potions. Nicole May chooses alchemy. The last card took Alvin by surprise. Bloodline Awakening Potion. Gold wake up the sleeping, ancient bloodline in the body. If the bloodline has been awakened, the awakening progress will be greatly improved. Isn't that what he got in the novice gift pack? Alvin knew the power of this witch spirit bloodline. The witch spirits were the first batch of wizards to awaken their magic power. At that time, there were a group of people with extraordinary talents in the world. They have powers that ordinary people do not have, and can cast all kinds of strange spells. This group of people were later called witch spirits by wizards. Alvin deeply realized that his magic power was growing at a much faster rate than ordinary people. Even without the fusion card, Alvin's magic power would now surpass that of an average adult wizard. Without hesitation, Alvin fused 5 gold cards. Feeling the huge increase in the magic power in his body, Alvin was immersed in the feeling of the rapid increase in strength. It took a while for Alvin to barely control the magic within him. It seems that it will take a while to get used to the magic in the body. The increase in magic power this time is too huge, and Alvin has no way to control it perfectly. If he is asked to take the spells exam now, he is afraid that his own spell will blow up the classroom. This made him feel fortunate. Fortunately, he chose to draw cards after the final exam. Finally, Alvin looked at the last diamond card. The surface of the card shattered. A gorgeous scabbard was formed and floated in front of Alvin. The main body is blue. The sides and tip of the scabbard are wrapped in gold, and this complicated pattern is also engraved on it. The overall look is atmospheric and gorgeous. And when Alvin saw the introduction of the scabbard, the ideal land of independence. Aliases, Avalon. Introduction. The world-shaking noble phantasm is transformed from the hometown of fairies, the legendary land of Changchun. Efficacy 1. After the holder grows to 18 years old, he will remain youthful and immortal. Effect 2. Endows the holder with a strong healing ability and a speed of mana recovery. Effect 3. After encountering a crisis or actively releasing it, an absolute space is formed, Avalon. Any attack that cannot travel through space cannot touch the host, which can be called an absolute defense. Take off. This wave is definitely taking off. At this time, Alvin's brain was blank. He never expected to draw a noble phantasm at this level in his first diamond-level card draw. It's as if the system pointed to Alvin's nose and said, "Cubs, get me up." This is the most famous defensive noble phantasm in another anime world. With him, Alvin dared to eat the big melon. Moreover, the system has also been changed intimately, so Alvin doesn't have to worry that after fusion, he will stop growing like a foolish king. He can grow up to 18 years old, and then stay young forever. Wiping the unsatisfactory tears from the corners of his mouth, Alvin integrated Avalon into his body. A warm feeling rose from within, and his magic has become more active. It's getting close to the level where he was holding his wand before. Alvin felt it carefully and found that Avalon was still improving his body. He felt that the cells in his body were full of vitality. If he wears it all the time, his body will definitely exceed the limits of human beings. Maybe he can still be a fellow practitioner of magic and martial arts. Asterisk. The next day, Alvin went straight to the room of requirement. He wished to get a training room dedicated to magic. With all kinds of targets and anti-magic equipment inside, Alvin released magic to his heart's content. He found that his magic power was regenerated 5 or 6 times faster, and his ability to cast spells silently and without a staff was also enhanced. Now, he can be called a walking magic fort. Finally, after a day of bombardment, Alvin was able to control his magic again. Alvin felt that his current strength had reached the professor level, and no one dared to say that Snape would still be able to deal with it. I checked my attribute panel, and sure enough, I had a huge improvement. Host, Alvin Gaunt. Age, 12 years old. Status, freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Wu Ling, awakening. It is expected to be fully awakened after the age of 18, and the magic scale will reach the pseudo-legendary level. Magic scale, 55.4. Magic items, a faraway land. Charms talent, 6, excellent. Defense against the dark arts, 7, Wizards of the Sky. Transfiguration spell talent, 6, excellent. Potions talent, 7, Sky Wizards. Black magic, 9, the Demon King comes to earth. Spells, Fierce Fire spell, Heart-piercing wrist bone, Shenfeng Wuying. Only the 3 with the highest proficiency are listed. Gold, 300. Looking at his system panel, Alvin was very satisfied. It was only the first semester, and his strength had improved to this level. After Voldemort is resurrected, he can basically reach the pseudo-legendary level. Although the pseudo-legend and the professor level are only 1 level apart. But the gap between the 2 levels is wider than the gap between Muggle and professor. In nearly 100 years, only 3 people have achieved this level. Walking out of the room of requirement, I saw Hermione standing at the door of the principal's office, constantly talking to the statue. "Let me in. I'm looking for Professor Dumbledore on something very important. Sorry, I can't enter without a password." The stone statue said expressionlessly, ruthlessly rejecting Hermione. "Why are you here, Hermione?" Alvin was a little puzzled. "Alvin, why are you here?" Hermione seemed to see a savior. Excitedly, he said to Alvin. "Someone broke into the 4th floor. It must be Snape. Harry and the others are guarding the door, waiting for me to call Professor Dumbledore there." Hearing this, Alvin patted his head. How could he forget such an important thing by practicing magic by himself? Without hesitation, Alvin read the password to the bronze statue. "Lemon sorbet ice cream." The stone statue hesitated for a while, but it seemed that the left and right sides were separated. Alvin strode inside, followed by Hermione. But unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore is not here. Alvin spoke in a low voice. "Professor Dumbledore is not here. Let's go to the 4th floor now. I'm afraid Harry and the others broke in directly." Alvin vaguely remembered that Harry didn't wait for Dumbledore in the original book and rushed in with his friends. At this time, Hermione, who was somewhat helpless, had to listen to Alvin's words, and the 2 quickly rushed to the abandoned classroom on the 4th floor. At this time, Harry and Ron were waiting anxiously at the door of the classroom. To be honest, Alvin was a little surprised when he saw Harry didn't rush in. After all, the savior has always been a style, reckless. It seems to be quite calm today. Harry, Professor Dumbledore, is out of the office and won't be able to find him for a while. Hearing this, Harry became even more anxious, and his heart sank. "Come on, let's go in together, Alvin. You are so good. We can definitely stop Snape." Alvin didn't stop either, just looking at the levels set up by several other professors. Thus began Alvin's first copy of the school year at Hogwarts. The configurations are Salted Fish number 1 calling 666, Harry, Salted Fish number 2 Ron calling 666, and a seductive lowly, Hermione calling 666. Well, at least in Alvin's eyes. Walking in the door, he saw the 3-headed dog Lu Wei, still the same. Alvin directly turned a stool next to him into a harp and played a song called Poor Fork. The 3-headed dog Lu Wei kneeled directly. However, when Harry next to him waited, he always felt a little strange. Why did the words Harry Potter ride and fly suddenly appeared in his mind? Shaking his head, Harry quickly threw his unreliable thoughts out of his mind. Hermione next to her couldn't help but sigh that such a terrifying magical creature could be defeated by a single song. Still such an ugly tune. Sure enough, Snape is an idiot. He must have been bitten by Lu Wei last time. Ron on the side was also schadenfreude. As long as Snape was unlucky, this silly kid would be happy for the entire semester. "Okay, don't think about so much useless. Are you ready? We're going to jump." Alvin walked over to the trapdoor, pulled it hard, and the door opened. "Is it really okay?" San Xiaoji stretched out his head and looked down, then looked at each other. It was pitch black like a black hole, bottomless. Seeing that the three of them were cowardly, Alvin set an example, jumped lightly, and jumped off. Well, although he knew that there were devil vines underneath, Alvin wouldn't put his safety on memory. Casting a windward spell in the air, Alvin slowly fell to the ground. There are soft plants down there. No problem. Jump down. Come on, Hermione. I'll catch you like last time. Trust me. Alvin shouted at the top. Asterisk. Hermione blushed when she heard Alvin's words. But she didn't hesitate, took a deep breath, and jumped down. Alvin's arms held Hermione firmly in his embrace and swayed subconsciously. Then she said something that made Hermione break her defense in an instant. Why does it feel heavier than last time? Hermione heard the whole person slap frantically on Alvin's chest. Even after Hermione was put down by Alvin, she still twisted half a turn on his arm. Harry and Ron above were relieved to see that everything was fine and jumped down one by one. Then I heard, ouch, asterisk 2. Alvin, you already picked up Hermione. Why didn't you pick up both of us? Harry and Ron rubbed their butts and looked at Alvin resentfully. Although there are soft plants on the ground, but they still had some pain when they jumped from that high. Alvin looked at them like Henin. Are you and Hermione the same?
Puffed.
This sentence was like a sharp arrow, hitting the hearts of the two people fiercely. Look at Alvin, then look at Hermione. Confirmed the eyes. Both of them are people who can't be provoked. Seeing the silly looks of the two, Alvin ignored them. How could Loli fall to the ground? Fluorescent flashes. The crowd cast a flashing spell with their wands, lighting up the room. Hermione screamed as she saw the plants on the ground.
God.
This is the devil's net. They are not safe. We need to use fire. Before he could finish speaking, Alvin snapped his fingers. Resist the ring of fire. After he finished speaking, a flame ring appeared from under his feet and then rapidly expanded. The devil's net seemed to have the grandson meet his grandfather and immediately collected all the vines. The speed was so fast that the three little ones were stunned. Go. Don't waste time here. Regardless of their consternation, Alvin walked in the direction the devil's web had receded, where there was a wooden door. Harry looked at Alvin enviously, and he also wanted to be as handsome as Alvin. Snap your fingers and call whatever you want. Too bad, he didn't even know what spells Alvin used, let alone cast spells without a wand. In fact, this is not a magic spell in itself, but a fine control of the flame spell. The large number of blue and white cards that Alvin obtained in this card draw has made his application of some basic magic spells reach a state of perfection. Just now Alvin just made up a name just to be handsome. Obviously this wave of batches was very successful. Didn't you see little stars appearing in Hermione's eyes next to her? Walking into the wooden house, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the winged keys flying in the sky. Harry saw the broom next to him, and his eyes were happy. There's a broom there. Just. Before he finished speaking, Alvin pointed to the ground, and a giant hand instantly appeared on the ground. He swept towards the sky suddenly, and directly grabbed more than half of the keys in Zhang Xian. Alvin snapped his fingers again, and his palm instantly turned into a cage, trapping the keys in the cage. Look for the injured wing. If someone opened the door just now, the key's wings must be different from the others. After speaking, Alvin made a chair and made it. Mainly because Alvin can't stand it anymore. Is the broom next to him serious? It's almost like going to an escape room and someone slaps a map on your face. Harry opened his mouth. Well, I still have some use. At least I can still find the keys. Soothing to himself, Harry and Ron went up to find the keys. And Hermione was left by Alvin's side, and the two shared a lounge chair, looking at Harry and Ron leisurely, struggling to find the key. When the two found a key with sky blue wings and inserted it into the eye on the stone wall, after a harsh sound, the stone door was opened. As soon as the door was opened, the key was bounced away, and he was caught twice in a row, looking exhausted. The group passed through the stone gate and entered a dark hall. Suddenly, the room was brightly lit, showing the shocking scene in this room. In front of them was a huge chessboard. Harry, Ron, Hermione paled, because the pieces on the chessboard are too huge, more than twice as high as they are. In front of them is a black child, and opposite is a white child. There was nothing on by Z's face, and with this black and white chessboard, it looked particularly gloomy and empty. There are obviously a few less black stones. Obviously, let them act as pawns, and if they win the opponent, they will be able to pass the level. At this time, Alvin's inner Spitz soul was burning. Dare to be more obvious in the design of these levels. The last level is to reflect Harry's flying skills, and this level is clearly designed for Ron. Is this a custom service in the wizarding world? Professor McGonagall, why don't you get a flying chess board and let them play an exciting game of flying chess? Asterisk. Soon, Ron and Harry had their positions on the board assigned. Ron was very excited at this time. He felt that this level was specially prepared for him. Well, it's actually Ron, who had been pressed down and couldn't raise his head, could finally show himself. However, Ron's beautiful fantasy was immediately shattered by Alvin. Copy in pairs. Copy in pairs. Alvin said that although he can't play wizard chess, he is a wizard, right? As a wizard, of course, you must learn to defeat magic with magic. After a few copying spells, the number of black chess pieces on the field suddenly increased several times. Alvin still felt that it was not enough, and put another layer of shield on each black pawn. After a few minutes, everyone watched as each white piece was kicked in a circle surrounded by 3 or 5 black pieces. They fell into silence. Harry and Hermione looked at Alvin admiringly, saying they had learned. Ron, on the other hand, had a collapsed expression. Muttering to himself, "This is not wizard chess. It shouldn't be like this." The whole person seems to be broken by playing. After all the white pieces on the field were violently swept out of the board by Alvin, the door behind White opened immediately. As if he wanted to send these plague gods away quickly, he couldn't wait. A group of people filed in to bring the next level. As a result, the house was empty. An unpleasant smell in the air. Hermione analyzed. This should be Professor Quirrell's level. It should be the troll, but the troll has been solved by Alvin. Harry and Ron nodded blankly. Sure enough, they still didn't come in handy. Just be obedient and be a salted fish called 666. Then everyone went to the next room. Just after everyone entered the room, flames of 2 different colors rose up, blocking the way forward and the way out. There is only a table in the middle, and there are 7 bottles of various shapes on it, and a piece of parchment. Hermione stepped forward, picked up the parchment, and looked at it. This seems to be a puzzle that we can try to solve. Alvin naturally won't save the little witch's face. Since she has the heart to decipher it, let her try it. After reading it several times, Hermione walked around in front of the row of potion bottles, and finally, she chose a black bottle. This can help us pass the flames and get to the next room. Harry looked at the black medicine bottle and saw that there was only enough in it to suffocate him. He decided to drink this bottle of potion himself and break into the next level. I'll go in with you. I have a way to pass this flame, but I can only pass it alone. Alvin spoke at this time. Of course, he has many ways to pass through this flame, and even extinguish it directly. But after all, he had to face Voldemort for a while, and he didn't want to be distracted to protect Hermione. Of course, Harry is fine as the protagonist, and he needs to get the Philosopher's Stone. After Harry heard the words, he felt at ease. With Alvin around, he also had some confidence. After pouring in the potion, Harry resolutely walked into the flames in front of him, with a feeling of desolation that would never return. Just as Alvin was about to follow, Hermione suddenly rushed over and hugged him. Be sure to protect yourself well. I will go to Dumbledore. After a few seconds, Hermione blushed and let go of Alvin. Gently rubbing the little witch's hair, Alvin agreed gently. Don't worry, I'm strong. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the flames. As Alvin stepped forward, a flash of fire appeared from behind him. Wow! With a soft moan, a noble and gorgeous phoenix appeared behind Alvin. It was Fury. Alvin kept walking, and against the background of the phoenix, the whole person became sacred and solemn, which made Hermione and Ron, who were already stunned beside them, feel reverence in their hearts. Fury's body burned with golden flames, then wrapped Alvin up. And amazingly, the flames didn't hurt Alvin in the slightest. He passed the flames in front of him so smoothly and disappeared in front of the two of them. "Why you, Quirrell?" Harry looked at the last person in the room in surprise. "It's me." Quirrell's voice was very different from usual, with a hint of gloom and weirdness. "I was wondering if I would meet you here, Potter. But I thought Snape him." Harry obviously couldn't believe Quirrell, who was usually submissive and was constantly being forced by Snape. It turned out to be the person who really plotted against the Philosopher's Stone. "Harry, I told you a long time ago, don't let prejudice cloud your judgment." Here, Alvin, guarded by the Phoenix Flame, appeared in the room. "Quirrell, we meet again. You were so lucky last time in the Forbidden Forest. However, you can't run today. And you, Voldemort. Asterisk. It's you. Gaunt." Quirrell looked at Alvin in horror, not expecting Harry to be the only one who finally entered the room. There is actually such a handsome shitstick as Alvin. He clearly drank the correct potion to the point where only one person's weight was enough. "Oh, this person has a phoenix, that's fine. Idiot. Turn your head away." Another voice suddenly appeared on Quirrell's body, startling Harry. "Yes, esteemed master." Quirrell replied respectfully, then turned around and slowly took off his scarf, revealing a terrifyingly small head. Harry felt like he was being watched by a terrifying monster, and he wanted to scream, but he couldn't make a sound. Even Alvin next to him was disgusted. It wasn't the back of Quirrell's head, but a dead chalk-like face with two terrible bright red eyes. Most importantly, he has no nostrils. Alvin had long known that Voldemort was on the back of Quirrell's head, but he didn't expect it to be 100 times uglier than in the movie. "Harry Potter. Look at what I've become," said the face. "I even need to borrow other people's bodies, but there are always people who will let me into their hearts and minds." The face turned slowly to Alvin again. "Alvin Gaunt. After all, I'm still your elder. My mother is also from the Gaunt family. I know your talent. Surrender to me. You will be my right-hand man." Alvin was happy to hear this. "Friends, no, Voldemort, I'm not happy to say this. I'm an excellent student of all-round development of intellectual, physical, and aesthetics at Hogwarts." Voldemort thought Alvin was afraid of Dumbledore and continued to speak. "Don't worry, Dumbledore's immortal." Boom! An explosive fireball blasted towards Voldemort from in front of Alvin. Alvin was too lazy to listen to Voldemort's nonsense and directly smashed his face with a fireball. Voldemort didn't expect the little wizard in front of him to be so ignorant of martial arts, and he didn't react for a while. When he recovered, the fireball was about to hit him. In desperation, Voldemort could only dodge the attack with a very embarrassing roll. "Is this the Dark Lord?" Alvin sneered mercilessly, but the thing in his hand was not slow at all, and he waved his wand. The 3 spells are like Voldemort in the finished glyph. This time, Voldemort was not careless, and directly released 3 spells that accurately hit Alvin's 3 attacks. "Do you really think I couldn't beat you last time in Banlin?" Voldemort roared. He was only careless last time, did not expect this younger generation to have such strong magic power. The Avada Sual life spell that can defeat oneself head-on. "Harry, go to the Mirror of Erist and get the Philosopher's Stone. I'll deal with him." Alvin ignored Voldemort's roar and commanded Harry. Harry hurried to the Mirror of Erist after hearing this. Voldemort did not stop him. After all, his plan was to obtain the Philosopher's Stone through Harry Potter. Shen Feng has no shadow. 2 invisible air blades attacked Voldemort, very concealed. With his keen sense, Voldemort avoided only one. But another attack did hit his thigh. "What?" A scream came from behind Professor Quirrell, probably because the body was not Voldemort's and he didn't feel anything. It's just that Quirrell is suffering. Damn. Voldemort summoned a cloud of black mist, and the injury on the repairer's body, although there was no pain, also affected the movement of his body. Voldemort felt that the Alvin in front of him was outrageous. From the few short confrontations just now, Voldemort clearly felt that the power of Alvin's spell was much stronger, and he released it at will. It can't go on like this. Voldemort is secretly anxious, not sure when Dumbledore will come. My servant, Quirrell, give me your all. After he finished speaking, despite Quirrell's objection, the black mist he summoned filled his body, and Quirrell let out bursts of screams. Alvin frowned, although Voldemort is not in his prime now, but there are a lot of crooked ways. He has seen the introduction of this kind of magic from the Forbidden Book area, directly squeezing the vitality of the wizard and breaking out the magic power far beyond the normal in a short period of time. It is similar to the method of disintegrating the demons in fantasy novels. Sure enough, at the top of Voldemort's wand, wisps of fiery red flames emerged, and the magical energy lingered on the ground and expanded wildly. Formed a flame python. The flame python snaked towards Alvin. At this moment, Furway above Alvin's head let out a long cry, carrying a golden phoenix flame, and met the fiery python. Asterisk. At this time, in this small room, 3 different scenes appeared. At this moment, Harry was shivering behind the mirror of Erist, and Phoenix Furway was fighting with a fiery python, splashing flames from time to time, so frightened that Harry didn't dare to show his head. In the end, it was the confrontation between Alvin and Voldemort. The curses flew between the two. From time to time, the collision of the curses and the curses blasted large pits on the ground. Thunderbolt explosion. Flexible to the right side. Alvin dodged a heart-piercing wrist bone and returned with an explosive charm in return. I have to say that although he only got Avalon for 1 day, Alvin felt that his reaction and physical fitness had improved a lot. Whenever facing the attacking spell, he can always dodge and counterattack. If Alvin unfolded Avalon now, he could kill him with Voldemort's spell. But it is rare to have a qualified opponent, and Alvin doesn't want to directly crush the opponent. You want to beat me too? Alvin gaunt. Voldemort was also angry at this time. A first-year freshman actually fought back and forth with him. How could he be the Dark Lord? 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Desperately extracting the vitality from Quirrell's body, Voldemort unleashed a black magic that Alvin had never seen before. Countless ghosts appeared from behind him, turned into ghosts, and rushed towards Alvin. Although I don't know what the effect of this magic is, it is extremely evil at first glance. God Guard, the shadow of the unicorn. Call God Guard, Feng Xiang Jiutian. Alvin cast 2 Patronus spells in a row, summoning a unicorn and a phoenix, rampaging, and directly killing these ghosts without leaving behind. This is a gain from Alvin's previous contract with Celestia. He discovered that his Patronus charm could summon 2 Patronus. And phoenixes and unicorns are magical creatures. In the original book, only Dumbledore's patron saint is also a phoenix, a magical creature. The others are just ordinary little animals. Voldemort looked at the phoenix with raging anger in his eyes. It was this phoenix who suffered such a big loss last time in the Forbidden Forest. Several consecutive smashing spells hit the phoenix in the air, and Voldemort began to summon a new fierce fire. The high-intensity use of magic power has caused Quirrell's body to collapse. Seeing this, Alvin was also helpless. The venue was too small, and Harry had to be burned to death if there was more fire. Using the active magic of his body, Alvin unleashed a powerful transformation. Sherdun is dispatched. The ground vibrated wildly, as if something was about to burst out of the ground. One by one, tall armored stone statues emerged from the ground, holding heavy swords like expedition crusaders returning from the Middle Ages. That's it, Voldemort. Alvin hurriedly poured a bottle of medicine into his mouth, restoring some of the magic power that was about to be depleted. This stone pier was dispatched, which can be called the most powerful transformation spell that Alvin has mastered so far. Use powerful polymorph spells to transform into stone-armored soldiers to fight for yourself. Voldemort did not dare to be careless when he saw this. Raise wand in hand. 10,000 bullets fired. The gravel under his feet floated into the air. There were hundreds of them. They quickly transformed into arrows and rushed towards the stone statue with Voldemort's order. Alvin also had to sigh. Voldemort is not only good at black magic, but also the use of this ordinary magic spell is also very outstanding. This combination of 10,000 bullets and polymorphism is not something that everyone can master. Unfortunately, the defensive power of the stone pier is amazing. These stone arrows knocked down the top of the stone pier and only caused minor damage to the surface. They were still firmly on their way to Voldemort. Voldemort was soon surrounded by siege, and he could only keep attacking the statue with spells. At this time, the unicorn Patronus found a neutral position, and the sharp horn on the top of his head pierced directly into Voldemort's chest. The divine light shines above. Voldemort was about to cast the armor spell. Silence. Alvin's precise silence charm interrupted his casting, and the unicorn Patronus hit Voldemort smoothly. A big hole appeared in his chest. Damn you. Looking at Alvin resentfully, Voldemort no longer had the ability to resist, not to mention the hole the size of the bowl. Even Quirrell's vitality has been extracted by him. Alvin also knew that this duel was over, and he was just about to finally deal with the remnant of Voldemort. A dark room suddenly appeared on Quirrell's body, and he quickly rushed out of the door that was smashed into a big hole by the curse. Wait. Alvin gaunt. One day, I'll be back. When the time comes, your flesh and blood, your soul, all will become my sacrifice. Alvin hit the black mist with several spells in a row, but it didn't work. He could only watch Voldemort slip away like this. He didn't panic at all about the threat of Voldemort's departure. Voldemort has been beaten up by him now, let alone in the future. At this time, Harry, who was shivering behind the magic mirror, heard the cruel words that Voldemort said when he escaped, and knew that Alvin had won. Tremblingly, he emerged from behind the magic mirror. All of a sudden, I saw the devastated house and the fierce fire burning on the ground. Have you got the Philosopher's Stone? Harry. Wake up the stunned Harry, Alvin asked. I got it, Harry replied subconsciously, but he was still shocked by this tragic scene. Although he already knew that Alvin was very strong last time, this time it was even more shocking to him. After all, the rumbling explosion just now, the still raging flames, and the tall stone statue all showed the power of Alvin. Just got it, and glanced at the fierce fire on the ground. Wand flicked. All curses end. The so-called never-extinguishing fire gradually disappeared under Alvin's spell. Walking in front of Harry, Alvin asked for the Philosopher's Stone directly. Harry also felt that it might be safer in Alvin's hands, so he gave it to him without hesitation. Looking at the peculiarly shaped red stone in his hand, Alvin raised it in front of him and looked at it. This is the so-called magic stone that can make people immortal? Why does it feel that there are not many powerful magic fluctuations? Holding the magic stone tightly, a trace of magic penetrated into it. Alvin's expression changed. Is this magic stone fake? Alvin had the urge to blow up the school at this time. What's the matter? I fought with Voldemort after a lot of hard work, and the magic stone I finally got is actually a fake. Isn't Dumbledore a fool? Just when Alvin complained about Dumbledore fiercely, a burst of loud singing reminded me, as if it could appease people's hearts and bring endless courage. Along with the singing, Dumbledore and his phoenix fox appeared at the door. Alvin rolled his eyes. You came just in time, Dumbledore. Alvin, Hermione's urgent voice came, and Dumbledore, who pushed open the door, jumped into Alvin's arms and cried. Seeing how the little witch was crying, Alvin was still very moved, although he was not injured. He comforted Hermione softly, saying that he was safe and sound. Voldemort or something is just a sticker. Hermione raised her head stubbornly and looked at Alvin. Promise me, don't take such risks in the future, okay? Looking at the serious look of the little witch and the strong friendship in his eyes, Alvin's inner softness was severely touched. Leaning down, he gently kissed Hermione, conveying his feelings to her. Hermione, although shy, was very cooperative. For a long time, the lips are divided. Alvin thought silently in his heart, it's not my scum, but Cupid who helped him shoot arrows out of Luana's hurricane. After defending himself a little, Alvin quickly put his guilt on Chio behind him. Dumbledore, who was on the side, did not bother, and watched the scene in front of him with a smile. Knowing that the two were separated, he was the only one who spoke. Young is good. When I see you, I think of me when I was young.
As he spoke, he recalled the past.
Didn't you fight with Grindelwald when you were young? There's no such thing as a little witch. Alvin's heart was full of malice. Seeing Alvin not answering, Dumbledore was not embarrassed. Glancing at the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, he looked at Quirrell on the ground. He stepped forward and checked Quirrell's condition. Quirrell had turned into a mummified corpse now and was too old to look like. Dumbledore knew in his heart that this was Voldemort's magic. Looking around at the surrounding environment, the intensity of this battle may be far beyond his imagination. Hermione's eyes followed Dumbledore's actions. Alvin hurriedly covered the little witch's eyes. Don't let her see this disgusting scene. Ron and Harry next to them were miserable and had already started retching. Seeing the little wizards like this, Dumbledore knew that this was not the place to talk. Okay, let's go to my office and talk. There are some things I need to ask Harry and Mr. Gaunt. In the headmaster's room, Hermione and Ron had left, leaving only Harry and Alvin sitting opposite Dumbledore. Want something to eat? Looking at the two little wizards in front of him, Dumbledore asked. Harry was a little reserved and didn't say anything, but Alvin was welcome. He had just come out of the room of requirement when Hermione pulled him away, and he had only eaten a little dessert for most of the day. My stomach was already empty. A roast chicken and an onion soup. Oh, by the way, give me another beef patty. Listening to what Alvin said, Dumbledore was silent. This kid really doesn't treat himself as an outsider. Still, he waved his wand and summoned what Alvin had ordered. Seeing Alvin eating in big chunks, Harry next to him swallowed silently. Seeing Alvin eating so deliciously, he, who was not very hungry at first, also felt a little hungry. But it was too late. Dumbledore had already spoken. So, Harry, can you tell me how you found out about Quirrell's plot? Immediately, Harry talked about what happened, and he also said that he had misunderstood Snape to be a conspirator. Dumbledore heard this and explained to Harry the grievances between Snape and his father. At this time, Harry finally realized why Snape was targeting him so much. This wave is the father's debt to the son. But he still felt that Snape was not a good person. In the end, Harry finished talking about today's events and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Actually, it was Alvin today that we were able to successfully protect the Philosopher's Stone. Harry said that he is just a salted fish who can only call 666. Needless to say, Harry, when you know someone is going to snatch the Philosopher's Stone, you have the courage to stop it. This is already a qualified Gryffindor's performance. Dumbledore praised. This is his favorite cub. How can he not encourage it? After Harry heard it, although he was still a little embarrassed, he was also deeply encouraged. After talking about Harry, Dumbledore looked at Alvin, who was still gobbling down. The expression on his face paused. Why hasn't this kid finished eating yet? Harry, you go back first, and I'll talk to Mr. Gaunt about the rest. Oh well. Harry nodded quickly, glanced at Alvin, who was still eating, and walked out of the headmaster's room. Finally, Alvin finished eating and wiped his mouth with the handkerchief he had conjured. When Dumbledore saw that Alvin had finished eating, he swiped his wand, and the table was immediately cleaned. Looks like you're eating well, Gaunt. Principal, your meal here is much better than ours. Alvin responded with a smile. Yes, as the principal, it's not too much for me to have an elf who is better at cooking, right? After finishing speaking, he winked mischievously at Alvin, acting like an old urchin. After listening, Alvin can only say, is this a privilege? Love, love. After 2 jokes, the two finally got to the point. Mr. Gaunt, you did a great job today. Thank you for fighting off Voldemort to protect the Philosopher's Stone. So, can you give me back the Philosopher's Stone in your pocket? After all, it's Nico's stuff. Asterisk. Magic Stone. Alvin is a little confused. Isn't this Magic Stone fake? How could Dumbledore say the truth? Professor, I just observed it, although this stone has some magical fluctuations, but... Alvin didn't finish his words, but the meaning was obvious. But there is absolutely no such huge magic power that can turn stone into gold and make people live forever, right? Dumbledore said Alvin's unfinished words, but he didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked Alvin a question. Mr. Gaunt, what do you think is the essence of alchemy, as you have been the best student at Hogwarts for 50 years? No, not even ever? Equivalent exchange. Alvin's answer blurted out. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Then another question was asked. Then, why do you think the magic stone can make people immortal? Is the magic in the magic stone endless? Hearing this, Alvin somewhat understood. Tentative opening. You mean this magic stone is going to be exhausted? Yes. Nico has owned it for more than 600 years, and only the last bit of magic power is consumed. Dumbledore didn't hide it, and told the truth frankly. Alvin suddenly realized, no wonder Nicola May gave the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore used him as a lure to seduce Voldemort. It turned out to be an expiring product. At this moment, Alvin felt a little sad for Voldemort, and he casually sent news of the Philosopher's Stone to him. People and ghosts are showing off, and only Voldemort is beaten again. Alvin took out the Philosopher's Stone and put him on the table with a regretful expression. Seeing this, Dumbledore was a little worried and a little hesitant, but he finally spoke up. Mr. Gaunt, you are so young now, and old age and death are too far away for you. Your greatest wealth is your extraordinary wisdom. You don't need to pursue the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Alvin was stunned, knowing that Dumbledore had misunderstood him, and he didn't hide it. Professor, I think you misunderstood. I don't desire the power of the magic stone, but want to study some ancient alchemy through the magic stone. Dumbledore had some doubts about the veracity of Alvin's words. Alvin didn't care either. Dumbledore was also a master of alchemy, so he could ask him these questions. Immediately, Alvin threw some of his alchemical problems to Dumbledore. After communicating with Alvin, Dumbledore confirmed in his heart that Alvin's alchemy has reached a certain level. There are even some aspects of Alvin's problems that have inspired him. Sorry, Mr. Gaunt. I misunderstood you. Dumbledore apologized to Gaunt, not because he was quite uneasy. He knew that Alvin must have his own secret, otherwise he would not have the current strength. A freshman who defeated Voldemort, Snape taught all his potions, and now he has such a deep research on alchemy. I can't imagine that when Alvin grows up, he will become another legend in the magic world. If he goes astray. Alvin looked at Dumbledore's uncertain eyes. How could he not know what Dumbledore was worried about after seeing all the movies and countless movie reviews? Alvin decided to make things clear. With his current strength, although he can't compete with Dumbledore, Dumbledore should not think about doing any harm to him, who is Avalon. But he also needed to show an attitude. After all, Cho and Hermione lived here, and he didn't want to break up with the old bee and have to drop out. Professor, I know your concerns, and even some of your plans. As soon as the words came out, Dumbledore became serious. Alvin continued, without caring. I'm just an ordinary Ravenclaw student. Here I have my friends, my love. Believe me, I'm not like my relatives. If I can, I just want to spend 7 years at Hogwarts smoothly. Power and wealth are not important to me. After listening to this, Dumbledore was silent and did not speak for a long time. Alvin was not in a hurry, but looked at the 2 phoenixes in the air. Since Fawkes saw Fury, he was captured immediately. He kept hovering in front of Fury, showing off his beautiful feathers from time to time. On the other hand, Fury ignored Fawkes's love and didn't even look at him. Take care of your own feathers. Seeing Fawkes like this, Alvin couldn't stop complaining. What kind of phoenix is this? Isn't this a licking dog? Dumbledore thought about it for a long time and thoroughly understood it. Alvin and Voldemort and Grindelwald are not the same. Although talented, he did not show ambition, and the little wizards flocked to him because of his own charm. Also, as someone who grew up in the Muggle world, he didn't have the same hatred for Muggles that Voldemort did. Also, very willing to help the orphanage where he grew up. Most importantly, he has someone he loves, well, more than one. After he figured it out, Dumbledore no longer struggled and looked at Alvin with a smile. Forgive me for being a bad old man. After all, I have taught a bad student. Haha. Dumbledore wiped the matter and then quickly changed the subject. This time, you help the school guard the Philosopher's Stone. When the final semester ceremony is held, I will add due points to Ravenclaw. Apart from that, what other rewards do you want? After waiting for Dumbledore's words, Alvin's eyes lit up. He didn't care about the academy points, but he was very interested in the extra reward. Can the Elder Wand be touched by me? Asterisk. Boom. Watching the door to the principal's office slowly close, Alvin shook his head in dissatisfaction. Dumbledore is not kind. He clearly let him choose the reward. Why did he turn his face when he mentioned the Elder Wand? But it was not a loss. In the end, Lao Deng agreed to help Alvin contact Nicole LeMay to see if Alvin could study alchemy with Nicole LeMay for a while. On the way back, Alvin also happened to meet Fred and George, but their frowning expressions made Alvin want to laugh. What happened to you? Alvin asked the twins curiously. Nothing. Some of our little inventions were discovered by Professor McGonagall. Fred sighed. Alvin's heart moved after hearing it. The twins in the movie seem to have developed a lot of prank products. I don't know what was discovered this time. Can you tell me about it? What gizmo? Fred and George saw that Alvin was interested in their invention, and they also got a little bit of energy. George showed off a pack of chewing gum. It's a quick-acting escaping candy. After eating it, it can leave a nosebleed for a while, and it will stop in about a few minutes, Fred added. Alvin took one, took it apart, and looked at it with a little spell that could make nosebleeds attached to it. However, the power is not great. Like Fred said, the little wizard usually stops after a few minutes. Then how did you get discovered by Professor McGonagall? It's not George, and if he hadn't sold this to Angelina, we wouldn't have been found out. You still say me, Fred, obviously because you sold it to Lee. No, it should be the problem of the two of them, who made them both eat quick-action candy in the history of magic exam. Hearing this, Alvin understood. It seems that Lee and Angelina wanted to pass the quick-action truancy candy and escape the magic history exam, but unfortunately, they were caught. After all, there is no such thing as such a coincidence. The two have nosebleeds together and are still on the exam. Seeing the two arguing, Alvin was happy. This is also the charm of the twins. They can make people happy no matter what time they are. Forget it, let's not talk about that, Alvin. Do you want to buy some of our quick-acting escaping candies? Fred and George quickly adjusted their moods and turned around to sell their products. Okay, give me some. Also, do you have any other fun? When the twins saw Alvin's so refreshing, they looked at each other. This is a big client. With a smile on his face, he took Alvin into a classroom. As soon as he came in, Fred took out a bunch of round balls like a conjurer, wrapped in colorful packaging. Is this the last time you guys slapped F***********? Alvin looked at the balls curiously and guessed what they were. That's right. Weasley carefully produced it, a special big dung egg. Alvin nodded, but it didn't fit his style, and he wasn't going to buy it. Do you only have these two products? Looking at Fred and George, Alvin was a little puzzled. In the original book, they had a lot of crazy ideas. Even in Harry's 5th year, they used up all their stock before escaping the school and gave Umbridge a nasty prank. We also want more products, but research requires a lot of money. The twins' faces paled at Alvin's question. Fred explained. We can only accumulate funds slowly. When we have enough money, we can continue to research and develop. Originally, this time, we hoped that the quick-acting truancy candy will return some funds. George added with a bitter face. Are you interested in accepting investment? Looking at Fred and George like this, Alvin suggested. Really? The twins' eyes lit up and said in unison. How much do you need? Alvin nodded, not because of the twins, but because he thought these gadgets developed by the Weasley twins were quite fun. In the end, he opened a shop in Diagon Alley. Although Alvin is not short of money, he should not give up this kind of money-making opportunity in front of him. George spoke with delight. 50 galleons. No, 30 galleons. With only 30 galleons, we will be able to develop 2 or 3 new products, and the products will definitely sell well by then. Is that enough? Alvin said in surprise. Enough is enough, Alvin. Don't you know, George and I only saved 10 galleons this year. 30 galleons is enough for us to buy a lot of raw materials. Alvin didn't expect that the twins' experiment would be so economical, knowing that he spent no less than 2,000 galleons to buy materials to practice alchemy this semester. After thinking about it, Alvin reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bag. Holding the small bag in his hand, it made a tinkling sound. Looking at George and Fred, their eyes were straight. There are 200 galleons in it, enough for you to use it for a while. Is this really for us? Fred stuttered in surprise. Yes, it's all for you, don't save it, and make more products as soon as possible. Then we'll go to Diagon Alley to open a Weasley joke shop. When the twins heard the end, their eyes lit up and went to Diagon Alley to open a shop of their own, which was their ultimate dream. Alvin looked at the twins in fantasy and nodded with satisfaction. He and the twins had a good relationship. He knows that the talents of the two are very good. To be precise, the Weasleys are all very talented. Oh yes, except for Ron. After helping them solve their problems, they turned into a pure-blooded family, and they could make money in the end, which was a win-win situation. Taking the purse, George pretended to be serious. Master Gaunt, we won't let you down. You can rest assured. Fred also patted George in disgust. What are you yelling about? Master Gaunt, you want to call the boss. Alvin smirked. These two were making fun all the time. After confirming the profit sharing of Alvin's 7 twins, 3 with the 2, Fred and George rushed back to develop new products. And Alvin also went to the dormitory, ready to spend the last few days of the semester leisurely. Asterisk. 3 days later, the school auditorium. Today is the year-end banquet, and all the little wizards are in the auditorium, enjoying their last dinner of the semester. The entire auditorium is occupied by Ravenclaw's iconic blue, and the Eagles logo is scattered around the auditorium. Ravenclaw's little wizards are as happy as the Wuxia New Year. This year's Ravenclaw finally won the House Cup and also won the Quidditch Championship. Just yesterday, Ravenclaw successfully restrained Harry with Alvin's excellent play. Cho Xuanli caught the golden snitch. Throughout the game, whenever Harry made a move, Alvin could always hit the bludgers accurately and hinder Harry's movements. After the game, Harry and the twins looked at Alvin very resentfully, making Alvin sick enough. The twin brothers didn't let Alvin go until Alvin agreed to visit the burrow during the summer vacation. At this time, Alvin was sitting next to Cho, and the two of them talked about their summer vacation plans. Mom and Dad invited you to my house in the letter. Cho stared at Alvin, as if she was ready to cry if Alvin didn't agree. No problem, but I'm not sure about the exact time. I have some things to do in the summer vacation, and I have to leave London. Alvin's scalp was numb. He was also a little nervous. What are your parents like? Alvin asked tentatively. Cho was a little amused when he saw Alvin's nervous look, but he was more happy. Isn't that why Alvin cared about his own performance? Don't be nervous, Alvin. They're good talkers and you're so good. They'll all love you. Hearing this, Alvin felt a little relieved, but he thought of Hermione again. After what happened last time, Alvin and Hermione's relationship became clear. Since I went to see Cho's parents, should Hermione also go there once? If the little witch knew that she favored one over the other, she would be offended. I couldn't help sighing. It seems that scumbags are not so easy to be. At this moment, Dumbledore walked in, and the noise in the auditorium gradually subsided. Another year has passed, said Dumbledore cheerfully. Before you leave the school, I must trouble you to listen to an old man's clichés. Now, as far as I know, we are going to have the award ceremony of the Academy Cup. The specific scores of each academy are as follows. 4th, Gryffindor, 312 points. 3rd, Hufflepuff, 352 points. 2nd, Slytherin, 451 points. 1st place, Ravenclaw, 502 points. There was a thunderous roar of cheers and applause from the Ravenclaw table, even Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students applauding them. Slytherin has won the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive years, and Ravenclaw's victory this time can be described as a delight. Except for Slytherin, the other 3 houses have more or less complaints about them. Alvin saw Snape slashing the steak with a knife and fork, and he could almost hear the screeching sound. Snape saw Alvin looking at him and gave him a hard look. Alvin didn't bother, but returned him a bright smile that made Snape lose his temper. This Alvin is just a piece of hob meat, Snape thought bitterly in his heart. However, several recent events must also be counted. Dumbledore looked at the Gryffindor table, which dimmed the smiles of Ravenclaw's little wizards. Alvin didn't panic at all. If the old bee dared to let Gryffindor surpass Ravenclaw, he would dare to blow up the school now. As if aware of Alvin's gaze, Dumbledore tilted his head to look at him and smiled slightly. Mr. Ron Weasley, he bravely stood with his mates in the face of danger, and for that, 50 points to Gryffindor. Miss Hermione Granger, she has won 50 points for Gryffindor with her profound knowledge, keen observation, and calm reasoning. Mr. Harry Potter, he has shown senseless courage and extraordinary courage in the face of crisis. I will add 60 points to Gryffindor. The cheers of the Gryffindors almost overturned the enchanted ceiling. They were so happy that although they did not surpass Ravenclaw, they suppressed the mortal enemy Slytherin. Dumbledore raised his hand, and the Gryffindors slowly quieted down. At last. Speaking of this, Ravenclaw's little wizards are a little panicked. If Dumbledore comes up with an excuse to add a few points to Gryffindor, wouldn't that be the same score as them? Mr. Alvin Gaunt, I have to admit, he is the most talented little wizard I have ever seen, and he defeated the powerful enemy brilliantly. Protected the important property of Hogwarts. For this, I'm going to give Ravenclaw 200 points. And Ravenclaw also managed to break the record and become the highest house scorer ever. Boom. The Ravenclaw side was completely crazy, and most of the girls' Ravenclaws burst into cheers that were not inferior to the Gryffindor just now. A whole bunch of little witches pounced on Alvin like crazy, hugging and kissing him. Cho, who was next to him, didn't care at all, and she happily threw herself into Alvin's arms. It was not until Dumbledore called it off that the group of little witches gradually calmed down. Alvin crawled out of the witch pile with difficulty. His robe was almost torn off, and his face was full of lip prints. Harry, who was looking at the next table, was envious. Finally, in this happy atmosphere, the banquet was over, and the little Ravenclaw wizards supported Alvin back to the dormitory like guards. In the end, Alvin almost rolled and crawled into the bedroom corridor. This group of women women of witches, it's so scary. The next day, Alvin woke up from a nightmare. In the dream, countless Ravenclaw girls rushed to him one after another. Something indescribable happened, over and over again. Next to Cho and Hermione, they looked at Alvin and the girls with a smile. When Alvin was alone, they raised their swords and discussed the distribution plan. Until Alvin finished washing, he still had lingering fears. Cho's words echoed in his mind. Finally, it's just the two of us. Chilling, Alvin kept telling himself that it was just a dream. However, you should still look for some magical learning to strengthen your body. You can also fight melee in the face of dark wizards in the future. When Alvin packs his stuff, forget about it. The house elves will take them to the car. When Cho and Alvin arrived on the train, both received a letter in their hands. The letter warned them not to use magic during the holiday and even to be expelled in severe cases. Fred and George said they wish they had forgotten to send us this. Actually, you don't have to worry. At this time, Alvin spoke, attracting the eyes of the twins and Cho. This notice is essentially a contract magic. As soon as this letter is in your hands, you have made an agreement with the Ministry of Magic that he will monitor the use of magic around you. If there are no other wizards around you, and there are magic fluctuations around you, of course you are using magic. After Alvin finished speaking, Cho and Fred George fell into deep thought. So you mean if there are adult wizards around, even if I use magic, they're not sure it's me? Fred said uncertainly. That's what it means. At this moment, George suddenly remembered something. Fred, you forgot. Last time we pushed Ron out of the window by accident, didn't you subconsciously use the levitation charm? The Ministry of Magic didn't send me a letter that time. The corners of Alvin's mouth twitched when he heard it. What a dire day Ron was living. It's really not easy to have such a brother alive to this day. That's right. George, Mommy beat us up at home that day. After figuring this out, The twins immediately smiled, so that their summer vacation would not be boring. What do you do, Alvin? You don't have any wizards living there. Chio looked at Alvin curiously, wondering how he could solve this problem. Oh, I had a house elf in the kitchen sign it for me when I got this letter. So there's no trace on my wand at all. Chio's twins were stunned when they heard these words. They didn't expect such a showy operation. At this moment, Alvin stood up. I'll go say hello to Harry and the others. Sit down, by the way. Chio did not suspect him, and nodded to show that he knew. Alvin walked out of the private room and wiped his cold sweat. In fact, he was looking for Hermione, and he still thought about how to talk to Chio about Hermione, so he could only use the time management method. When I came to Hermione's box, the little witch was sitting in Alvin's arms, chattering about the books she was going to read this summer. The atmosphere between the two was very warm. Listening to Hermione's plans, Alvin was really thinking about what he was going to do this summer. If all goes well, he will be very busy this summer. The first is to complete the alchemy test of his own tool man. He already has a general grasp, and he can do it in a few days. The second is to wait for Dumbledore's reply. If Nicole LeMay agrees, he will stay in France for a while. In the end, it was something that Alvin hesitated in mind. Although he has a lot of money, alchemy and ancient magic research are things that burn money. If only the money obtained by the system signing in and drawing cards is not enough, he is considering whether he needs to recover some wizards to help him earn some wealth. The test items of their alchemy need to be sold somewhere, and some magic items obtained by signing in also need to be disposed of. The train passed through Muggle towns and gradually arrived in London. Alvin also said goodbye to Hermione in advance, and before taking them away, Alvin gave Hermione a protective pendant. This pendant can automatically cast an armored spell in critical moments. He had given Cho the same necklace before, but Hermione's had to wait until now. Hermione knew where Alvin was going, pursed her lips, and said nothing. After all, she didn't come first. Finally, the train stopped at platform 9 and 3/4 of King's Cross Station. Alvin and the others took a long time to get off the platform. An old man was there, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time, so as not to attract the attention of the Muggles. After Alvin and Cho passed the platform, they saw a couple beckoning to them. The man is of Asian face and looks powerful. The woman is a very gentle and beautiful lady. Dad, Mom? Cho cheered and ran over, plunging her head into the woman's arms. Seeing this, Alvin couldn't leave, so he had to bite the bullet and go forward to say hello. You're Alvin, right? You are often mentioned in Cho's eyes letters. Cho's father opened his mouth and kept looking at Alvin, as if he wanted to see what was so special about this kid that he could kidnap his daughter. Hello, Uncle. Alvin nodded stiffly, feeling the unkind look in Cho's father's eyes. He felt it was more torture than another fight with Voldemort. Don't scare the kids. Cho's mother slapped Cho's father's head with a slap, and instantly the cold face turned into a grievance that did not dare to be angry or speak. I'm Cho's mother, just call me Aunt Helen. Alvin knew the status of the family in an instant, and pretended to be surprised. So you're really Cho's mother? I wasn't sure just now. You look as young as Cho's sister. Helen Jong was overjoyed by Alvin's words, and immediately became a little closer to Alvin, and kept inviting Alvin to be a guest at home. Alvin naturally agreed. Finally, after being separated from Cho and his parents, Alvin also returned to his home. Back home, Alvin immediately summoned Fury. Fury was very happy. At school, Alvin only let her out every night because he didn't want to attract too much attention. Now that she is home, she can finally stay outside all day. Immediately, Alvin casts a Muggle banishing spell to prevent outsiders from accidentally discovering Fury. He didn't want to be in the headlines of the London Daily the next day. Looking at a house that hasn't been cleaned in nearly a year, a whirlwind cleans it up. Alvin also had to admit that wizards do have the qualifications to look down on Muggles in some things. For such a large house, if it is cleaned manually, it is estimated that it will take 5 or 6 people and then several hours to complete the cleaning. And wizards only need a few little spells to do it. While Dumbledore didn't reply, he decided to make a large suitcase these days, like Newt Scamander's. When watching a movie in a previous life, Alvin envied Newt's suitcase. It was like carrying a forbidden forest with him. However, at Alvin's current level, he can't do it to that extent. Alvin estimates that the box was not made by Newt himself. It should be something like an heirloom of the Scamander family. Although some of these pure-blooded families look impoverished, their heritage cannot be underestimated. Just like the Weasley family, the clock in their house can show the current location and life status of each family member. In the original book, when Mr. Weasley entered Street Mungo after being attacked, the clock pointed to the hospital. Now Alvin can't figure out why. Although his current combat power is not weak, it is only an improvement brought about by the system drawing cards. If he were to fight Dumbledore now, without using Avalon Alvin, although the power of the spell is very powerful, but Dumbledore can play him alive with his superb application of the basic spell.
Die.
So, Alvin never takes any enemy lightly, because you don't know if they will suddenly hit you with a strange spell and end up losing your life. Studying more magic and constantly improving himself is what he should do now. Came to a spare guest room. Alvin moved all the things out. He decided to use it as his temporary laboratory for his own study of alchemy and refining potions. Early the next morning, Alvin took out an empty suitcase and got ready to work. The first step is to cast the Traceless Stretch charm on the trunk. To this end, Alvin drank a bottle of Inspiration Potion and a bottle of Magic Burst Potion, just to make his seamless stretch spell to achieve the maximum effect. As Alvin's spell was cast, the space in the box gradually became larger. Alvin tried his best to finally make the space inside the box as large as 2 school playgrounds. This was his limit. If it continues to expand, the space may become unstable, and it will fail in a few months. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Alvin was ready to start the second step. Water and green plants. He first went to Diagon Alley, bought some fast-growing plants, and planted them in boxes. Then there is the water source. Alvin used a lot of transformation spells to form a 1,000 square meter pit 5 meters deep on the ground. Then I took a hose and filled it with water. This is called the combination of magic and technology. The change of time in the box is the same as that of the outside world. When the outside world is day, the inside is also day, and when the outside is dark, the inside is also night. So Alvin doesn't have to worry about the light source. With some hard work, this small world is basically completed. By the 2nd grade, the environment inside can meet Celestia's survival needs, and Alvin can take her with him anytime. In the end, Alvin put a magic lock on this space. Without his magic drive, opening the box would only be a normal space. Alvin bought some furniture and daily necessities and put them in the small villa he built. When Hermione came to Alvin's house to play, she was stunned by Alvin's magic and imagination when she saw the box. She entered the suitcase excitedly and helped Alvin arrange the furniture, making it a cozy cabin. However, Hermione was also a little worried after being excited, because it was illegal to cast the Traceless Stretching charm at will, and she was afraid that Alvin would be targeted by the Ministry of Magic. Alvin didn't care much about this. He had already made several space bags, otherwise, how would there be a place for those connected materials and potions? As long as he doesn't use these space props in front of those Ministry of Magic officials, no one will come to him. Asterisk. Alvin, here I come. Hermione's voice came from the door, and as soon as Alvin reached out, the door opened. Hermione walked in wearing a traditional British sailor's suit, with white socks wrapped around her calf, which made her look extra slender. After replacing the Hogwarts school uniform, Hermione has a little more lively temperament. Coupled with especially groomed hair, she is as beautiful as a little princess. Come on, Hermione, it's so hot outside. Drink some iced orange juice. At this time, Alvin was sitting in the main seat of the living room, wearing a pair of gold glasses and holding a book in his hand. This gave him a more refined temperament. Seeing Alvin like this, Hermione's little face turned red again. Alvin looks so handsome wearing glasses. What book are you reading today? A Guide to Defense of Fantastic Beasts, or an alternative application of Transfiguration. During this period of time, since Hermione found out that Alvin bought a lot of books, she often came to Alvin's house to read books. After all, The gold galleons that can be exchanged with British pounds are limited every year. She can't buy all the books she wants to read. So Alvin's house became Hermione's paradise. When she was free, she would come back here to read books. An alternative application of transfiguration. Looking at the book in Alvin's hand, she didn't even know the font on the cover, only that it was an ancient script. Okay, just as you finish the book, I have a present for you. Hermione looked at Alvin curiously, but in no hurry. She took the book that Alvin handed over and read it. Soon, the time came to noon. The two went out to eat some food at will, and then returned home. Although Alvin has lived alone for so long, he can't cook at all, and Hermione is also a housekeeping idiot, and the two of them can only eat out every time. Back home, Alvin took Hermione to a study on the second floor, which was full of crucibles and beakers, as well as 2 cabinets. One is filled with medicinal herbs, while the other is filled with some metals and other materials. It was also the first day that Hermione came to this room and looked around. She has not been exposed to alchemy, so she does not know many materials and can only reluctantly recognize some potion materials. Alvin put a chair on one side of the lab bench, and he did it on the opposite side. Motioning for Hermione to sit over, Alvin fiddled with a cauldron, the contents of which looked like flowing silver. "What is this for?" Hermione asked Alvin curiously. "Although you have a protective pendant, the attack method is slightly insufficient. I will help you make up for this shortcoming today." Stirring the cauldron and extending his wand to sense it, Alvin nodded in satisfaction. He took out one of the magnifying glasses that muggles wear on their heads when they fix watches and held a quill in his hand. "Stretch out your hand." "Oh," Hermione nodded obediently and held out her small jade-like hand. It was the first time that Alvin looked at Hermione's hands so carefully, and she found that Hermione's skin was not as rough as that of ordinary Europa's. Delicate like a piece of silk. Being stared at and played with by Alvin, Hermione was a little shy and shook it unconsciously. "Don't move for a while." Seeing her like this, Alvin ordered. Spreading Hermione's hand out, palm down, Alvin dipped the alchemy product in the cauldron with a quill. And then on Hermione's fingernails, something was constantly being drawn. A tingling sensation spread through Hermione's body, making her feel strange. Although Hermione was curious, she didn't dare to disturb Alvin's attention. "I could only endure the slight itching on my nails." After 10 minutes, Alvin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally finished the magic pattern on the first nail. Next, his technique gradually became more proficient. After more than an hour, the magic patterns on the 10 fingers were all completed. Alvin took off his glasses and rubbed them to relieve the fatigue caused by concentrating for a long time. Hermione finally couldn't help being curious at this time and asked, "Alvin, what the hell is this?" Alvin smiled smugly. "This is the demonstration of his achievements in alchemy and magic pattern this semester. When you encounter danger in the future, gather the magic power to the right finger to activate the magic spell on the magic pattern. After activation, each magic spell will automatically replenish the magic power, but it requires a 12-hour cooling time. The 5 fingers of your right hand have been engraved by me with the disarming spell, and they can instantly activate 5 spells at the same time. I call it Lightning 5-Whip." Hermione's mouth grew when she heard this. She didn't expect Alvin to have such ability. Just imagine, when Hermione was fighting with the others, the enemy knocked Hermione's wand flying with a disarming charm, and then was complacent and ready to kill Hermione completely. Then Hermione stretched out her right hand and instantly cast 5 disarming spells. The enemy might react to the first blow and block it with the Iron Armor spell, but what about the remaining ones? Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help but fight a cold war and mourned for her enemies in the future. "Then what spell is on my left hand?" Hermione asked again. "This is the flying spell, which allows you to instantly summon your wand. Or you can use the flying spell to get your wand back after being knocked away by the enemy." After Hermione heard it, she instantly understood Alvin's thoughts. Seeing his little boyfriend prepare self-defense measures for himself so carefully, Hermione smiled brightly and offered a kiss as a reward. Alvin accepted it calmly. Since this time, his relationship with the little witch has become more and more intimate. Such a little temptation can't shake his mind. This method is amazing. Can I learn it? As a scholar, Hermione showed her strong thirst for knowledge. This may not be possible recently. You need to learn ancient rune first and then learn magic pattern and some knowledge of alchemy. Hearing this, the little witch was a little disappointed, but she was full of fighting spirit in the blink of an eye. She decided to go to the library when she went to school next semester and began to study ancient rune. Seeing Hermione's appearance, Alvin shook his head. He naturally knew what Hermione was thinking, but it wasn't something that could be done overnight. Alvin is confident that among the people in the entire magic world, only wizards with no more than 2 digits can do such delicate operations. This not only requires a deep understanding of the magic pattern, but can be simplified to a certain extent. Otherwise, it is impossible to engrave the complicated magic pattern on the nails. That alone stumped most wizards. In the current magical world, fewer and fewer people are willing to study ancient magic. After all, for most wizards, it is enough to use a few commonly used spells. It is also very difficult for Alvin to refine this special metal. This metal liquid not only needs to have strong magical conductivity, but also needs to be attached to the nails for a long time and cannot fall off. If Hermione wanted to achieve his level, it would be impossible without 3 or 5 years of hard study. However, Alvin would not stop Hermione. After all, studying these subjects would be of great help to the little witch's strength. Asterisk. Where there is light, there is darkness. This statement holds true both in the Muggle world and in the wizarding world. In the magical world, the Ministry of Magic on the bright side strictly prohibits all kinds of black magic and the trade of black magic items. But for wizards, these things are sometimes necessary.
Knockturn Alley is just that.
It is ironic that the largest gathering point of dark wizards in the country is next to the most prosperous magic world commodity street in the country, only separated by a wall. This is a notorious place. Most of the shops are black magic shops, and they sell a variety of things. From all kinds of black magic props to all kinds of human organs, there are every kind of evil business you can think of. In a corner of Knockturn Alley, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared here in apparition.
Exactly.
He sorted out his clothes, walked out of the corner, and came to the main road. There are dilapidated houses all around, and the signs of several shops are crumbling. The rubbish discarded in the corner exudes a disgusting stench. A few wizards sitting at the door of the store looked at Alvin casually and didn't find it strange. Every day there are not 10 or 8 wizards in this dress that appear in the alley. So normal. But when Alvin walked into a store called Borgenbach, some people's eyes become malicious. As soon as Alvin entered the room, he saw an unremarkable old man with a big greasy back, looking at him with a smile. This distinguished guest, welcome to the Borkenberg Magic Shop. Is there anything I can do for you? Alvin didn't talk to him right away, but glanced around the room. The shelves were lined with merchandise, the kind of stuff that would give a kid a nightmare just looking at it. What poison candles, black spiders, dead man's nails. If you can get rid of the cartilage powder in the air, I think we will have to talk. Alvin's voice sounded. Instead of using his original voice, what came out of his mouth was a hoarse and deep middle-aged male voice. The smile on Bo Jinbok's face disappeared, and he knew that he had met an expert. He took a step back without moving, with a smile on his face again. The guests laughed. This is just a small self-defense measure. I don't know if you are here to sell or buy something. Alvin flicked his hand, some necklaces, rings, and some accessories, and he put them on the counter. Borgenbach carefully observed these props first. He didn't get started directly. When he confirmed that these accessories were some protective alchemy props, he picked up one and observed it carefully. Can you talk about the efficacy of these things? Borgenbach asked with interest. Each ornament is engraved with an iron armor spell, which can resist 2 aura-level full-strength blows. However, it takes 24 hours to recharge, and after being attacked 10 times, it will be invalid. Hearing this, Borgenbach was even more interested. This kind of thing is the favorite of the dark wizards, and those who lick blood at the edge of a knife will undoubtedly have a second life to obtain such a prop. In fact, Alvin doesn't have to sell these things from here, but here he pays the money and delivers the goods, and he doesn't need to disclose his information. Alvin was also trying to avoid trouble by establishing a connection with the local snake in Knockturn Alley. He has some things that he can't buy from other places. So, at what price are you going to sell these things? 200 galleons each. Alvin set his price. Although the price is not expensive, your props have a limit on the number of times they can be used. But that's the only way those idiots keep buying, don't they? Alvin interrupted Borgenbach's bargaining. Borgenbach is silent. Yes, if he can use this item repeatedly, then there will be no repeat customers. Thinking of this, he nodded immediately. You are right, sir. I will have as much as you have. Alvin took out a bag with a traceless expansion spell and took out a handful of magic trinkets from it. Counting the ones on the counter, there are 50 in total. There are only 50 of them. It's not easy to make these things. It's not that Alvin can't come up with more, but that what is rare is more expensive. Could he say that he did all this stuff in one morning? Then it's not worth the money. Borgenbach nodded in agreement. Although there is a limit on the number of times it can be used, this magical item can withstand aura-level attacks. It is also considered a high-end item in the entire magic world. 50 in total, 10,000 galleons in total. Do you need cash or the equivalent? Asterisk. Taking his greedy eyes away from the props, Borgenbach looked at Alvin with a smile on his face. This batch of props is enough for him to make a lot of money, and even the smile on his face is sincere a lot. The hearts of fire dragons, I want 5, not limited to varieties. 33. Alvin's words did not fluctuate at all, as if buying a dragon's heart was as simple as buying a steak. What? The hearts of 5 fire dragons? At this time, Bo-Jean-Bo-Ko was a little shocked and speechless. This black-robe wizard really dared to ask for it. You must know that there are not many fire dragons in Europe, and most of them have not been domesticated by dragon farms. Even if a fire dragon is found, it is not something that 3 or 5 wizards can deal with. It only takes 10 elite-level adult wizards to kill a fire dragon safely. Sir, are you sure you want 5 dragon hearts? Well, sure, the money for these props is the deposit. Mr. Borgen, what's the problem? Alvin asked back. No. A chrysanthemum appeared on Borgenbach's face, and he made a lot of money again. Respectfully sent Alvin out of the store. Watching Alvin's back, the smile on Borgenbach's face slowly disappeared. I hope you can survive this disaster.
More.
This old fox, Borgenbach, sent Alvin out with a smile on his face this time, and Alvin was noticed by the dark wizards who were secretly observing here. If Alvin succeeded in surviving, then in future cooperation, Bo-Jean-Bo could dare not play any careful thought. But if Alvin never showed up again, he just earned this batch of magic props for nothing. Alvin was walking on the dilapidated road of Knockturn Alley, and most of the stone bricks on the road were damaged. Suddenly, he paused in his footsteps. In his perception, several dark wizards had gathered together and slowly followed behind him. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Alvin entered a deserted alley. The few dark wizards also suspected him, with grim smiles on their faces, and walked in as well. A man with a scar on his face took out his wand and pointed at Alvin, who was standing still in the corner. Hunter spoke up. Boy, just now we saw that old Borgenbach send you out with a smile on his face. Hurry up and hand over the things on your body. We may be able to spare your life. Scarface said so, but as for spare Alvin's life, it is impossible. The wizard's body is the best test material. Alvin stretched out his hand, took out a bag of gold galleons from his pocket, and kept weighing it in his hand. Do you want either? 35. The eyes of several wizards immediately turned red. This voice is like Jean Galleon, and there are still quite a few. They are all eager to try, ready to shoot at any time. Seeing them like this, Alvin hooked his fingers. If you want, get it yourself. Several people looked at each other and could no longer contain the greed in their hearts, and the curses hit Alvin one after another. A minute later, Alvin curled his lips in disdain, looking at these people who fell to the ground. At this level, he still came out to be a dark wizard? The Avada woman is not even qualified to make Alvin nosebleed. He stretched out his foot, and kicked the scarred face again. "Don't play dead. Get up. I have something to ask you." 35. Scarface saw that Alvin had seen through him and couldn't hold back. He stood up flatteringly, said to Alvin, "Sir, this time we are blind. You have a lot. Can you spare us this time?" Alvin's eyes glowed with green light, and suddenly the scarred face fell to the ground in pain. Very painful. "I asked, you said." Alvin spoke indifferently. Scarface didn't dare to say anything else, and nodded again and again. "Are you the boss of this group?"
No.
"Then who is your boss?" "This." Alvin saw the hesitant look on Scar's face, and another shot that pierced his wrist, and he begged for mercy loudly. After a full 5 seconds, Alvin stopped casting spells. "It's Arya. Our leader is Arya, and she's the leader of one of the 3 major forces of Knockturn Alley 2.0. Scarface spoke out all the information he knew quickly, for fear that Alvin would start to do it if he disagreed. With joy in his heart, Alvin did not expect to find a leader of a great power so smoothly. This is also the purpose of his coming to Knockturn Alley this time. He plans to regain a force to help him collect materials and information. "Take me to see her." Alvin said his order. Scarface did not dare to resist, and walked ahead to lead the way for Alvin. Soon they came to a quaint manor outside. Looking at the manor in front of him, Alvin asked, "You're sure that Lady Arya is here now?" "Yes, I am quite sure that Mrs. Arya will be here every day during the day, and then return to her house at night. No one knows where her hidden abode is until now." 5. Scarface replied, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. "However, this is our headquarters. I'm just a small leader. Several powerful wizards should be here now." Alvin smiled indifferently. He completely ignored these crooked dark wizards. These dark wizards were not the well-trained purebloods of the Death Eaters, but ordinary wizards who did shameful deeds. They don't have the qualifications to take refuge in Voldemort. Alvin also decided to come here after considering that he needed these low-level wizards of the 3 sects to help him with chores. Without stopping, Alvin pushed open the door of the manor and walked in directly, all the way into the main gate 13 of the villa. Scarface opened the door, and Alvin walked in, with 5 or 6 wizards sitting inside. A person who clearly knew the Scarface came up to say hello. "Hills, why are you here?" the person next to you. Before he could finish speaking, Alvin raised his hand and cast a petrification spell to fix the man in place, unable to move. The rest of the people saw this scene and knew that the visitor was not good, and immediately took out their wands and aimed them at Alvin. At this moment, a lazy and charming voice came from the 2nd floor. "This guest, you are welcome to Arya Manor, but you are too angry when you come up to my people." Alvin looked up and saw a charming blonde woman swaying down the stairs. Aaliyah looks like she is in her 20s, but she does have an air of maturity all over her body, which is in sharp contrast to her pretty face. The proud figure is also very obvious under the fiery red dress. Is a rare beauty. When the wizards downstairs saw Arya appear, expressions of infatuation appeared on their faces. Alvin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was such a beautiful woman in Knockturn Alley, and she was a leader of the forces. However, he was only slightly surprised and returned to normal. Through the black robe, Arya couldn't observe Alvin's expression, and she was a little uncertain about the wizard's way. However, seeing that there were so many subordinates around, she didn't panic. "This guest, I don't know how our Arya family offended you. I can apologize for them and send them an apology." 35. Hearing the other party being so polite, Alvin felt that the other party was very polite.
So he made his request.
"Your subordinates robbed me. As an apology, I want your family to serve me."
Oh.
At this time, Alia was full of question marks. Does this person have some serious illness in his mind? One of his subordinates couldn't help it at this time. This man petrified one of their brothers as soon as he entered the door, and now he has made them surrender. "Do you really think that they are made of mud?" He immediately hit Alvin with a curse. Fractured. Alvin didn't even look at it. With a wave of his sleeve, the attack was blocked by the iron armor. Immediately, he opened his mouth lightly, and a green magic spell flew out of his mouth, hitting the black wizard, and then he fell to the ground, completely losing his upgrade. The expressions of the others changed one after another, and even Alia's face lost the formulaic smile, and her expression became solemn. Where did the dark wizard come from? A disagreement is called the life-suppressing curse, and the spell is cast silently and without a staff. The most outrageous thing is that he spit out a life-threatening curse with his mouth. Alvin didn't want to spend any more time with them, and a wand appeared in his hand and swiped it lightly. Everyone's wands flew out of their hands and flew in front of him. I don't want to say it a second time. Surrender to me, and I will show you a higher landscape. Alvin's deep voice came from under the black robe, bringing a heavy pressure. The rest of the room was frightened by his hand, and it was silent. Strong, too strong, kills one person silently, and then knocks everyone's wands away in one fell swoop. There is absolutely no room for resistance. Arya forced a smile on her face and said, "Sir, your strength is already so strong, and the strength of our Arya family can't help you. Why don't you go to the Frank family or the Rambus family? This woman is still thinking about the misfortune." A green light appeared in Alvin's eyes, and suddenly, except for Arya and Scarface Hills, everyone else fell to the ground and cried out in pain. You have 10 seconds to make a decision, and in 10 seconds it's up to you whether they live or die. What? Forgive me.
Boss.
Save us. Seeing her subordinates who fell to the ground and howled, Alia's face was uncertain. She knew that as long as she refused, no one in this manner would survive. In the end, she gave in. My lord, you won. Our Arya family will be loyal to you and serve you. Arya doesn't want her half-life efforts to be ruined like this, and this black-robed man is so powerful. Maybe he can really show her a different scenery? 837. Her lifelong wish is to lead her family out of the stinking ditch of Knockturn Alley and become a strength that is not inferior to those of the ancient pure-blood families. Seeing her so conscious of current affairs, Alvin was also satisfied and stopped the Cruciatus curse on the rest. Also returned their wands. The crowd looked at Alvin in fear, and now even though they had wands in their hands, they no longer had any desire to resist. The piercing pain just now remained in their bodies. If there was any small movement, no one could guarantee that the next person lying on the ground would be him. Reaching into his pocket, Alvin pulled out a piece of parchment. Sign this contract. You are my subordinate. Without any hesitation, Arya signed her name on the contract. As for the others, they also signed in turn. You signed it so happily? Aren't you afraid that I will set some traps on it? Seeing Arya so happy, it was Alvin's turn to be surprised. With your strength, if you really want to deal with us, there is no need to make such trouble. And since I have surrendered to you, I will not have any regrets. I believe that a powerful wizard like you is disdainful to deceive us. Looking at this woman carefully, Alvin did not expect her to have such courage, and it is no wonder that she can have a foundation in this man-eating Knockturn Alley. Seeing that the other party was so happy, Alvin didn't hide it, and said the content of the contract readily. You can rest assured that this contract is not strict, as long as you do not disclose my existence and do things according to my instructions. The contract will not harm you. 35. In fact, the same is true. Alvin did not set up any harsh conditions. He was mainly to cover up his existence, so as not to find him in the future. Seeing Alvin say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although Alvin has been attached to it, everyone hopes that their new boss is not a difficult person to serve. Judging from Alvin's appearance, he should be the kind of better boss. Okay, you all go out. I will discuss future development plans with Arya. When everyone heard the order, they all withdrew, and in the big room, Alvin and Arya were the only ones left. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Seeing that everyone had left and only herself was left behind, Arya panicked and suddenly became a little nervous. Shouldn't this person be? Before she could finish her wild thoughts, the robe and hat on Alvin's head were removed, and the magic that covered his face was also removed. With black hair and black eyes, a handsome face was revealed. Arya was stunned. She never imagined that the Black faction who solved the backbone of the family with one move turned out to be such a small handsome guy. Why, seeing me so young, sometimes regret it. Alvin looked at Arya with interest, admiring her surprised look. No, I'm just shocked. I didn't expect you to have such strength at such a young age. 55. Heartbroken, Arya quickly defended. Alvin didn't care what Arya was thinking, as long as he signed a contract. He wouldn't want to get out of his control. In the future, I will only connect with you. If there is anything, I can sense it by using magic to urge the contract. Yes, sir. Arya didn't know what to call the new master. My name is Alvin Gunter, and I'll be called Gunter first. Left Alia, and Alvin knew she was struggling with the question of what to call her. Give me a detailed introduction to your family, as well as the other two forces. After finding a chair and sitting down, Alvin was going to take a detailed look at the distribution of forces in Knockturn Alley and see how he could expand his influence here. That's right, Mr. Gaunt. With Arya's explanation, Alvin also had a certain understanding of the three major families of Diagon Alley. The first is Arya's family. There are about 50 people in total, all of which she has recruited little by little in recent years. The most powerful wizards were all in the room just now. Originally, they were going to hold a high-level meeting today to distribute the proceeds from the previous month. As a result, Alvin was swept away. The Arya family mainly deals in potion raw materials, and by the way, also sells some smuggled goods, such as the Romanian viper, which is a dangerous magical animal. The Frank family and the Rambus family control the most profitable commodity in Knockturn Alley, the trade of people. In the magical world, there is nothing more suitable for experimenting with black magic and potions than people. Every wizard is a good experimental subject, and the price is naturally extremely expensive. And these two almost monopolize the population transaction in the magic world of the whole country. The two families hated each other, and both wanted to swallow up the place and monopolize this big piece of cake. Therefore, they will not provoke this Arya family, who does not have many conflicts of interest with them. Although the Arya family is weaker than the other two. But if it falls to one side completely, it is also a headache. After listening to this, Alvin had a general understanding of the three major families, saying that they were the three major families. In fact, they were the little brothers who did odd jobs for those pure-blood wizard families. The pure-blooded families feel ashamed of these shady things, but they inevitably have some needs, which makes the three major forces in Knockturn Alley find a leak. Fingers tapped on the table unconsciously, and Arya stood quietly, waiting for Alvin's orders. Does your family have any shops in Knockturn Alley? Alvin asked suddenly. There are two. One sells medicinal materials, and the other does some customized services. Arya replied. Alvin understands that the so-called customized service is what the customers want, and they will get what they want. Stop the herbal medicine shop. Alvin had an idea in his heart and ordered to Arya. Arya's face changed. The medicinal herbs business was the biggest profit of their family. If this stops, everyone will have to drink the northwest wind in a few days. Throw it directly to Arya in a bag. Alvin ordered. Here are some potions that I have refined, ranging from ordinary healing potions to veritas and intellects. Keep all the potions for me in the future and sell them when I don't need them. That shop will sell these finished potions in the future. Pay more attention to the news in the magic world. If something unusual happens, you should also contact me. Arya looked at the potion in the bag in surprise. Seeing that there are hundreds of bottles of potions in the bag that has been casted with the traceless stretch curse, there are all kinds of them. She was agitated. You must know that in the magic world, except for some very expensive and profitable materials, the profits of other magical medicines are actually very low. But if it is refined into a finished product, it will be different, the value of which has doubled dozens of times, but there are still more than 10 times. With these things, she can definitely get a lot of money and then recruit more people. Arya stared at Alvin with beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that the little wizard in front of her was not only a powerful wizard, but also a potion master. With her eyesight, it is not difficult to see that the quality of these potions is much higher than the ones that flow on the market. Okay, let's make this arrangement for the time being. If I have new instructions, I will inform you at any time. As long as you do what I instructed, I will do the profound magic and sophisticated magic. Qianzhao props. Give generously. Point 39. Alvin got up and was about to leave. He had to visit Chio's house in the afternoon, so he didn't have time to linger here. You're leaving now? Alia couldn't help but speak, and after she finished speaking, she regretted how it was her turn to interfere with the master's affairs. But Alvin didn't care and waved his hand. It's all over. What are you still doing here, having lunch? 99. Seeing that Alvin was not to blame, Arya was also relieved. It seems that this little wizard is not so difficult to get along with. Then she said boldly, It's okay to have lunch. My elf's craftsmanship is pretty good. Alvin was startled, but he didn't expect this woman to invite him to dinner at home. Laughing and saying next time, Alvin operat out of here. Only the stunner was left watching where Alvin left, dazed. What should I prepare for dinner at my girlfriend's house for the first time? Alvin has never had such an experience. But today's Alvin will usher in his first. After leaving Knockturn Alley, Alvin hurried back home and picked a bottle of Rhone Valley red wine as a souvenir. Chio said that her father likes to drink, whether it is Oriental white wine or Western red wine, he has dabbled in it. This bottle of Rhone Valley red wine was given to him by the shareholders of a company in which Alvin invested. It is said that it is still a collector's edition and is of great value. After changing clothes and picking up the packaged red wine, Alvin came to the place agreed with Chio. Soon, autumn has arrived. Looking at Alvin, who was dressed in a completely different style from his usual style, Chio's eyes lit up slightly. Wearing a small black suit with a slim fit, with his gentle smile, he looks like a young boy among the ancient nobles. The two talked and laughed along the way, but when they approached the gate, Alvin suddenly felt a little nervous. Chio saw 087's nervousness in Alvin and held his hand lightly, signaling him not to worry. Smiling towards Chio, Alvin signaled that he was fine, and the two walked in together. Chio's home is located on the outskirts of London. Her home is not big, just a normal small house. No one would have thought that a family of wizards actually lived here.
Mom, Dad.
We're back. As soon as he entered the door, Chio shouted to the inside. Chio's mother was cooking in the kitchen, while Chio's father was sitting on the sofa with a copy of the Daily Prophet in his hand. Hearing her daughter's voice, Chio's mother Zhang Helen came out of the kitchen, said hello, and hurried back to the kitchen. But Alvin felt that she didn't have to watch it at all. All the kitchen utensils were magic, and she could make meals without any manipulation. Chio's father smiled and watched his good daughter come back. However, when he turned his head to see Alvin, his face instantly became serious. Alvin was very speechless. He didn't expect Chio's father to have a tendency to control his daughter. It seems that today's test is a bit sad. However, after returning home, Chio was very excited and pulled Alvin up to the second floor to the girls' boudoir. Walking into Chio's room, Alvin also looked up curiously. This was the first time he entered a girl's room. The room is not big, only a single bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. There are posters of the tornadoes on the walls, and a Nimbus 2001 gift from Alvin to Autumn is placed next to the table. It's enough to see the girls' love for Quidditch. However, the two dolls on the bed suddenly showed the girlish heart of a girl. Seeing Alvin looking at his room so curiously, Chio felt a little embarrassed and covered Alvin's eyes. Don't mess around. Alvin nodded with a smile and threw the girl onto the single bed, and the two started fighting. It wasn't until Helen Zhang called them downstairs that Alvin and Chio stood up and sorted out the clothes that were a little messy due to strenuous exercise. Come on, Alvin, may I call you that? Don't be nervous, just make it your home. Eat whatever you want. Sitting at the dining table, Helen Zhang greeted Alvin with a smile on her face. Alvin sat in a chair, looked at a table of sumptuous Oriental dishes, and couldn't help but praise. Auntie's craftsmanship is really good. These Oriental dishes look very authentic, bah. Then eat more. Helen Zhang was also very happy to hear Alvin speak so nicely and kept serving Alvin dishes. Both Chio and Chio's father were ignored. Alvin is also welcome. Enjoying food is the greatest recognition to the cook. He also praised all the dishes while eating. Do you still know Oriental cuisine? Chio's father was interested, but he didn't expect a child who grew up in England to have an understanding of Oriental cuisine. Alvin is not sleepy when talking about this. He was an authentic glutton in his previous life. He immediately chatted with Chio's father about Dongfa Kai. Chio's father was of Huxia descent, but he came here when he was very young. Some of the dishes and local specialties mentioned by Alvin were not even known to him. However, seeing that Alvin understands Oriental culture so well, he also has a good impression of Alvin. Suddenly, he turned to the cupboard and brought a bottle of wine. I didn't expect you to know so much about Oriental cuisine. I have a bottle of wine here. Let's drink and chat. Chio's father was very bad. Although he had a good impression of Alvin, he still had to teach him a lesson about the kid who kidnapped his daughter. The solution he came up with was to drink and put this kid on the ground. Siri, you're fooling around again. How old is Alvin? Alvin finally knew Chio's father's name, Sirui Zhang. Kindness? Sirui, isn't it 3? Good guy, Zhang-san? Boss, I can't be bothered. Alvin's admiration rose suddenly. It's all right, this is home for dinner and 2 drinks to add to the fun. Zhang Sirui would not let Zhang Hailun spoil his plan, so he quickly waved his hand, indicating that it was all right. Alvin looked at the bottle of wine and immediately became happy. Isn't this Mao Dai? In the previous life, as a 996 worker, how could I have the opportunity to drink Mao Dai? And this is still the Mao Dai of this era. It's okay, Auntie. I'll accompany him to have a drink with my uncle if he's happy. Alvin smiled and persuaded Helen Zhang, who planned to stop it. Chio smiled and watched without saying a word. Last semester, they always secretly drank the butter beer brought by Fred and George, but she knew Alvin's alcohol intake. Looking at his father looking like he was about to get drunk on Alvin, Chio knew that he was going to have bad luck today. Seeing that Alvin was so uptight, Zhang Sirui was still nodding with a smile. I don't know that my sweet little padded jacket has become a black heart cotton. Autumn home. Zhang Sirui directly gave Alvin a small half glass of white wine, and he was also half a glass small. Come on, Alvin, walk with Uncle for a drink. After speaking, he directly suffocated the ones in his glass, which were estimated to be 2 taels. Alvin took a look and only had to follow along with a dry mouth. Chio's father took a look and saw that something was wrong. How could this kid drink 2 taels in one breath without breathing? Thinking of himself as a dignified adult, can't he still drink a child? Zhang Sirui was immediately dissatisfied. This time, it was filled directly for both of them. 10 minutes later. Brother, I'm not saying if you use magic in front of muggles, don't panic. Come to brother. Brother promises to do it properly for you. All 3 at the table were silent. At this time, Zhang Hailun and Chio were a little embarrassed. It was Zhang Sirui who insisted on pulling Alvin to drink, so why did he start talking nonsense first? Alvin next to him is still the same. Alvin's mouth twitched. I came to be your son-in-law, not your brother. As if the wine was coming, Zhang Sirui kept pulling Alvin, telling about some of his work in the Ministry of Magic, and he even mentioned that one of his subordinates was secretly looking at him. Alvin hurriedly had a cup with him, interrupting Zhang Sirui's self-destruction, for fear that he would be gone if he continued. Didn't you see that Zhang Helen's face changed beside him? At this time, Chio couldn't stand it anymore.
Dad.
You're drunk. 99. Chio Chi hummed. Nonsense, I'm not drunk. Zhang Sirui immediately retorted, but his flushed face was obviously not convincing. Then Zhang Sirui looked at Alvin and said earnestly, Brother, my daughter has been spoiled by us since she was a child. If she doesn't understand anything. Dizzy. Zhang Helen next to her directly took out her wand and forcibly ended the family dinner with a stun spell. Helen Zhang looked at Alvin tenderly. Alvin, your Uncle Zhang is drinking a little too much. It's not too late. Shall we be here today? 35. Alvin was in a cold sweat at this time. Is Chio's mother so sturdy, and she will wait for a stun spell, if she disagrees? He didn't dare to say a word, nodded again, and stood up, ready to leave. Auntie, you're right, it's time for me to go back. I'll let Chio send you off? 99. No. I'm from the Muggle world, just take their bus. Alvin hastily refused. However, Hilo and Zhang insisted that Qiu send Alvin some distance. Qiu was also a little worried that Alvin had drunk so much and said he would send him out. The two went out together. After going out, Alvin looked at Qiu and said with lingering fears, "Uncle's tutor should be good, right?" Qiu didn't realize what Alvin meant at first, but with her cleverness, she understood what Alvin wanted to express in a few moments. Suddenly he giggled. After laughing, he punched Alvin angrily. "Where did you get so many weird words? Isn't it?" Alvin answered solemnly. Under the light of the streetlights, the two walked side by side, and the shadows behind them were drawn long and gradually overlapped. Just here. 99. Walking to an intersection, Alvin said to Qiu, "I just brought home. You don't have to send it." Qiu nodded, no surprise that Alvin learned to apparate. In her heart, her little boyfriend was so powerful that Qiu wouldn't be surprised if he picked up Voldemort the next day. After hugging Alvin gently, Qiu sure walked back home. Watching Qiu's figure enter the door of her house, Alvin is the one who operates away. For the next few days, Alvin lived a fulfilling day. Not only study magic but also deal with some Arya family affairs. Arya is efficient in her work and quickly turned the medicine store into a finished potion store. And a lot of potions have been sold. Alvin took the time to go to Arya's house, took a batch of medicinal herbs and materials, and gave her some potions that she made by herself. As a reward, Alvin gave 2 iron armor and smash spells as a reward. For Flowers 0, although they have learned these spells before, can they use the greatest power just by learning them? There are many tricks and variants of casting each spell, and the version Alvin gave them was improved after he learned the ancient spells himself. Each magic spell is more than double the power under the same magic power. This can almost serve as the foundation of some pure blood families. Why do pure blood families survive? One reason is that they often intermarry and their mutual interests are already very strong. If you offend a family, you are likely to offend most of the pure-blooded families. The second reason is that each family has some family magic spells or special skills as inheritance.
0.
This is one of the main reasons why they look down on half-blood wizards or wizards of Muggle origin. Do you think we learned the same magic spell as me and we are people of the same level? Think too much. Arya looked at Alvin with sparkling eyes. Are these 2 magic spells really rewarded to me? With his legs crossed, Alvin leaned comfortably on the sofa, eating the grapes Alia peeled one by one. Of course, as I said, as long as you do things well, there will be no shortage of rewards. Then can I pass it on to my subordinates? Don't worry, I will sign a contract with them to prevent them from spreading the word. Arya asked expectantly. Of course, it was originally intended for you to give to your subordinates. In the future, you will have more and more subordinates, and you still need to support some cronies to control the overall situation. 99. Alvin doesn't care about these things. The treasure in their eyes is just a reward for a few daily check-ins. By the way, this is for you. Alvin took out an exquisite ring and handed it to Arya. Putting down the grapes in her hand, Arya looked at the ring curiously. What is this? Alvin explained the efficacy and usage of the protective ring. It made Arya look at him with more and more gentle eyes. Early in the morning, the arrival of a phoenix broke the tranquility of Alvin's house. Dumbledore's phoenix fox brought Dumbledore's letter early in the morning. Throwing the letter on Alvin's desk, Fox couldn't wait to find Fury to play. Alvin scolded the bird and opened the letter. Dear Gaunt, I'm sorry to write to you just now, and forgive the busyness of an old man who can't retire at over 100 years old. I have already told Nicole about your situation. He is very happy that there are still young wizards who can study alchemy so much in this era. He asked me to sincerely invite you to visit his castle in Paris, France. If it doesn't affect your pleasant summer vacation, please go to Nicole earlier. 087 can't wait to meet you. 95. Your loyal Albus Dumbledore. After reading Dumbledore's letter, Alvin was very happy. The summer vacation was almost half over, and this old bee brought the news of Nicole LeMay. This made Alvin wonder for a while now if Nicole LeMay's undead medicine had been used up and went directly into the soil. Fortunately, after reading the contents of the letter, Alvin knew that he should leave for Gaul. Picking up the pen, Alvin wrote a letter to his two little witches and his twin brothers. In the letter, I briefly introduced my itinerary, and they were worried because the owl could not contact me across the country. Handed the letter to Fox, who was pestering Fury, Alvin drove the licking bird of Old Deng away. Alvin decided to set off tomorrow. He planned to take advantage of the time today to arrange some security measures for his house. Although there were no enemies, he was still careful. Bali, Champs-Élysées. This is the most famous street in Gaul, also known as the Triumphal Avenue. Pedestrians come and go on the street, revealing a bustling atmosphere. A handsome young man was walking on the street, attracting the attention of passers-by from time to time, lamenting that there are such handsome boys in the world. The teenager was Alvin. He walked slowly down the street, came to a cafe, and walked in. There was not a single customer in the entire cafe, as if passers-by didn't know that such a store existed here. Walking into the store door, the person standing at the front desk was not a human, but a house elf. Seeing Alvin walking in, he hurriedly greeted him. Bowing deeply, the house elf spoke respectfully. "Is it Master Gaunt? I am Sean, the Master's house elf, and the Master asked me to welcome you." 35. Alvin nodded. "There's Mr. Lawrence.
Please come with me."
99. The house elf Sean bowed his head the whole time and led Alvin through the back kitchen to a rockery. Suddenly, the rockery split in half, revealing a large gap, and Alvin followed the elf in. When the two walked in, the rockery closed again and returned to its original state. After entering, Alvin found that there was a cave inside. They seemed to be teleported to another place and walked hundreds of meters before they came to a medieval castle. There are two armored giants guarding both sides of the castle. After seeing Alvin and Sean, they bowed slightly, as if welcoming the guests. All the way to a living room in the castle, there is no one in it, but Alvin feels that something is always watching him, but he can't find the source of this feeling. Alvin looked at it, and the whole living room was decorated very modernly, with air conditioners, TVs, and electric fans. It's a bit out of tune with the heaviness of the castle itself. At this moment, an old voice came. "Sean, have you brought Mr. Gaunt over here?" Alvin turned around and saw an old man in a wheelchair coming out from behind a chain on the side. There was no one behind the old man pushing the wheelchair, and there was no manual control by himself. The wheelchair just slid over. Very weird. Alvin knew that this was Nicole LeMay. After walking a few steps to meet him, Alvin said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. LeMay, this is Alvin Gaunt." 35. Well, good boy. Nicole LeMay was very happy and nodded with satisfaction. Through the conversation with Dumbledore, he already knew how talented the little wizard in front of him was. Not only is he far superior to ordinary people in spells, but he has also made good achievements in the ancient and difficult subject of alchemy. Last time Dumbledore recounted several alchemy problems he and Alvin discussed, which surprised Nicole LeMay. Is this a field that students can study? But what he didn't expect was that he originally thought that such a talented little wizard should be arrogant and indomitable. But he is so handsome, gentle, and polite. It made him seem to see his younger self. "Sean, go and prepare a sumptuous dinner." Motioning for Alvin to sit down, Nicole LeMay said to Sean, the house elf. Alvin found that the sound was not coming from Nicole LeMay's mouth, but the wheelchair he sat in, which surprised Alvin. The elf bowed and left room 1.0 to prepare dinner. In Nuoda's living room, only Nicole LeMay and Alvin were left. Alvin remembered the feeling of peeping just now, hesitated, and asked, "Mr. LeMay, when I entered this room just now, I felt that someone was watching me again, but—" Nicole LeMay smiled, a little surprised by Alvin's keen perception. He also wanted to take the test of the little wizard in front of him. "You're right. In this room, there are indeed other beings who have observed you, but whether you can find it or not depends on your ability." After speaking, he looked at Alvin with a smile, to see if he could find out what was watching him. Alvin could see the meaning of Nicole LeMay's exam, but he didn't say anything. Closing his eyes, Alvin diffused his magic and sensed everything. Under the perception of magic, the whole world is divided into two colors. One is the color with magic power, and the other is black, without magic power. Alvin suddenly discovered that in this room, besides Nicole LeMay and him, there are other sources of magic. Those air conditioning TVs and electric fans are actually alchemy products. Opening his eyes, Alvin looked at Nicole LeMay with some incredible openings. Mr. LeMay, are these appliances all alchemy products? Nicole LeMay was very happy to see that Alvin guessed the answer, and clapped his hands. Okay, stop pretending, the guests have discovered you. Suddenly, the form of these appliances has undergone some changes. Every appliance has grown limbs and a mouth. Welcome 13, Master Gaunt. This is the air conditioner. Yeah, it's so boring to accompany the master every day, and it's been a long time since no guests came. The electric fan also clicked on its own fan blades, expressing agreement. Me too, was the voice from the TV. Looking at these appliances, Alvin suddenly felt that Nicole LeMay is really an interesting old man who actually made alchemy products from things in the Muggle world. And it also gave them a lot of wisdom. This is similar to the tool man he brought to Nicole LeMay to taste this time. Thinking of this, he looked at Nicole LeMay, ready to show his gadgets. Mr. LeMay, I also have some small things here, and I would like to ask you for advice. Nicole LeMay was also interested and wanted to see what kind of works this little wizard could come up with. Alvin opened his carry-on suitcase, took out a small bag, opened his mouth, and fell down. Immediately, 3 small yellow things like capsules rolled out, and then quickly became larger. These little things have limbs, eyes, and mouths. He also wore some of the jeans worn by Muggle world workers. It's just that because there are no shoulders, the straps of the denim jacket slip down onto the arms. Soon, their eyes opened. After seeing Alvin, they said something one by one, and then rushed to Alvin's thigh. Alvin helped his forehead helplessly. Stuart, Bob, and Kevin, don't move around and let Mr. LeMay take a good look at you. Oola. When a few minions heard this, they immediately lined up, pretending to be serious and looking at Nicole LeMay. It's just that their big eyes still aim at Alvin from time to time. Nicole LeMay, who was next to him, was already itching to see it. With his eyesight, he could see most of the techniques in Alvin's alchemy products in a short period of time. However, he found that Alvin's method of imparting intelligence to alchemical items was different from his. Or, it is different from any known technology in this world. Nicole LeMay directly let the wheelchair float over, then picked up a minion and looked at it. Kevin, don't move. 35. Alvin instructed the minions. Signal him to cooperate well. Nicole LeMay watched carefully. Isis Magic Pattern Array. The heart of the fire dragon is used as the source of magic. The role of these transmission arrays is... Looking at the minions, Nicole LeMay kept saying some alchemy craftsmanship, which made Alvin next to him admire very much. With just a few observations, the refining techniques and materials can be closely related. If alchemy is divided into levels in the system, then Nicole LeMay is at least at the level of the 8th level, or even the upper level of the 8th level. These minions are the tool people refined by Alvin. One day, he had a whim and thought that in a film he had seen in a previous life, the protagonist's little brother, the Minions, was proficient in all 18 skills. Why can't I make some minions as assistants in my daily magic research? Do it when you think of it, do it vigorously. That's Alvin's style. So he spent a semester and wasted countless materials. In the end, these minions were completed as a finished product a few days ago. However, he still used the magic of the Garden of Eden to forcibly endow these minions with some intelligence. This time, Alvin wanted to meet and chat with Nicole LeMay, and the most important thing was to figure out how to use alchemy to give alchemical products the ability to act independently and part of their wisdom. Excellent work, Gaunt. Finally, Nicole LeMay put down Kevin, and the minions ran behind Alvin, looking at the old man badly. Can a boy's body be played with like this? If it wasn't for the master's order, he would definitely give this bad old man a slap in the face. Patting Kevin's head 087, Alvin quietly waited for Nicole LeMay's next evaluation. The combination of your alchemy application is very novel, and the foundation is very solid. You only need to make some adjustments on the combination of the magic pattern sequence. This is a perfect work. Alvin listened to Nicole LeMay's comments and agreed. After all, Alvin didn't study alchemy for a long time. Although he has a lot of knowledge in his mind, his hands are still a little rusty. He also failed many times during refining, wasting a lot of materials. May I ask, Mr. Gaunt, what is your method of giving them intelligence? I have never seen such a method in any book. In the end, Nicole LeMay still couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked the most crucial question. Without hesitation, Alvin directly told his thoughts and the process of how to realize the magic spell of the Garden of Eden. He even passed the spell on to Nicole LeMay to see if he could come up with a new way to apply it. Nicole LeMay became more and more excited as he listened, and in the end, his cloudy eyes burst into a dazzling brilliance. Alvin, your idea is a direction I've never thought about. Nicole LeMay was very excited at the moment. Alvin's operation really amazed Nicole LeMay. He didn't expect that a dream magic would actually be used by him in alchemy. This is a method no one has thought of, and the effect is surprisingly good. Even Nicole LeMay's home appliance alchemy may seem spiritual, but it's like a set program. Like this air conditioner made by Nico. Nico added a cooling magic pattern during refining and also used magic to make some spirits. This air conditioner will always be like this. He can only follow the set functions and creators. The will to work and communicate. And Alvin's method brings an infinite possibility. They can learn and evolve. Seeing this 600-year-old man so excited, Alvin was afraid he couldn't catch his breath. Hastily motioned Nicole LeMay not to be so excited. We can speak slowly. For half a day, Alvin was talking to Nicole LeMay about the process of refining minions and some of the problems he encountered. And Nicole LeMay listened to Alvin's narration, nodded from time to time, and when Alvin said the problems he encountered, he also gave his own advice and insights accurately. The old and the young discussed in this living room until the evening, until the house elves came to inform them that the dinner was ready. Alvin and Nico stopped communicating with a sigh of relief. Nicole LeMay deserves to be a person who stands at the pinnacle of alchemy. Alvin has achieved a lot this afternoon, which is completely more effective than reading books alone for a whole month. And Nick LeMay is also the same. Alvin's alchemical thinking with Muggle programming thinking is undoubtedly novel to him, who has always lived in the wizarding world. This also broadened his mind and gave him the urge to retreat and experiment. Naturally, the relationship between the two of them also became excellent in this afternoon and became a year-long friendship. At the dinner, Alvin also met Nicole's wife, Miss Perennial. As soon as the old lady saw Alvin, she liked it very much and kept asking if Alvin had a girlfriend, and if he did, would he mind having more girlfriends? Made Alvin blush. I'm just a kid with 2 girlfriends. For the next period, Alvin lived in Nicole May's castle. These days, Nico has regarded Alvin as his close disciple. All the books in the house are open to him, and even taught Alvin how to refine the magic stone. He believed that Alvin's talent in alchemy far surpassed himself, and even deliberately made Alvin his heir. Nicole LeMay is an old antique that has lived for more than 600 years. His family's collection of books can be described as rich and unusual, far exceeding that of all pureblood families. There are also many alchemy books and magic books here that are not available at Hogwarts. Alvin feels like a fish in water, soaking in the library every day, absorbing knowledge crazily. From time to time, you can also ask Nicole Meyer some of the problems he encounters himself. Even 3 meals a day and daily life are taken care of by the elves in the castle. In a short period of time, Alvin's magic level and alchemy level have made great progress, and Nicole May also sighed repeatedly. What a little monster. Alvin's daily life is very fulfilling, but this also makes Mrs. Perennial some complaints. What kind of thing is such a cute child spending every day in the library and laboratory, and she even quarreled with Nicole. Nicole LeMay jokingly complained about Alvin when he was experimenting with Alvin. Seeing the old lady caring about him so much, Alvin was very moved, but he was also a little dumbfounded. He was an orphan in 2 lives, but he felt the long-lost family love here, which made Alvin quite enjoy. It's August. Alvin, as usual, was sitting in the library watching a synopsis of medieval dark magic. The house elf Sean suddenly appeared in front of him. "Master Alvin, Madam has asked you to come to the assembly hall." Sean respectfully said to Alvin. His tone was a little more affectionate than before. After this period of time, Sean also knew that Alvin was basically Nico's heir, in other words, his young master. Therefore, the tone was less polite than before and more affectionate. "What did Madame Perennial say?" "There are some guests from Beauxbatons. The lady would like you to meet." After Alvin heard it, he was a little puzzled. What does Beauxbatons have to do with him? As one of the 3 magic schools in Europe, Beauxbatons is located in France. The Nico family is also a shareholder of the school. Their people come to visit here. Alvin is not surprised, but why ask him to go there? But since the old lady called him, and he just got tired of reading books, he just went and had a look. Alvin followed Sean to the living room, and before he entered, he heard hearty laughter constantly coming. Walking into the hall, Alvin saw a woman sitting next to Mrs. Perennial in the middle. This woman is so tall that Alvin estimates that she is almost 3 meters tall. However, although this woman is tall, she has a graceful temperament and a very elegant manner. She is chatting with Perennial with a smile. Sitting at her start were a group of young witches, dressed in uniform blue uniforms, with hats on their heads and veils on their faces. Although he can't see his face clearly, he has a graceful figure, and his appearance is not too bad. Seeing Alvin walk in, Mrs. Perennial immediately waved to him with a smile and motioned to her side. Alvin walked to her side a few steps and said hello. Mrs. Perennial grabbed Erwin's hand and introduced to the woman opposite. "Maxim, this is Alvin. He is a little genius that even Nico praises." 95. "Alvin, this Madame Maxime is the current headmaster of Beauxbatons." Alvin actually guessed her identity long ago, but he didn't show it and gave a gentleman's salute. "Hello, Madame Maxime." Madame Maxime looked Alvin up and down, and she also praised secretly in her heart. How could there be such a handsome little wizard? She nodded with satisfaction. "Are you interested in transferring to my Qianzhou Beauxbatons? You can choose any of the little witches in our school besides Delacour." Alvin was dumbfounded. Why didn't this person play cards according to the routine, poached people when he came up, and gave such attractive, unhealthy conditions? Hall. 99. At this moment, a crisp, cold hum sounded. Alvin turned his head to look over, and a girl stood up. This was the best figure in the group of little witches, and her whole body exuded a different kind of charm. When the man saw Alvin's look, he didn't show any weakness and glared at Alvin. Immediately, he took off his hat and veil, revealing a stunning face. The girl has a pair of big eyes like emeralds, and the facial features as perfect and delicate as Venus are engraved on her white, pretty face. As the hat was taken off, a waterfall of silver hair fell down naturally, and there were some sparkles under the light of the candlelight. The girl raised her chin proudly, looked at Alvin, and spoke in English with a French accent. "I am Fleur Delacour." Alvin was shocked by the beauty of the girl in front of him, although he was not affected by that strange charm. But he had to admit that this girl was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. Although Cho and Hermione are also outstanding in appearance, they're among the best at Hogwarts, but Fleur is too perfect. Delicate facial features, undulating figure, perfect like the fairy in the magic world. But Alvin still reacted quickly. Now is not the time for JHS. This girl seems to have some opinions on him. Although he is puzzled, Alvin is not a licking dog. Even if the other party's appearance can be described as shy, but he will not fall in love with a cold kindness. Alvin responded coldly, saying he knew. "You." Ferran was a little annoyed. Why did this person have such an attitude? In the past at school, Fleur never lacked admirers, and those wizards would be excited to talk to her for a whole year when they saw that she was not fascinated by her. As a result, although 087 was also shocked by her appearance at the beginning, Alvin immediately became extremely cold. Perennial and Madame Maxime next to each other watched the confrontation between these 2 people with a smile. Perennial said suddenly, "Alvin, Miss Delacour is coming to us for the first time. You should show her around." 35. Hearing what the old lady said, although Alvin didn't want to agree, he couldn't save her face in front of so many people, so he nodded and agreed. Miss Delacour, please come with me, and I will show you around. Speaking to Ferrong, Alvin walked out the back door without waiting for the other party to agree. Ferrong gritted her teeth secretly, scolding Alvin for not being a gentleman at all, but still followed Alvin up. The two walked out of the living room one after the other and wandered around the castle. Nicole May's castle is very big. Alvin has been here for so many days and only barely knows most of the places. By his estimation, the castle was at least half the size of Hogwarts without the Forbidden Forest. Alvin introduced Hibiscus to her. On the way, Ferrong didn't say anything, just listened to his introduction silently. It's just that she would stare at Alvin from time to time, and there was a hint of embarrassment in her eyes, which made Alvin a little puzzled. Haven't he met this eldest? Why do you feel so strange looking at him? When the two walked to a garden, Alvin finally couldn't help asking Hibiscus. Delacour, we don't seem to have met before. Why do you keep looking at me like that? 55. Fleur didn't speak. A pair of emeralds just stared at Alvin. It wasn't until Alvin couldn't stand it that he finally spoke up. You really don't know? My fiancé.
Oh.
The corners of Alvin's mouth twitched wildly. What's going on? How did he become Fleur's fiancé? Wait a minute, Mademoiselle Delacour. Alvin put his hand on his forehead and rubbed his temples, as if to confirm whether Ferrong had admitted the wrong person. Am I, Alvin Gaunt, your fiancé? Ferrong saw him like this and believed that he really didn't know about it. His attitude towards him was also slightly softened. I thought you knew that my grandmother had a very good relationship with Perenal. Mrs. Perenal sent a letter to my grandmother the other day, saying that she would arrange a marriage for me, and she agreed. Got it all. The old lady was not joking at the banquet a few days ago. This is not to introduce her to a girlfriend. It is to give her a little daughter-in-law directly. And the other party is the famous flower of Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. Although the other party has the silver hair that is against the Hutia agents, although the other party is already magnificent at a young age, he must be a piano girl again when he grows up, although, cough. The code can't be done anymore, and after thinking about it, he wants to agree. Miss Delacour, I really don't know about this matter, but don't worry, I will explain it to Madame Perenal. After Alvin's words, this time it was Ferrong's turn to be unhappy. This is how women are. You greet her, and she says you lick dogs. You ignore her, and she becomes rebellious. You don't like me?
Oh.
Did he mean this? Alvin is numb. How can women focus on such strange things? I didn't mean it that way. You're beautiful. Even the most beautiful of all the girls I've ever met, but we didn't know each other at all. So let's just forget about a fiancé. Alvin explained patiently. Only then did Ferrong nodded with satisfaction, and it was very useful for Alvin's praise. Let's not talk about these things. Madame Perenal praised you in the letter, saying that you are an unprecedented genius and dare to fight me in a duel. Alvin looked at her firm eyes and reluctantly agreed. The battle begins. Well, the battle is over. The strength gap between the two sides is too huge, and I will write it down when it is time for another battle. Fleur looked at Alvin with a complicated face. He defeated himself without even using his wand, and in order to prevent himself from being unconvinced, he defeated himself 3 times in a row. She finally understood the meaning of unprecedented genius. Seeing her lost appearance, she revealed an air of pity, and Alvin couldn't help comforting her. Don't be discouraged. You've been practicing for decades, and you can let me pull out my wand. 99. After hearing this, Ferrong laughed in anger. Is he so comforting? Humph. 35. Lifting her smooth chin, she was as graceful as a white swan. Glancing at Alvin, Ferrong walked forward on her own. Alvin scratched his head. Is this okay? Although he was not sure about Ferrong's attitude, he still followed. The atmosphere between the two gradually changed, and Ferrong kept pulling Alvin and asking some questions. There are spell issues, there are alchemy issues, but more personal issues. Along the way, there was some inexplicable harmony between the girl's chattering questions and the boy's helpless answering voice.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.